particular in the mitzvah. Why? Because again, what we're going to bring into is not what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is what is related to. We have existing reconciliation. So if I came in as a president at 10 pounds and they said, it was 10 pounds, it was 8 pounds, the guy said that's no deal with us. Why? Why? It's to give me notice. So he writes, I'm sure that you see like Halacha, and he writes a fullness aspect, very interesting. We're dealing with the middle of the state of our parts. They have parts, there's like I'm not doing it like that. Okay, I'll say, yeah, but there's sections, and therefore again, you can add on, you can take off. So let's remember again, when we talk about Yola, right? So again, I say Yola, you bring Kanaka, right? And so again, that's what happens. We'll say that's what that does, right? How can it be that we say Yola and you doesn't automatically think this thing? I didn't think Kanaka. It's simple. 2,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, this changes the neural pathways, right? You just different. You think different. There's no there's a big thing of right? Okay, so it's not the place. So let's see what happens. So if you think about a middle of the business of concept, and we learn this means a Kerala. So again, to look at the most is talking about again on the yoga. I'm not sure, it has different pieces that can be attached to it. So therefore, when I say 10 pounds and you then say 8 pounds, we can actually be talking about the same Noah. When it comes down to it, how many additional pieces are attached to it. The Kamot eliminate if that's the case. Asura Nami, you speak with me, right? If that's the advisory price to itself case also. And maybe when I claim a big belt, and we don't only a small belt, it's a modular belt. Which I much like the 3D out there, you could definitely use it, right? You could add on a couple of pieces to it. So it was, the light you look at one, it's not pretty well talking about, because that's not a new trend about. People don't really have that kind of. So pretty well look at one. I see the fault here, let's not go with that piece. I'm shiny menorah, hold you up from the gorilla, who got me that punishment. Here's the difference. We're not talking about menorah of pieces. So I say, well, now you understand that what happens is over here, a 10 pound menorah can become an 8 pound menorah. How? Over time, the precious metals content wears away. Especially if you're almost like the hard treated metals like you have, metal content could pretty wear away. And therefore, over time, ultimately the weight could be diminished. So therefore, when we say a 10 pound menorah versus an 8 pound menorah, we could actually still be talking the same exact number. So therefore, I'm opening myself. What comes out to this piece over is as follows. In order to go ahead and trigger a shua, so first of all, the claim has to be defined. The definition of defined, Yiga, Mishka, and Yiga. Weighed, measured, or counted. Furthermore, again, in order for multi mixers to be triggered, the Torah, or to say the Hadah, has to be the minute of Torah. Ultimately, again, the response has to mirror ultimately again the prayer. If the response is unrelated to the prayer, then it is Shuvah. Incredible Mishnah. Hamas, Havela Mashton, Rabbi Gamashton, interesting detail. I lend you $1,000, and you then give me collateral. What ends up happening over here? I lose the collateral. I lost it. So let's say now I come to this and get it out. Now we have a dispute about what the value of the collateral is. I'm going to sell it dispute. I love the Shabbat. So ultimately, I said, I lend it to a seller, but the collateral was only worth a Shabbat. So I'm the lender. I'm paying, but clearly again, the collateral was roughly worth the value of the loan. So obviously, I lost the collateral. So obviously, we're going to cut that value from you guys' repayments. I got comments here for over here. I don't know. Someone will be seeing it. They'll be saying, I lost. You sell a higher Shabbat. The other one, you say, no, collateral was worth from that group. So you lost the collateral. Sorry. So there you can't collect and what's your left out of the other. So what is this? This ritual is kind of like a case of multiple rituals. That's thinking to me that you're going to spend money. Because the value of that will not match the value of the loan. We're going to say, nothing because the value of the collateral only marks the value of the loan. Essentially, considering that we part of the corporate account that is never manipulating, therefore, the price of application. Next case, seller of the seat, the second hand seller, I see to the living. I lent you a seller. And you give me collateral, I want the collateral, but the collateral is only worth a shekel. This piece over here even says it wasn't worth a shekel, it was worth 3 dinar. There was another again, normally what we say is a seller is equal to 6 dinar. Essentially, what we're going to agree to over here is the collateral is worth half the value of the loan. Let's click on most of the excess over here, which we want to find. Next, selling of the selling about is finding how to shut up. Right? So what is interesting enough, so in this case over here, now that you're reading talking, reading says to be simple. You don't be a seller, ultimately again, the collateral is actually worth twice as much as the loan. So that's all you have. It's worth twice as much as gold. Now, the only I the language is no, you have a seller of the sea, how about the seller I can name it. I agree that the collateral is worth as much as the loan, not twice as much, but there's no good sure over there. Selling of the Steinheiter, so what's at least this study refers to this is the one being the borrower factor. Let's see here again, even says simple, you lend to a seller. And collateral works too slow. And then when I said we see how that the Hadith be no Shabbat I say no. I want to sell it, and the collateral ultimately again is worth 5 dinars. Therefore, you still only with 1 dinar. So what's that lot of time? In that case again is a din shua. So you actually need Mishka, who swears. He swears to all these cases, we shall be covered and stuff. What says a person in possession or who was in possession of the deposit is the one who swears. Now, in this case, who's that going to be? That's going to be the lender. That's why Shemiyotzi, Shemizeyotzi, Shema, Yishma, Yishpazet, Yotzi, what do we just say that? And so we get really direct with the cover. What's going to happen? Ruben is going to swear, right? And then I'm going to pull up the Tara and show that again, Ruben is really lying, everything's mistaken. And now we're crossing him from being the witness in any future cases. Therefore, I look for myself, in order to avoid the possibility of somebody actually being in possession of the Picador, lying that he doesn't have it, thinking that after the other party takes the Shema, the one who is in possession of the Picador is the one ultimately who takes the Shema, because of the other goodies. So, what's that last statement? That last statement, what's that? The last thing information which was, whoever is in possession of the Picador is the one who takes the Shema. What case is that referring to? Even in the Sefer, we're talking about the end of the Sefer play, Yeshua got in the Sefer. So let's say that piece over here, Yeshua really resides in the Sefer, right? Because remember, I guess it's the Sefer, it's the language to lost Yeshua, right? And now again, the Bible is claiming that the value of the collateral is actually worth more than the loan itself. Since it is the lender who has it because of it, the lender who wants it, shouldn't it be the lender ultimately to do surety anyway? And we're sure I know Shmuel says, you're right, we're talking about ultimately the first distinction. Let's see example number 2 for the Kiva about Barat Aresha. The Hera of Yochanan Aresha. Okay, I got it. My Aresha, which came from again is ramifications in Mishnah. Which case you're referring to? Satan Aresha. It'll be again the second case in the first part of this. What's the case here we go? Seller was the seed to Allah, the Shatan Ayasha. Okay, what's the name go? Seller will be seed for us. What's the name of the case? Unbelievable. I'm going to give $1,000. Everybody's going to do collateral. Give me collateral. So I said, we're going to sell what's the collateral? I want $2,000. Shatan Ayasha. Just to keep things easy. I say, ultimately again, the collateral is worth $500. So that I'm agreeing that because I want the collateral, therefore what have I forfeited? $500 will continue. Okay, so I'm alluding to the fact that the collateral had a value, and it needs to forego that value. So here's the value. You guys are valid, and the low, he has a similarly similar, which should be your entire shop. Again, we don't know what you need to know. The collateral wasn't worth $500, which is worth $700. So therefore, again, so then we're going to say, he wants the collateral, therefore you want $700. I agree on you, I use $300. So that's the value of your claim. So shut up. Says what's that? What's that? Chayiv shvua. So let's say shut up. Chayiv the shvua God we love. We'll say what that shvua. Yeah, who takes the shvua in this case? He's like just things that go on. Who should take the shvua in this case? What would you say? It's the borrower, right? Because the borrower himself is the one who's trying to exempt himself from payment. So to exempt, and he goes to like a shtickle mode that makes us, right? Because again, remember, he's admitting, the borrower is admitting that the collateral did not cover the full face value of the loan. So he's admitting already is I only owe you 300. The lender is saying no, you owe me 500. So the shtickle goes in the face, and therefore again it makes sense to say that the borrower should be the one to take the shua about the value of the collateral. And now watch what happens. So what's the end of that? Well, watch this is incredible. He shot me out of the road, then he shot you another. What happened? This is incredible. So the rabbis, Chazal, took the shua away from you, they moved it right, they took it away from you, they were borrowed, and they put it on you, the lender. Now, why, what were they concerned about? They were concerned about every year, maybe there's some shenanigans happening every year, and maybe I still have the collateral. And what am I going to do? I'm going to wait till they swear, I'm going to pull out the collateral, ta-da, I have it, even look, you're a liar, and thereby invalidate even for all future ages. Disqualify you. No, again, that's how we're not a liar, we're mistaken. So Chazal didn't want any shenanigans happening over here, so what did they say? We want to make sure that the lender doesn't really have the collateral. So what we're going to do, even though it's the borrower should be set up, because the borrower is claiming the collateral is worth 700, lender is saying the collateral is worth 500, so we check every year if the lender should swear about the bottom of the collateral you borrowed in there. Right, Chazal didn't just take the shua from the borrower and they turn it on the lender. They turn the line. Zen Mishpat She'erev B'Shisra, the Zen Mishpat Hamashada, so it's an Arab interestingly enough, the Rashi says, actually, this this whole case really morphs into something different. There's really a lot of swearing going on all around over here, right? You want to say why? Zen Mishpat She'erev B'Shisra. The lender has to swear he does not have the collateral in his possession. He has to pay the colors. Swear how much the value of the actual as a value of the collateral is. So let's say now, not a question of who swears. It's a question of who swears first. Who swears first? So who swears first? Who's in possession of the collateral? Why? So when you spuzz out, you don't see how much second collateral. Because what are we concerned about? We're concerned about how much the saw, then maybe the borrower is going to swear and cut out, the lender is going to take out, take out collateral. Let's say that. You learn to screw that out of us. And we have not seen that because we're sort of what we feel. We have not seen that first over here. And in fact, in a case like this is fascinating. So, in this case over here, I don't give it $1,000. We need collateral. I want collateral. Well, what's the point of protection? The only protection over here is what's the value of the collateral? I'm assuming the collateral is worth $500. I agree. We then say, no, it was worth $700. So what happens over here? So listen, you've been focusing on who swears regarding the collateral. That is what he's trying to tell you. He's actually teaching what's happening over here. I have to swear that I don't have the collateral in my possession. I have to swear that I must be, whatever it is. I have to make that sure because I am a shogun on the collateral. So I have to swear about the collateral. And then what happens? Then Reuben has to swear ultimately again about ultimately again the value of the collateral. Now, really what it comes down to, I'm going to say is, both of us are swearing. So your real shine is not a swearing. Your real shine is who's swearing first. So it turns out that Allah so here's the order. First one of this first shua is me, the lender. I swear that what? That the covenant is not in my possession. After that, Reuben swears about the value of the covenant. And after he takes that shua, he set up to the remainder of the outstanding money. So
what up, Zoo?
That the covenant itself is worth $700. Swears about it.
Zoo, how you living?
He takes his shua. The outstanding
Did you perform?
And
How'd it go? What's meh?
Interesting case over there.
This wasn't a great crowd.
Oh, it was the crowd's fault?
This wasn't a great crowd. I was in second, the guy before me kind of sucked. And then, like, the crowd, like, the guy before me sucked. And then I came back to head up. I went on my bag, came back to head up, and the crowd was going on.
Yeah, because they have funny people. I get it. Okay, well, dude, I want you to know I'm really proud of you. Your first paid gig. So you got $40?
20.
Well, that's still a paid gig. Why 20? Okay, how is the new venue?
Just share out. No, it wasn't sure. It was just that. Yeah. I don't think I did. I didn't pick her right. I was distracted, but when I was just like, the guy before me performing, and I was like, this crowd's gonna be hard. And then, it's hot. It was the positioning.
You think it was the positioning?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's all right.
I think it was
I'm proud of
I
you.
think that they would have talked to a girl and like literally when I was doing the fucking controversial thing.
What'd you say?
Just very talked a few times.
And they don't like that?
I don't think I think we should try to finish. I think we should that's
Okay, well, I mean, you said it. Why do you feel it necessary to say that word? Why do you feel it necessary to say that word? That doesn't mean it's right.
Well, it's the thing, right?
Yeah.
We still say
I agree, and I don't. I do my best to avoid that. But I'm in agreement with you. I know all about it. I know all about it. Yeah, and then there's another word in there. It's IMBECILE. IMB. Right. I know. I'm not happy that those were ever used, but they are. And a lot of people don't know that they're bad words, and I've done everything I can to enlighten people on it. All right, so let's say you hadn't used those words. I know it's difficult to judge, but do you think you would have done better? Okay. Well, it's all right, Zoo. Do you think you'd be asked back?
Yeah. That the crowd of
Okay. Are you going to perform there anytime soon? Isn't that thing done?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm proud of you. I really am, Dude. You should be pumped. You got paid to make people laugh. You're less than maybe in Australia. You're like a top 100 comic. Okay. All right, yeah, 100 is probably. I'm not saying one of the top 100, 1,000 funniest people in Australia because I think there are a lot of Australians who, are in other careers and they don't do stand up, but you're doing it, dude, and that's amazing. All right, are you ready to lose?
Yeah. No, I'm ready to win.
Oh, okay. Well, just give me a moment. All right, Zoot. So you've now been paid to do comedy. Is that a good feeling?
Yeah.
So you're now like a professional comic. Did you ever think of that?
Yeah.
You did think of that?
Yeah.
So when you go up to chicks and they're like, "What do you do for a living?" and you're like, "I'm a comedian," you really are. You don't even say I'm a comedian. You say I'm a professional comedian. You can say I was one of the finalists for Raw Comedy South Australia, and I have been paid to do comedy. I mean, at least that's something. So you're really doing it, dude. And not proud of yourself? You absolutely should be.
I mean,
All right, well, fuck that guy. Yeah, but he's not better than Zoot. Zoot, you are one of the best unfunny people in the entire world. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
All right, Zoot. Here's the plan, because I got shit to do. I'm going to beat you in mini golf. I'm going to beat you in pool. And then I'm going to beat you in dice party. And then that's it.
I don't want to break. Sorry.
You did?
Yeah.
That's phenomenal, dog. You got fucked on that shot.
And I'm gonna go.
You met a girl, like, you really met a girl, or just something you're making up? Scale of 0 to 10 this bitch.
No.
Oh, she's super hot.
Yep.
Okay, why was she talking to you? Did you get the? Oh, okay, so did you get her number?
No.
Okay, well, at least you tried. What was she doing at a casino on a Wednesday night? Wait, what happened? Did you meet a girl or no? So I don't know what to believe anymore.
So I go to. I gotta be careful with it. Once every runs off on the fat ball, and then met this girl. And then she says, then she's just like, was just like, what else do you do? And she said, like, down for anything. So I give her like, 230. She says, usually I charge 500, but I'll actually go off. So we're gonna so okay, 230. And then she complimented me, said really nice things, so I'm confident to go because I sort of jealous of myself, trying to go up to her, talk to her, and then as I told me, like, it's fine, and told me to go, like, pretty much nicely told me to, like, they're growing.
Okay, I mean, you miss 100% of shots you don't take. Okay, that's honest. How hot was the girl at the massage parlor? 0 to 10.
I don't know.
How hot was the girl at the casino?
Probably not.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, why didn't you just ask out the chick at the massage parlor?
What?
Why didn't you just ask out the girl at the massage parlor?
I did.
And what'd she say?
I asked her to come to my show. She said she was working. I gave her my number.
Oh, okay. So this is just some bitch you're never gonna see.
What?
This is just some bitch that you're never gonna see again.
Unless she texts me the next day.
Yeah, dude, she gets like dozens of dudes a day. Oh, dude, how didn't you water? Oh, I fucked myself. Was she Asian?
No. She looks like European, like maybe like Italian or like Greek.
Did you say she looked like Peter Pan?
She's European, Italian or Greek. But she had a strong accent.
You mean Mediterranean?
Yeah. But she's really common in the show.
Right.
Cool them FAAs.
What's FOB mean?
Fresh out the pipe.
Oh.
Bobs. Wogs.
What's wogs?
Someone who's Mediterranean. Yes.
Okay, why do you call them that? So you don't even know why you. Okay, why do they call themselves that?
Maybe local.
Okay, what is that about?
Mediterranean.
Why?
Great guy.
Why is it called wog boy? Doug, how about you just fucking tell me so I don't have to learn Australian code? There you go. That's all you have to say.
20 years ago, like, these were slang words 20 years ago that aren't really used now.
Oh, what a good shot. Give me. Dude, the ball is in such a difficult place. Or the hole.
And I don't think those in Adelaide.
You fucking hit that. You hit that shot. Okay, what about Adelaide?
I don't think that's like college. That much to do with mom.
Why is that? That's what I asked, big dog.
They're just not obvious. They're just not obvious businesses. They are. Their locations aren't like in their areas.
Yeah, they don't want to be. I'm surprised they even have business if you have legal brothels. I'm surprised they even have a business if you have legal brothels. Like, why wouldn't you just go to a brothel? Oh, okay. But they're legal in some states?
Every state except for this one.
Oh, that's horseshit. Dude, you would blow all your money like constantly. You would blow all your money constantly. I know you do. Okay, Zoo. Next game is pool. This is 9-ball 1v1 trick shot. Random breaks. Look how good a shot this is. I made one. Give me it. Did she tell you that you're not funny? Oh, could you stink?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, she was honest. Why do you smell? I get it. I get why you. Yeah, you don't have to wear clothes to not stink. I get it though. You were on stage, which is sweaty, and you walk everywhere, which means that you're gonna sweat. Zoo, you suck dick.
Yes. So I figured out what's going to help me, and I bought. I didn't buy cologne, but I bought brown, what's brown cologne?
You brought hats. Yeah, but don't they call it links in like the UK?
No. Splash on cologne.
How is that not cologne? You bought Brute? Brute isn't fucking splash on cologne. Brute is aftershave, dog.
Yeah.
Dog, you gotta up your fucking budget. My man, it's aftershave. It's like, and I'm not saying it's a bad smell, but don't consider that Splash on cologne. That's aftershave. It's a good question. Probably some that is infused. You infuse it with pheromones. Now it's just going to be pheromones and all his shit. You heard me. Not family. No, pheromones. Basically, like things that make chicks attracted to you. You take pheromones and you put it in your cologne, and then bitches are all over you. It's scientific fact, baby. You're using like the law of attraction. You can buy pheromones online. You take pheromones. There are already pheromone infused colognes, or you can just add it to your cologne. Oh, I don't know brands. No, they don't usually put their. No, they don't put pheromones in there. It would have. It's not anything like well known. So if I were you, I would check to see if you could put pheromones in brew, but then just buy some pheromones. They come in a little bottle, and you put a little dropper in, and then like subconsciously it makes women want you.
Really?
Word, dog. It's what fucking animals use. Haven't you ever heard of like not just animals, like everything uses pheromones. Animals, like land animals, insects, even though those are animals too. Like when like that's how like a lion knows to mate, like when the female lion wants to mate and why she's attracted to him, and like how they bite each other. Like that's all fucking pheromones. It's all like unseen invisibility law of the jungle shit. Oh, for sure, dog. No, everybody would have still bullied you, but you might have gotten some more girls.
Everyone.
I'm not saying everybody. You still have to be cool, but you might get some more. You might have gotten more poontang. Oh, what? And look, like everybody at a certain point gets bullied to some extent. It's just how you react to it. And even like the coolest dudes.
I didn't get yelled at this high school that rejected that. So that's why I rejected that punk group, and then they turned out to be more attractive.
Isn't that interesting how that happens?
It's interesting how that happens.
I mean, yeah. I don't think. I mean, you have other issues that you're dealing with. So I imagine it wasn't easy for you. But
Yeah, you guys fuck with Rothman?
who?
You guys know Otto Rothman from Twitter?
Doug, enlighten us.
Well, he's just like a super degenerate guy, and he moved to LA and thinking about doing some live streaming with him.
Okay. I'm on crypto Twitter like 24/7. Who is this guy?
Dude, how have you not met Otto Rothman? He's like pretty, in it. I don't know how else. Yeah.
All right. Does he ever do chill and chills?
No. I mean, he does host spaces, but he's kind of doing this like he like partners this thing called Syscoin. He's like I don't really know. They like partner with Rabbi or something. They like the issue with crypto. His handle is just Otto Rothman.
Okay.
How much chunks do you have? Dude, literally zero. I'm not invested in any ones like for. Like that is of any value. I don't know. I just don't really have a lot of money, and I'd rather just spend it on basic necessities right now, and then I can have some money after I saved up from my production to like gamble with.
Fuck yeah, man. That's legitimate. All right. How'd you find out about me, big dog?
Dude, I thought you because I'm the guy with the white hair profile picture that looks like a cardio.
No.
On X, I think I follow you, Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah.
And you have white hair on your profile picture.
No.
On X.
No. It's a big red. Do you see in here that orange avatar that says Rabbi Rothschild streams life 24? Yeah, that's mine. Do you mind if
I guess maybe there's two Rabbi Rothschilds on Twitter?
Dog. I've got over 2,000 Twitter accounts.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know.
I was thinking about a different crypto rabbi. His name is Rabbi.
Oh, no one knows who that is. Yeah. Okay. Do you mind if I tell you about what I do?
Yeah, go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. Do you see at the top of this Discord, there is a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams?
Yeah.
Click on that. It's going to blow your mind. You've never seen someone live on so many different streams right now. I'm live on like 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously right now. I'm live in like half a dozen different Discords. More than that. I'm live on 2 different Twitter spaces. I'm live on 4 different Instagram lives right now. I'm live on 2 different TikToks. I'm live everywhere, baby. I'm live on Twitch, on Rumble. All right, so do you see that red circle at the top of this Discord? It says 24/7 YouTube streams. Okay, do you see how many lives I have going right now?
I see a couple right now, to be honest.
No. You click that link?
Oh, okay, I see it.
Okay. Do you see the link?
Yeah, I see a bunch of there it is. Yeah.
Okay, count how many live streams you see.
Yeah, I see like over 50 or something like that.
No, incorrect. Count them.
Really?
No, count them.
I'm not gonna count them. I don't want to.
All right, then I don't think you went to my. So that's cool.
No, I didn't. They're all pink. It's just like.
All right, so just sit there and count them. Sit there and count them. All right, well, anyway, I've been doing this for more than 4 years. Data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Bird dog. So it's a big deal. I'm also sponsored by cryptocurrency. Harry Potter Obama Sonic Pen Inu. It's one of the big meme coins out there. And I'm live 24/7 in X Spaces. I've been doing an X Space for more than 365 days. I'm at like 390 days right now. And basically, I'm extremely well known on Twitter Spaces and crypto Twitter. As for just like tweeting, I don't care. But that's what I do. So, how'd you find out about me?
I think one of your bots like my channel.
Yes! On Kick, baby! Fuck yeah! Oh, amazing! Oh, dude, that's so tight. Oh, that's how you found out about me. Oh, okay. Excellent, man. Well, you should know I'm live 24/7 if you ever want to connect with me. I'm here, dude. You know how persona non grata I am on Kick? You can't type Rabbi Rothschild on Kick without it getting automatically deleted system-wide. That's hilarious. I'm friends with Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick on Discord. Everybody knows me about on there. I'm the top streamer ever in Aiden Ross's Discord. He's been in my stream. I'm the top streamer ever in Amaranth's Discord. Top streamer ever in Neon's Discord. Top streamer ever in I Shall Speak Discord. Top streamer ever in Kaisanat's Discord. They all know about me. So now you know about me. That's amazing. So how long have you been on Kick?
A year.
Have you seen any growth? Okay. Well, excellent. So you were just looking through your clips and you saw my bot that went through and
Yeah.
That's amazing. I'm glad that it worked. Dude, that's amazing. Excellent. Well, yeah, so I have created more clips than any person in the history of Kick. They're everywhere. You can basically go to any small streamer and just see I've just basically plastered my name, my YouTube, my link all over their Kick clips, and I find it is a really good guerrilla marketing tactic. And obviously, got you in here and helped me make a new friend. And you should know if you ever need anything, I'm here for you. I don't just troll people. I'm as generally a nice a person as I can be, and I'll do anything that I can within my power to help you. Absolutely. Do you multi-stream?
Yeah, I don't even stream a lot, to be honest.
That's okay.
I don't really like the OS system on other platforms.
I understand that. Okay. So I take it you have a premium Twitter account?
No, I'll figure that stuff later.
Okay, just giving you a heads up. You need a premium Twitter account now to stream to multiplayer, or just to stream on it. They changed it. They changed it. Yeah, I did. They changed it in June of 2025. There were some workarounds for it. Those workarounds ended in February. So just giving you a heads up on that. But yeah, Kick's a cool platform on which to stream. And if I can ever help you, you let me know, okay?
Yeah.
Hey, peace. Take care. Thanks for coming in.
was feel?
That was a good straight, Zoo. Good job.
Now I need to go strike.
Zoo, how'd you like that? How'd you like my bot working? Cool as fuck, dog.
How many when you use it?
Dog, it's going 24/7.
When you start it?
Well, I need to improve it a little bit. This recent, I mean, I've been doing it for years. That's how I get 2,800 people on the server. But it is something that I've made some changes on recently to increase the amount of clips that it's making, and it makes something like 100 clips an hour. Yeah, I just did, dog.
Fuck. I don't want to get full house. Stress, right. I'm not happy with my hair.
All right. Well, then you used to be. Doug, you used to be. You used to fucking be going to the gym all the time. You were gonna be a male stripper. You used to come in here and literally give me a breakdown of your how many fucking stones you were, or kilograms, or whatever the bullshit is.
I'm modest as the word.
Give me a 4. Give me a 4. Oh, full house. Right.
What is the word from India?
You've asked this question. It's probably 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Or 1, 2, 3, 5, 6.
Is this terrible?
It's not that bad. Dude, how bullshit is this? Did I get a full house, but it doesn't really do anything for me? I know it does.
That's why I don't like to find it out.
Don't you mean 28 points?
Why did I do that?
No one knows why you did that.
Oh no!
No.
You're such a good accent.
You know, I know how to say no.
Can you do a strong accent?
No. Oh, that's exactly how you talk, baby.
No.
No. No.
No, that's no.
No. What the F? I just blew one. I did something I didn't want to do.
Why do we have accents?
Regional differentiations of how people speak. because speech has been inconsistent over Fudge. Um, over the development of different periods of time, and people with smaller social circles will begin to emulate the speech of their social circle. But when those social circles move to different areas, people emulate the speech of those people and their teachers, and then eventually accents emerge. Dog. Dude, this is horseshit.
Do you think that social media and us talking and people talking online if you change accents?
Yeah, there's becoming more of a global English accent, and the thing that really did it a lot was television. But yeah,
I just want to straight was great.
I mean, doesn't that suck? They've already used it.
Yeah, that's makes sense.
You've got a bunch of twos though. Dude, I've had so many fucking sores. I'm gonna try to go for a full house and for fours. Big risk, terrible reward. Same big dog.
Stephen Curry, the one memory of Steve's mother. This is the on the occasion of the 50-yard sites. And this is terrible.
Zoo. So you got paid to do stand-up comedy, man. That's phenomenal. I'm proud of you. You're professional. Dog, that's professional. You're now a professional comic. Dog, you're a professional comedian. If you were to say to some chick, some 9.5 at a fucking massage parlor casino, hey, she says to you, what do you do for a living? You can now say, I'm a professional comedian. She'll say, have I seen you in anything? And you can say, I was a finalist for South Australia Rock Comedy Festival, and I get paid to do comedy. That's a professional, dog. What up, baby?
Yes, I received money from you. That is true.
I need one more one.
That was money
Garbage.
transaction. To collect on your loan.
A swift kick in the ass.
I admit, you paid me money, but the money that you paid me was for another side transaction.
No way. It all comes down to this suit. Game winner at the buzzer. The 5 because 4 is easier to get. Dude, you're gonna beat me by the way. No. Give me a bunch of 4s. Give me Oh, dude, you got me. That was a close game, dude. Because I was distracted by the guy coming in. No, it's over, baby. I told you I got shit to do, big man. What do you want me to do about it? That's life in the big city, big man. Okay. Oh, darn, I could have won. No one knows. In this case, the star has been compromised. Now, there was I know. Zoot, you're a professional comedian, dude. Yeah, I mean, you've always been that, though.
Why? Because since we
Yo, what up, Kid Brew? Kid Brew. Kid Brew, how you living?
Interestingly enough, even though Ruben is
What's good, Kid Brew?
since Ruben is admitting that we have no other
Kid Brew.
transaction. Like, remember again, it's not like there's any second shot.
See, I get random motherfuckers coming here all the time. Kid Brew, you're one of them. How you living, big man?
I don't know. But once he's admitted that he has been doing
Well, I hope you're having a good day.
the Papa says, no,
Welcome.
not compromised. The star is fully intact.
Oh, amazing. Thankfully, how are you? Are you ready to lose? Okay.
So Murder has like a couple wives sitting in the following case. Listen to this.
Just gonna go on mute and then I'll
Same case.
Traceway, you have an invite. I'm waiting on you.
Hey everybody, my name's Traceway and I'm on mute. I'm going to be on mute as I get my ass kicked. Hey everybody, my name's Traceway. I asked Rabbi for an invitation. I have one. Yo, dog. And then I'm going to go on mute because I think I'm too good for everybody and I'm too cool for school. Hey everybody, my name's Traceway. I'm going to sit here and suck dick on the middle of this Discord call on mute while I have a big man. Oh, Traceway accepts the invitation. Look how sick this shot is. One of the sickest shots in the history of grapes, dog. In the history of friction. Friction's a big word, son. Oh, look at that garbage. Physics are sexy. Physics is sexy. Traceway sucks. People, if you're watching this now or in the future and you're wondering how not to play pool, it's just like Traceway. Traceway takes forever, literally wastes all the time. Oy vey, come on, man, hit the ball. Hit it, dog. Oh, Traceway.
The reason why pop-up deals is driven because there is a secondary material claim. In other words, if you notice the difference between the two cases, right? In our case, like where started is, Ruben is admitting, yes, I received $1,000 when it does for a different transaction. What transaction? Like, in other words, you can see it. You have documentation, you have something, you can't just claim a secondary transaction. In this case, interestingly enough, there's quite literally a bit more meat on the bones. In other words, that he's literally saying that you purchased meat, you gave meat to the butcher. There's a narrative. And the couple say, no, kind of case where there's a narrative, then halacha l'maaseh is rishkara. Halacha imar sitrayin so might have the halacha. So once it's bottom line, what is the halacha? So once he says, let's go back now to our original case, right? So again, Ruben goes over to Shimmy. Shimmy, you owe me $1,000.
Hey everybody, it's Traceway. Traceway is just over here openly beating off on this fucking Discord call while on mute.
Once Ruben admits that he received money, he can no longer collect again with his shtad. Again, even though, again, the glaring question is, if you really want to pay for this debt, why are you still holding the documents? It doesn't matter. Once we get that you receive money, again, we're done.
Oh man, I'm gonna hit one of the greatest shots in the history of the game. Folks, if you're watching,
Rabbi says the shtar has not been compromised.
look how good this shot is. Oh, get it!
The shtar has in fact been compromised. So when you have a case where the lender admits that he has received money from the borrower, even though he's claiming that money was for a separate transaction, halacha l'maaseh, he cannot collect the shtar any longer. It's shtar. The party Now, this is assuming that halacha l'maisa again didn't occur in front of witnesses, and there's just simply no mention of the shtar. In other words, that it didn't happen in front of witnesses, and no mention of the shtar, we're assuming that halacha l'maisa again. Now, halacha l'maisa is going to be that. In other words, the fact that the shtar wasn't taken back, it is a strange thing. It is, but l'maisa didn't happen in front of witnesses. And that's what this was Shkara Amal, because it was an interesting qualification. Pari Baby David Day, and it's interesting. If payment happened between Reuben and Shimon, there were no witnesses. Legal the Yachal Remember Lahadid Rani Olam, Yachal Nani Remember Situayu, Ukidabini Rabbi. So this is a very interesting qualification. So when you say Isra Shkara, you say Isra Shkara when payment happened in the presence of witnesses. And if payment just happened between Reuben and Shimon, then Reuben has a legal. What's Reuben's legal? Right? Remember again, when Reuben goes over to Shimon and Shimon says,
that was an amazing shot. I know it. You know it. Sister Chavez knows it. Everybody knows it.
So how you draw the elbow? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Oh, come on. What is that garbage?
Why? So Reuben has an ego that he could have claimed he never fall. So because he has that ego, he needs to say, well, you did pay me, but this was for a different transaction this month.
That was garbage.
This actually happened in a case with Adini Avol. Rashi just points out that we are casing Ksubis where this actually occurred. So halacha l'maisa. First,
Traceway.
Halacha l'maisa for today. Reuben goes over to Shimon. Shimon, you owe me $1,000. Here's the document. Shimon says, I paid you. Reuben agrees. You did pay me. And she paid me for a different transaction.
Look how good this shot was.
Reuben cannot correct again with this document. Why? Because since he admitted that he was repaid, he compromised the effectiveness of the shtar. Done.
Traceway is blocking my shot. This is garbage.
Reuben can correct the shtar. Why? Because he has a ego. What's his ego? He could have said what? I don't know what you're talking about. Right? I don't know what you're talking about. I never received anything from you. And therefore, halacha l'maisa again, he would be believed to say that payment was for a different transaction. Incredible. So what's the next one for? How are we going to the top right? So you have this thing called Imas the Amut Lokarai. So what's this very interesting piece over here? So right, from the same case, we're going to ship him $1,000. And what happened? So you're going to right.
Oh, that was beautiful. Oh, that was beautiful. Traceway was talking to 8-Ball. My ball's in the way though, because it's sexy. Yo, so sexy, perfect for me, and I like you. All right, I'm not good at these shots.
So even if I Shimon claim that I paid you back, if you Reuben lend the claim that I did not pay you back, you are believed.
Sickest shot we've ever seen. Folks,
This happens all the time when friends
watch this shot. Just the most disgusting finish to this game in the history of humankind. Folks, if you're watching at home, hold on to your hats. It's over, baby! It's over! The champ's here! Traceway can't even get off the fucking mic to say that was the most amazing finish I've ever seen. He's just over here jerking himself off publicly. Wow. What a finish, folks. What a comeback. One of the most epic comebacks in the history of the game. If you're watching this now or at home or in the future, you're some kind of billiards connoisseur. You just recognize that you saw greatness. You witnessed absolute phenomenal greatness. Maybe the greatest comeback in the history of the game. And I'm proud. If you were to sit here and ask me, Rabbi, are you proud of the way that you just played? I'd say absolutely. That was one of the sickest comebacks we've ever had. I won. Let's look at the best shot. Oh, of course it's my shot. One of the sickest shots we've ever seen in the history of humankind. Are you proud of the way that you just played, Rabbi? Absolutely. One of the greatest privileges of my life has been able to whoop Traceway's ass in the way that I do. It's phenomenal. When I think of all the great ass kickings in the history of humankind, I think of this one at the top. Just absolute greatness defined. And not only that, I'm sexy as I did it. I'm good looking, I'm smart, just sexy, just pure sexiness, raw. Women will just tell me, Rabbi, that was raw. I know, baby. One of the greatest, I really want to summarize this a little bit better. For those of you who weren't aware, imagine a salmon going upstream. Well, I'm like the salmon who made such an upstream comeback that I fucking went up Niagara Falls. That's how sick I am. And Traceway's over here just jerking himself off furiously. Hey everybody, I'm gonna go on mute and jerk myself off. And everybody's like, yeah, we know Traceway. What a great, just beauty. Just athleticism, sexiness, beauty.
Okay, now watch this. It says puzzle paradoxic tlessa. Okay, so what happens now? The killing goes and he pays that feeling in the presence of three witnesses. Good. So let's say, so obviously the only part of the case is what happens. The things make a bunch of three witnesses, and then you think the one who shows up the next day and says, you owe me money. The Shimon says, what are you talking about? It brings you back in the presence of two, in the presence of three witnesses. So again, we don't really want to explain why. Because Allah relates to Shimon is not guy. Shimon says, I rescued the credibility of two witnesses. But I didn't do that for the presence of three witnesses. So therefore, again, even credibility can lead to the case of the three witnesses because the things can take that. I'm not going to be sure. There's a second one line that isn't out. It doesn't make sense. Anyways, the Amir Abba and the Agin and Basur of Deos, how do you give it in the same dinar? The common thing that we should achieve today about the evil figures, may have betrayed to shake him up. So it's a very interesting thing. What the key in this case is, the Papa comes along and says, that doesn't really make much sense. In other words, in the world of testimony, two witnesses are the same as three witnesses and the same as 22 witnesses. Doesn't make a difference. You understand what numbers matter. Interestingly, up in the case of Indira. What's Indira? Indira is the assessment evaluation. In other words, you're relying on opinions for something. And you can have Indira on a variety of different cases. You know, where, again, people can do evaluations of something or opinion cases. So in opinion cases, we're not basing it per se on testimony or halacha. That's when numbers make a difference. When you put testimony, numbers don't make a difference. Therefore, let's say a couple of things which the Bible says to you, and halacha when I say you are believed to me, you are believed in my eyes as two witnesses. And then she gave that even in the presence of three witnesses. Essentially, what we have over here is what? Halachically, two witnesses against two witnesses. That's really what we have over here. The fact that it's paid back in the presence of three witnesses does not lend any more credence to someone's claim. So let's say if we're only doing this case, so if I'm up for myself, you would be able to collect it. Why? Because essentially it's two witnesses against two witnesses, which we will effectively cancel each other out. And one of the things they have, even if they are, is get the staff. Therefore, a pop-up process that in this case, although shouldn't tell you doing a smart thing, like putting back in the presence of three witnesses, it turns out that it didn't actually do anything, but this is not a number issue. Witnesses are witnesses are witnesses, and therefore halach l'maisa shouldn't instruct to take back. So much another version of this. We're going to have a Mohammed State debate trade called the Amid Lokalama. So we're going to $1,000. You shouldn't say, okay, we didn't thank you. You are believed like two witnesses to say that I did not pay back. All you was hired to affect Russia to say that whatever happened, shouldn't pay back, and shouldn't tell you doing a smart thing. He pays back even in the budget. Two witnesses. I'm not talking about they shouldn't have money. So Papa says, and I Papa makes a statement that again, she will be a smart thing. Why? Because she will believe two witnesses, but not like three witnesses. There will be something back in the presence of three witnesses, even subsequent thing that he has not been paid back, but no, has no veracity. That's the word kind of is really talking about. That's what I look at in Yeshua. Straight from there, we may have to check. Something testimony works. Right? Witnesses feels like I'm here like two. There's no value to greater numbers of witnesses. The Amalek, however, listen to this, the Amalek debates Lassa, the Hazel, the Hamani, the Adike, Ador. So let's say, so now, what's the Gemara says this? The Gemara says this like this. The case is very different punchline. In a case where you didn't mention $1,000, she is this your worth in this transaction is as much weight as two witnesses.
Tony, how do you like managing here? Share the mic with by the way, you guys would make a hell of a comedy duo, by the way. I said Game of Thrones earlier. Now it's Game of Thrones, motherfucker.
Essentially means if you say that I did not pay you back, that's as if two witnesses can never pay you back. Fine. Shimon wants to pay back you, right? But I think Shimon wants to make sure that we didn't pay anyone for what it was. So Shimon doesn't get back the back. What does he do? He pays it back in the presence of three witnesses. It turns out that halacha and I say that doesn't do anything. Why? Because the Rambam is 2, 3, 100. It doesn't make a difference. They're all the same. And therefore, even though Shimon is paying back in the presence of three witnesses, legally, it's still vested with the credibility of the testimonial unit as well. And therefore, when he claims Shimon, you do not bring back, coupled with the fact that we can still hold the shtar, is really the ability to collect from Shimon. Now, the reason the one who knows the exception in this case, watch this. Say this, even if it's $1,000, Shimon says, well, you are believable to me, you are believed to me, right? Three witnesses. The doctor says three witnesses, okay? Then what happens? Shimon pays back the remaining prices of four witnesses. The Gemara says, in this case, Shimon stopped doing work. Why? The Gemara says, the Gemara argues, the Gemara says, even the Nefesh Negeus, once you go to three, like now you go up two represents testimonial units. So when you say two is 22, 2 is 42, it doesn't make a difference. Once you say three, the idea is say three. And what is Shimon doing? Shimon is saying, this is a numbers game. This is a number, so not all units are the same. So since he got to the point that I really say, Shimon, you want to believe to me like a group of three. And if I pay you back in terms of the group of 4, that is a stronger testimonial unit. And if I love my myself, is subsequent thing that everything is not paid. So again, it's an interesting fact over there. It shouldn't go back to that's the point that three, then it has become an emergency, and then we take it back inside the group of 4. Soon you'll be the new you gotta go, let's go back there. Really interesting cases. So let's say, so feeding up is a follow-up for myself. Good. Let's go. In the button up and it's finished up in the car. Let's say about finished up. As Mishnah said, that again, with Shlos HaDayarim, so you can't go ahead and enforce the swear based on the claim of a Kirish, Shota, and Kata. Kirish is when we're going to get through. Shota, some of the last ways of capacity. Kata, another. You must be less Kata. So when you don't observe the Kata, it says, my time was the reason. What's the reason? What's the reason? That's a claimer of a Kata. That's a claimer of a Kata. Does not trigger a shvur. I said that my Kata, I'm not going to you take any Kata and bring the Mishnah. You see us Kata. Also, the also the moment is talks about the idea. So the Kata said that a person will give to his fellow. So again, in this has to be someone who is capable of a legal act of conveyance. The Kata does not have the ability to legally convey. And the thing is, for example, if I show from Shlos HaDayarim, you go to around this, you go in the Kata, you have fish, 1 second, but you I said, but we swear, right? So you take the shua to the cotton or cat, which was 1 second. Well, I'm going to be doing things, I'm very shocking. You just point out how you shot to the cotton. You just said before that you could swear based on the very shot to the cotton. So what's going on at the end? I'm allowed. We got the kind of shot that we do that the rest of the night with you. It's like this is talking about a case of a cotton who is not coming with his own spoon, but rather again a cotton who is coming with the clone of his father.
Jesus Christ.
Very interesting. Okay, good. So if you look at Rashi says it also it's and the second to last line in Rashi, about the kind of habit, how to explain this wrong in the sea as the Shamasha cotton, all the most slow we are that. So it's ultimately again the case. So interesting enough, if a cotton is coming around and that's his own thing, that means never trigger Shua. But if a cotton is coming and bringing something out of his father, my father deposited something with you. My father needs something to you. My father lent you money. So now he's not coming with his own claim, he's coming what we call the Rabbi kind of public. Ultimately, again, that could trigger a trigger. I don't say easy to use a not consensual. Originally, common shot and mushta and his asmo, sometimes the person ultimately again could swear based on his own kind. What is that case? You know, it's his case. I'm alone. Not alone. You probably that's how it does. For example, I go to you I say, you go. One of our people, your father deposited $1,000 to me, $1,000 to me, and I gave him back 500. So that's how do you say Mishpat? Is that Mishpat kind of answer? So again, I have to swear, I have to swear, and 500, what do you call that? Multiple excess, transformation. Interesting enough, what's happening about that case? What's triggering the Shua? My statement, but there's no claimant for it. No one's coming and claiming on me. I admit it. I said, look, you can't deposit $1,000 with me. I gave him back $500. I'm trading with the Shua. That's what's called Mishpat Penis Ansmo. Good? So the Gemara says, observe that Ansmo. The family comes saying, no, ain't no allocation, I gave the Potter. The family saying, that's true. There's no Shua in this. Why is no Shua in this? So listen, and here is very interesting. The Gemara works with a general assumption that children do not know the affairs of their parents. Right? We spoke about this last week, actually, this week. Right? Generally, children don't understand. So because of that, remember, there's no claimant over here. I'm making a statement today, your father went ahead and deposited this money with me. The funny say, I can also just keep my mouth closed and not say anything, and no one will know the difference. No one will know the difference. So let's say, so I want to come to again, look at the funny say, this is what's called Mishiva Veda. And let's say Mishiva Veda is the exception of, well, literally returning the lost object. What happens when you find the lost object? No one knows if you found it or not. Right? Therefore, again, when you return it, so obviously it's a situation. But the expression that we do is you're returning something that no one even knows about. So because of the funny say, that's so trigger. Okay. But if it has been Yaakov, let's say Mishiva Veda, it doesn't have to hold this idea. Returning the lost object. So the expression that's used when you're giving something back to someone that they don't even know about. So we're also not having hold of this idea. So Mishiva Veda doesn't trigger a Shua. And we're not the Shaitan of Kata. None of that. So that's really what the case not Mishiva Veda. The case over here is where I learned from myself. A Katan is petitioning me. Right? So in other words, really what's happening is a couple is coming to me and says, hey, my father deposited $1,000. I said, and I claim, I gave back I gave back already part of it. So that's the big kind of content. Next content, with the Mishnah, kind of content. I'll tell you show me a content. Once I can just say the Mishnah, that when you kind of the feeling of a failure so like you can't trigger a Shua. So what's going on? Right? There's no reason you're like, we all love you, but you're right. It doesn't mean a content. What does content mean? It's government. It's used to do this, right? And it means like content doesn't mean a content mean a government. Not a government, but my content, it was Success is like that. Someone's making a claim against me, and I am making a partial admission. To which the Gemara says, cool, not in all cases are like that. I know that they is, but that's not so easy. Hello. Now, the Gemara says, you're right. Now, what's going on here? This is in the focus and the statement of Rabbi. Rabbi, you claim not on the question. That's actually very interesting. I should actually have this a lot earlier, right? But the day is coming up now. So I'm going to put on the phone, making it just a tiny bit stuff. So what's this? Listen to this. Why is it? You're going to listen to this whole time. You're going to make it success. So you know, what's all the work in success? I go to $3,000 because there's only 500. You're made 500. Okay, so you're 500. You see on the rest. Why? So what are the mechanics of that? Here we go. Don't let that. You're not on the term mode when it says that when you Shabbat. So why is it that Allah for the myself? You see, most of the excess of when you Shabbat. But ultimately, again, that if you partial remission, the truth is small. Why is that? It's fascinating. Chazaka, aim other names one of this made out of them. So what's this fascinating? It's Chazaka. What's the Chazaka? The Chazaka is, no one has the chutzpah to deny a role in the face of their covenant. Right? No one has that chutzpah. So if I lend you $1,000, there's no way evidence I can have the person to look me in the eyes and to say, I owe you nothing. Impossible. The U.S. is it could be quite different, but really, what is that? But that's really what he wants to do, right? Really, what he wants to do is he wants to deny this law. Now, again, as I said, there's a lot of psychology that's happening over here, right? So, psychological nugget number one is that people will never have the chutzpah to deny the total good that someone else has done to them. And so I've been given $1,000. There's no way to feel a good thing. Again, you're not working under certain assumptions of feelings that influence. You're going to not be ready to look me in the eye and say, I owe you nothing. But he really wants to say he owes you nothing. Now, why does he want to say he owes you nothing? Why? Because he doesn't have the money to pay you. Not because he doesn't want to pay you, but there are certain truths that you know about them. Right? So psychological truth number one is that people will never have the ability to deny the good that someone else has done for them and to them. Right? That's truth number one. Psychological truth number two is people are often too proud to admit that they need help. So what's unfortunate is as follows. You're getting $1,000. It's time to pay up. You don't have the money. So what's going to happen over here is maybe Ethan doesn't want to say, I need a little bit more help. Right? So what Ethan really wants to do is he wants to pay you doesn't owe anything. But he's not going to say that because that's a level of unprecedented chutzpah that he's not going to have. So the husband, but he wants to say he doesn't have it, but he's going to say it. The husband will halfway, you choose what your name is telling me for the whole of. If you could be by the way. So what he wants to do is that he wants to see. So this is so fascinating over here, right? So watch what's happening. I lend you $1,000. Time to pay up. You doesn't have the money. So what is it? What's his instinct? Because it doesn't matter what's his instinct. What's the instinct? I don't know anything. But he's not going to do that because the person does not have that level of unprecedented chutzpah. Like to lie to the face of the person who like check a lot of my face. But he really wants to lie to my face because he doesn't have the money. But yet, he really wants to admit to me that he owns the whole amount, but he doesn't have it. But he's too, parentheses, but he's too proud to do that. The high below holding is, Ishtamut and Bukit Ishtamut. So put it like this. This one over here. I'm not going to admit the whole amount, because this way I'll find myself a little bit more time to be able to go ahead and come up with the money. Suffer at the Hadid is using the parameter. Ultimately, I'm going to find myself a little bit of time to really only half of the debt, find myself a bit more time. Of course, I'm going to pay back silver. You're going to say that, I'm going to pay back. I'm sure I'm going to pay back, but I need to find myself a little bit more time. So that's like sort of like that. Rahman therefore says, Love Shua Ibulay, to make it the local level. So ultimately, again, you totally understand this psychology. The Baruch understands is better than you understand yourselves. And therefore, it says, impose the Shua upon you. What does the Shua do? The Shua, by definition, pushes the truth to the surface. But you assume what's going to end up happening over there, but that's really the end of the story. Is it going to take the Shua? Is it going to Shua? No. Why? Because he owns all of the money. He's not going to make a false hope. So I just want to point out how profound this is. How profound this is. That the Torah creates an entire construct over here because it recognizes that people are not truthful when they need help. So what they will do is, what people will do is, they will go ahead and construct all types of alternate realities to do anything and everything but admit I am in distress, I cannot handle this on my own, and I need help. The Shua, what the Shua does is, the Shua forces the borrower out of his alternate universe, out of his alternative reality, and forces him to admit the reality is his. What's the reality? I the borrower, don't have the money, but I owe. It's absolutely fascinating. And it's fascinating on multiple levels. It's fascinating the lengths that we go to avoid acknowledging that we're in over our head, that we need help, that we can't handle it ourselves. Because it was after all, why are people so reticent to admit that they need help? I just said, it's such a good place. Like, man is made to sell another thing. We use it as a response. If there's one thing that the Rebbeinu from Olam never needs, it is help. The Rebbeinu from never needs help. There's one of those totally self-sufficient. He does not need us. He does not need anything. So there's a piece of me, right? I have this mitzvah of a king. I have this spark of a king inside of me. And there is this piece of me that is divine. And sometimes that message of eternal divinity gets a little bit corrupted. It doesn't need help either. I got this. I'll figure it out. And I was like, you don't know how to figure it out. All of us have stuff in our lives that we don't have figured out, and we need other people to be able to help us work it through. Because we can't be right pretending that we have it all figured out, often projecting anger, disappointment, frustration on other people because it's not figured out, and it's everyone else's fault that it's not figured out. It's no one else's fault, it's just when we shut that out. I haven't gotten the right guy. It's like, okay, because here's what it is, because God says here, you can just admit you don't have what. If you don't have it, you don't have it. What is it? Water out of the stone, water out of the stone, where out of the stone, water out of the stone, right? If you don't have it, you don't have it. And by the way, it's like, you don't have the money, you don't have the money. But instead, we need to talk. This whole thing, I can't say I don't have it. If I can't, I want to say I don't owe it to you. But I don't have that. That's called simplicity. I didn't have. Part of that's up a little bit of time. Which essentially says, stop it. You can send it around now. Stop it. Right? Stop it. Right? Stop it. Just be honest. Just be honest. And the Shua, interestingly enough, you know that you know about this. Right? Because you're not going to swear because other people aren't going to swear falsely. Just be honest. The Shua forces honesty to rise to the surface. The Lord says, what a tremendous Musar Haskell. Although we are in the image of God, we are not God-like in this way. So we start any type of resolution. Of different life circumstances and times. So that's the whole psychology of Moshe Mitzvah. So Rabbi Yaakov said, Rabbi Yaakov said, the person making the claim is the borrower himself, or the person making the claim is the son of the borrower. And again, that's how it's phrased in this case. Someone is not going to go ahead and right? The person is not going to go ahead and maze. Not going to be grazing on the United States. Whether the borrower, so again, the idea of whether the borrower himself is talking to the actual lender or to the son of the lender, a person is not going to be brazen enough to deny a claim. Therefore, again, we do not view him as the return of our father. Rabbi shall be known. The father could get no names, and that would give no names. Rabbi say, no, it's not true. It's not true. A person, a borrower won't deny a claim when? To the actual lender himself. But to the son of the lender, who we assume is not as well versed in the affairs of his father, so ultimately, again, a borrower would absolutely be willing to deny. best friend, and therefore when it makes it ultimately like we should have, we represent a lost object, and therefore again there's no shluas mode that makes us in that case. And the world made is we should have it. So much as much as there was if you use it doesn't go to the hot to pay so look at the ratio. One allowed will be so ultimately again if I say to you, hey, Ruben is $1,000 that belongs to your father in my possessions. Sorry. Ruben comes over to me, Ruben says, son, I have $1,000, my father deposited, I'll lend you $1,000. And I say, that, in the Chabi, you shouldn't do enough. And I say, everybody only owes me $500. I honestly, I only have nothing, sorry. I only have in my possession $500. What's that? A putter is no sure more than it's why. It's making a sure of it. It's supposed to be a sure of it. It's what we see from there. Like, why do you make it mix us? Because only two the lender himself. But to the second lender, we do assume that a lot of when I say that people do that close all the time. And that for any of the other issues for me, should I make that? Please do not just also the law honor the honor body. Also the honor body. Teacher in the cases of where the child of the lender petitions the buyer, there are different kinds of cases. There's a case where ultimately again the son comes along and says, bury me, I know the door. Those are definitive claims. Versus the case where it comes with a possible claim. So in the case of a definitive claim, that may trigger a motive itself. In the case of a possible claim, ultimately again that's going to be like the issue of that paper. Shmuel much more so than anyway. But it's only a cut-out. It's only a cut-out. Cut-out doesn't mean that a cut-out is the one petitioning the file. And that's not the case. Rather, what does it mean? We call it the mixing cut-out. So it's collecting from the property of a cut-out. Same idea that heck, which means we call it the mixing heckish. The same idea that from heck, which means to go ahead and collect payment from the property of heckish. So you know, so we actually what's really important. Because it's the couple of short time like 600, because it's the couple, you mix it also back in the host to start a left sure, so it's couple comes on the other. Also, the piece of the deal is where at the reverse case, where I am the lender, and it comes back from you, then it has to wait, and now again, his estate has been inherited by his son. Son is coming to collect ultimately again from the estate. So listen, you see it's already before it in the bubbles, what's the halacha? Whenever you're coming to go ahead and collect from the yasim, what do you need? Shvuah. Seem like you're hektish, ultimately everyone will say, halacha on myself. I was not just my property, and I have outstanding liens on that property. I defaulted now on certain obligations. My creditors could come and collect property from hektish, but in order for that property to return me, shvuah. So it's a different interpretation of the base Mishnah. We're talking about a way to return shvuah when you're collecting from the property out of the estate of a couple. And you want to know credit when you're collecting from hektish, you need a shvuah to collect. You know, so shvuah, a couple of this level, how do you say this? A couple of this, a couple of you know, let's say so maybe to know the shvuah. That is really good this before. Right? Let's say everyone collects from the same, everyone collects from the estate of orphans. You only collect with the shvuah. Why don't you just halacha expressed in two ways in two places? How can I work it out? I eat the shusha. And if you just like passing like a right shusha, they're coming about shusha. You saw him to under the building. And it's all from like the kind of being shua, being zibur. The most thing to have a very important idea. Whenever we speak about the kind, right in this context, the kind of you actually the kind or can you the building? So why did you use it up to the kind? Because we always assume that a child in relation to the affairs of his father is a katan. Doesn't know all the things that and therefore Allah is coming to reinforce this idea that whenever you are coming to collect a debt estate, like from the son for the debts of his father. So there's two halachas that always apply. Number one, you always need a shvuah. Even if you have a document, right? You always need a shvuah. That's number one. And number two, when collecting from the estate, you only get to collect ziburas, which is inferior property and satisfaction of the debt. What about the hektish? You probably make sense. There's no idea. If you want to collect if you're a creditor and you have pre-existing lien and you request property from hektish, you have to do so only with a shvuah. You know, it's something that we read already. You're constantly shvuah going to you. You have a shvuah. And mine is Again, in general, if you want creditor and you want credit property, you need to come property out to Shua. Again, what does it matter if it's in creditor to other people or to connect you? So again, much as why do we need to list things special? So again, if I have property, I have encumbered property. I'm not just my property. I default on my loans. My creditors to go there 5 years and see the encumbered property. Again, barely receiving a petition, so to speak. So now the more money, but they only go to the shua. Why do you worry that? Why do you need to say that again? Sounds like when you're out of the thought, I just say first one, I don't know. How do you people play games with each other. Like I use no one's going to collect property with the satisfaction of the death like this unless of course what they're actually owed that property. How much more longer do you says not true? People play games with everything. And if I look when I say that in general, whatever collecting incumbent property satisfaction of the death, whether you're trying to extract it from a person, or you're trying to extract it ultimately again from mortgage, I'm not going to say you're going to have to go ahead and say destroy. I run a screaming out. She just come across like the universal electronic screaming out like the person on his deathbed. So he's not his part of his property. Right? So even just screaming out, he's not private property. But I'm not on the point of the ugly. And ultimately, again, then he says, by the way, I know that I was not just all my property, but I owe $1,000 to Shimon. What's how the heart? Yeah, man. Ultimately, he's believed. Why? Ultimately, so what's the Chazaka? The Chazaka ultimately, that person doesn't play with the help. He does not wish all of his money, right from when he says that $1,000 was shouldn't be taken at his word. So again, there's an assumption people don't mess around with hectares. So it doesn't see from here that again, people don't like the downside case in Halacha and stuff. We should say that the candidate should be expecting like this. Without a shua, this was a little highly distributed. You're in other countries of low blow. I've got the body of bad affection, which was a very interesting statement. When do you say that people don't mess around with hectares? That's the similar. But as I said, in general, when do people sin? When do people sin? Why do people sin? There's a benefit for it. If we don't know countries of low blow means, I only say because there's a benefit to me. Because we don't distribute that, there's no vested interest for him to sin. He's going to die. He's going to die. Never be sure that what he's saying is honest. So again, that's when we say the person is about to die, that we assume that his state is that he has not played games. But in general, if the person is alive and well, we assume that they listen, they do play games, and therefore even by hectish, you have to take the shua before practice. It's the only case where there would be no obligation of shua, when extracting submission hectish, it would should be right. This is complete credibility because there's no reason for you to lie. What makes us creative over say is when you are collecting. So again, the word just interpreting that last case in Mishnah as Chatan and hectish is not dealing with the case of Chatan and hectish that are making a claim, but rather again, I'm trying to extract the Chatan and hectish. And what is Mishnah enforcing? It's actually enforcing a law that we already learned beforehand. What was the law we already learned beforehand? That if you want to extract money from a Chatan, what's the key to extracting money from a Chatan? I want you to $1,000. You're going to die. His estate was not inherited by his son. I want to touch him with the state. He's not holding me back to me. What do I need in order to collect what I need? A shua. A shua, sacred with hectish. I'm going to have an errand. I'm going to give him $1,000. So they decided to become a full on me. And it was not his entire estate. Now I'm going to like this. I say, straight. They'll be put on my shoulders. Which I'm, by the way, good rule of life in general. Don't people on other people's shoulders. Therefore, the money says, I was collecting hectish. Hectish says, go back. So here's a document. As a work that way, you know, collecting hectish, ultimately again, you acquire a shua. Let's say there was one race making sponsorship that I did not do at the beginning. Let's say a very special sponsorship. But Mother and the British Schwartz, and all of the friends of St. Esther's. In honor and listen to the beautiful dedication to multiple generations of St. Patients with his gifted physical therapy hands, mind, and heart. St. Esther's retires today. Common patients, their children, and their children's children have been healed by Sam. Sam is an icon in the physical therapy industry. But not finished. Next week, she takes his extraordinary physical therapy powers to Eretz Yisrael to tend to people who need it crucially. Sammy, wish you nothing but wonderful health and nachos. Thank you for all you have done for our community and beyond. That's all.
I felt as in control as Michael Mayer driving around fucking Reagan Street.
It's not bad. No. Stop it.
Shit. That was wild.
All right,
I don't know what it is. It's more yeah, that shit weird, bro. It's like picking up a sandbag. Yeah. It's like one of the pieces of graphite in Chernobyl. Yeah, it's weird, right? It's like a different element altogether. You get like confident when you go mulching. You ever mulch? What's that mean? You have to like mulch. You're like, oh, pick up this bag. You go mulch. You have to go mulching. Alright, folks. You can get mechanically what's the name? We can experiment. Yeah, let's get it. Yes.
Good morning.
You know what's funny though, David? I'm realizing right now you're built like a really big midget. You're basically just the world's largest midget. I got short legs. Did you have those midget biceps too? Like extra thick. You see what I'm talking about? Yeah, but it feels like rotisserie chickens. Yeah. Sure, you look like that.
Good morning.
What do you think? Smooth
Jasmine Olive. We are about to say that thanking our sponsors. We thank the annual Colorado sponsor, Chelsea Family of Control. We thank them for sponsoring every student of this year as is a cook. Overseas tourist hotels from Wonderful. We also thank our Control sponsors for the months. We thank Dr. Steven at the Player Museum. Sponsoring for all the student was a sponsor. Remember, it's the mother. Zoom together so yeah, on the website. We also thank our daily sponsors for today. As I would say, even this month's help from one of the two, use the Isaac Preserve for the prayer and the person of Maria and the family should have in the public. The praise God for God from our to talk about the men of the days afterwards, Amr of Anna and Father, 2/3 of the way down the place. Amr of Anna and Amr Schwartz. Father Egypt. The Pagam, the Hoga Lotus Odin, into the iron fire in the Scotland Department. So you want to take the fire, you want to make the fire stay. That is a very clever person who knows the halachas of yesterday. He recognizes that there's a halacha for money in this, which means that someone comes to me and claims that I owe him money, and I admit to part of that loan, and whether it's money or it's items, we said it's still the same halacha. If I admit to part of an obligation, now what is going to be, I have to take a shavua. But the person also knows that if I admit to something which is not in min ha'chana, it's not exactly the same thing. In other words, if you claim that I owe you wheat, if I say it's not true, I owe you barley, then that's not considered to be a dog of mitzvah. That's not considered to be a partial admission, and therefore I'm going to be off the hook and won't have to make a shavua. The person also knows the halacha that if you claim two things, even though they're not the same thing, you claim chitin, wheat, and so barley, so wheat and barley, the person admits to wheat and barley, so he's going to have to make a shul like yesterday, even though two different types of claims for barley. If you admit to one of them, that's considered to be Hodar and Taina, is they have to make a shvua. Now, the average person is very smart. He recognizes that if the claimant comes over comes here and says that I owe wheat and barley, and I admit to the barley and that's make a shua. So what happens? The guy brings him to Beis Din. He says to him, sir, you owe me wheat. Before the guy has a chance to say anything else, God says, I owe you barley. That's it. He shouts out, I owe you barley. Now, what Rabbi is saying is, if the Beis Din picks up on this, and they think this guy's just trying to get ahead of himself, because he knows if he allows the guy to finish his sentence, he's going to say, you owe me barley as well. Now, once he admits that he owes barley, now he has to make a shnua on the wheat as well. Therefore, he gets ahead, which is, I owe you barley. Now, what is the Beis Din here? The Beis Din here is the guy saying, you owe me wheat. The guy says, I owe you barley. That's not a partial admission. That's considered an admission which is not in the time. We'll be off the hook. Shabbat says the Beis Din must be very sharp about what's going on over here. And therefore, Tuan Chitim, the Kadar, the Hagel of its own, he got ahead of himself. And he admitted that he owes barley in Kiba'ar, and if it's like just trying to trick everybody, Tayyib will slap like the Shua, in the Miskave, if that's actually what he really meant, he just was trying to be honest, and wanted to be able to be very upfront, talking to the exempt from the Shua, because it's all God, which is not in the Rabbanim continued. Amar Shmuel, he said, Tanu Shtein Mastin. The person says, you owe me 2 needles against 2 tailors who work together. Maybe his needle broke in the sewing machine. She says to the guy next to him, can I borrow 2 needles? And the Hodel and the Akasne, and he admits that I borrowed 1 needle. What's that halacha? Tayyib, he's trying to make a shua. Why is the head and make a shua? The figure says the Gemara, Yotzi comes out, Kalim, Limashahim. When it comes to Kalim, doesn't have to be of high value. Needles are yes, it could be some needles be very expensive. We're talking about needles as an example of something which is very low value. And since the Gemara proving over here that even though yesterday we said when it comes to money, is required to Kesa. So it's okay to rather for if you admire us to Kesa, or if you are us to Kesa, when it comes to needles, sorry, when it comes to items could be even as simple as a needle, even very little, still we have the concept of a mitzvah, to make a partial obligation, we have to take a step. Papa has the following case. Tanya Kalim, Upuka, city of a hike. Person says you owe me objects and 1 Puka, so no one out of money. The whole of the Kalim, he admits that he owes the actual Kalim with Papa and Puka. He denies that he owes the Puka. What's the halacha? Papa. He's exempt from taking his score, which is similar to what Rob said, which is the denial has to be to Kesa, 2 points. Just denying one thing is not sufficient, unless you're not a shua. However, what if he admits that he owes the pizza, the kapar the Kalim, he denies the Kalim. So then Shayib is to be obligated to take the shua. More explains Kavah Torah about the shua. More went through these pages to show us. In one case, halacha is like Rav. We want to bring a Rav halacha that the shua has to be. And then most 2 coins. The Kavah Yishmuel is saying he gives a small which is in the 2 things. And admits to one of them, it continues to be a Hodah Minimum Haywa, which is an admission, which is similar to the claim, and yet is not taking shua. What is that? Public to Rav, one of the spirit of Haywa. The first one is like Rav, is a denial and a claim. As it is small, the ones that small, from a partnership with Kusa-Ori, they claim 2 different things. The whole of the Akasne and you admit to one of them because it's pure there. And then a title which is similar to the claim, and title you have to pay a shua. Next case, the Mishnah says, Money biyadka. Person goes reading out the Shimon and says, Shimon, money biyadka. You owe me money. And Shimon responds and says, Aim to start biyadka. I owe you nothing. If you have nothing in my hands, you have nothing on me, I owe you nothing. You deny the entire thing. His contract is not obligated to this court. I'm not for now, and that's what we mentioned yesterday. You must be out for Shmua's essence. And requiring this person to deny it to take a Shmua's essence. Shmua's essence is a Shmua's abundant rabbinic oath that he has to take. says the term has this structure phrase is usually place upon. In other words, this is an imposed shvua. It was going to be imposed shvua. Nighttime, what's the reason why Rabbi decided to first let it take a shvua? In other words, goes to Shimon and says, Shimon, mommy, Shimon turns around and says, wow, you know what are you talking about? Why is the Lord saying we have to make a shvua? The guys are random guys, you go to Shimon, turns around and mommy, Shimon denies it, all of a sudden Shimon has to take a shvua, you want to say, I'll tell you what, Chazaka. And the established that there's a chazaka, it's clear, any item to avoid all of the years. Not normal, people don't go over to other questions and own money to their money. So if he's hoping that someone owes the money, he probably does owe the money. He doesn't have enough honor to obligate to pay for it, but therefore the Lord said, since it's very uncommon to leave it over to someone and close his own money, the fact that he did it means there's something going on here, or therefore imposes a shavua. When I said, the opposite is true. Because that's not what the main public is about over. The chazaka of the person is not going to be happy with the actions to deny it. Then it takes a certain number of principle. He borrows money from somebody, you just deny it. Crazy person lends you money, you want to get the money back, you do just deny it. The fact that someone being entirely denying it should actually mean you didn't borrow the money, because normal people don't do that. Normal people don't borrow money from people, they just deny the whole thing. Therefore, why we have to swear? That says, no. You're right. It's true that people generally do not deny the loan that they actually owe. However, the difficult is that this very thing becomes standard. Sometimes people want to push off the payers very well. In other words, what I'm saying is the following. When a person borrows money, why does he borrow the money? Because he needs to spend it. That's the point. No more outside it. People borrow money because he needs to spend money on something. Therefore, what happens is, in many cases, the person borrows money, he doesn't have enough of his own money, so he borrows money from somebody else, so he spends it. What happens if you happen not to have yet recovered money? So instead of going through the whole thing and saying, no, I'm sorry, I have 30 more days, sometimes people be a little dishonest and say, what? Well, I'm not sure what you're talking about. The intention really is to postpone the loan until you're very back. They'll probably say, yeah. You understand that maybe you do owe the money. But you're going to add some pressure to you and say, you're denying it? You deny the whole loan? You claim you didn't borrow it? Take it sure you didn't borrow it. If the problem I'm hoping that in that process, you guys can say, you know what? I don't want to make this sure that I didn't borrow the money. I have to go on up to say, you know what? I did borrow the money. But I'm not ready to pay you back. Give me a week. Give me 2 weeks. And that's the point of the sure. Because generally people will not deny the way but really you need is just want to push it off. Now somebody will explain, either have a need to parameter. That's a good way up here. Hey, Doc, you want patience. That might be people not knowing that you want to prove that this idea, this consciousness, that maybe you can understand it is quite normal. You're supposed to postpone it. That might be you, but other than a comfort of love, a person who denies a monetary loan comes for ages. Instead of talking for ages, even though he was lying to himself, comes for ages, obviously Rashi points out this means that if you deny it, you cannot take it for a shua. If you take it for a shua, then he's hustling it because he's disqualified to testify because he's a liar. However, if the kado is a positive item, then the person denies that he's positive. You know why? When I give you something to watch, you know you're supposed to do with it? Keep it exactly where you're supposed to. You put it in your drawer, you put it in your safe, you put it away, the person will be safe. There is absolutely no reason why you postpone giving back that item unless you use it. You use it and you really violate your commitment to it. So therefore, when it comes to monetary things, people borrow money because they want to spend it. Sometimes when you spend money, you expect that you pay on your investment, but sometimes it takes a little longer than you expect. So instead of going through the whole discussion, sometimes people be a little bit dishonest and say, I never borrowed it. The intention is to say, I'll pay you back next week. However, when it comes to this item that you're watching, you're supposed to hold on to it. Therefore, if you claim that you don't have it, that means it's not there, and then you're ready to violate the so even Moscow said, he was the consequence of the Shua Rabbi, within the Jew I was safe, which is the evidence of that witness as Mother Rupi Yazda, even though Shua says, you have a mother God. Amalo, Shimon says, hey, that's true. I do owe you the money. Lamachar the next day, Amar Lo, he says to him, you really owe me the money. Can you please pay out? Lamachar Amar Lo, he says, clearly, give it to me. Rabbi says, Masaka Masa, I paid you back. What's not Masa? Just Reuben looks at Shimon and says, Shimon, you owe me $100. Shimon says, that's true. I do owe you $100. The next day, Reuben looks at Shimon and says, remember you owe me $100? He says, yes, I remember that. So can you please pay me, says Reuben. Shimon says, no, I actually paid you yesterday. What's not Masa? We talked it. So he immediately owes the money. He also says, you paid the money. I'm not going to school to test it. We didn't go. Requirement to take this law, and when the law says not the last generation, the law says that you make this rule and you can lie the whole thing. Can I say that? Certainly in the case where you have to use all the money, that's what we claim, everyone's going to be able to take this within a code. However, not the last generation, say that. What it says, in the same way, you have to take this with that, and now I'm going to tell it. What it says in the case where you have to use all the money, just to be told you pay back the next day, it's a hopper who gives you all the money. In this case, since there is already something it's called a blind together. In other words, you already know that something that smells over here, I know that there's a loan. So you already have a suspicion that there's a loan, and that gives you told you that you pay it back. So you're going to pay the money. However, in the first case, we didn't know the city and said, so you owe me $1,000. The city said, I don't know, but you're talking about my case. Back to the hospital, I said, go to the money. We didn't know the case, anybody owes any money. It's like the case for now. It was not a good way to take a share of the money. But it's like after the death of the Ramon, the family was so good today. This term comes up in shots a few times. Typically, when you see it, it's going to be my focus up because it's what it means. Rashi really says it means there's a loss of money. So typically, whenever there's a monetary discussion going on, you're really owes some money that's absorbed in the money. However, when it comes to a messiah, to a loss, to that concept, that's a case where only losing, it's just the loss of a gain. In that case, it's not a Georgia. So it's just generally so Georgia means that if you take away everyone's verbal claim, you'll recognize that there's a suffix over here. You see two people holding on to something, you can observe that, or no one says anything, you figure out that there's a sign or there's a suffix. Over here, not either one of them to say it. It seems that everyone gets it right, and another thing that means that there's something to something to. In other words, it smells like there's a lemon in there. In that case, you're going to require it to be a store. You got that. Now you want to go on to a different discussion. You mentioned the practical store taxes. You ensure that I don't know what you're going to post. So what is the hierarchy between these two videos and the physical host? You want to ensure the right side, the shield up on the other hierarchy different between the shield and the right side, the physical host here, and the shield up on the physical host here. Now, if you look at the following is the difference. You just shield. Or you can flip the shield. This means is, let's say you against the shield that says, you owe me $1,000, shield denies it, and we say it's shield. You have to take a shit with it. Now, what if someone says, I'm not interested in taking a shit with that money? Rather, I would say, you didn't want the money from me, you pay when I owe you the money, you make this shit with. Now, the law says, you go to the right side, you're not free. When it comes to shit with the right side, you have a motion in the case. But when somebody has to take this law, the court says, you have to start to get this man. In such a case, if someone's going to take this law, who cannot give it up to you again? Now, when you drop all that, when it comes to the vehicles here, not key on, you shouldn't be going to put it back on you. In other words, a lot of people follow. Me don't like some. When you then claim that someone owes you money, and someone says that they don't owe you anything, there's no monetary loan. There's no monetary obligation. And therefore, what's Shimon's obligation over here? Nothing. Because I'm trying to, Chazal said, you know what? Let's try to settle this well for everyone. It's confident in the halakha. So you know what? The lady that is saying is pressure on them, what he said, is just try to push it up. So let's make this year. So let's tell you, no monetary obligation. What Shimon could say, I'm not interested in making this war. You make it. When it comes to the Alaisa, really, what gives you that there is a monetary obligation over you? So then the shmua is really exempting yourself. You don't want to make this war. You're You can't push it every other place. Yeah, it's really different. The Russians hold on, but actually,
sit down, get a lap dance, and decide if she
so
should
it's
work
not
in the
about
yellow
actually,
rose.
but the rest of them not too much. Even when it comes to
Real
abilities,
audition
it
here.
helps you
We're gonna see what happens here. Hold on, save your energy.
None of us feel like it.
Cody, get up here, sit in the chair, and then you're gonna decide if they use the river fire Xavier for one night only. Here we have
some of the possession with it.
All
Good all right, so. Really good all right, so.
right, here we go. Here's a little lap dance from ABO.
Let's say, the world is take a step, the first to pay back. The rock on it, if you need to swear, you're not feeling it, so that means actually going to the first possession for pay back. That's what we're going to happen to you. Just think of this for a second.
Look out.
You have religion. You then get to Shimon, it says, Shimon the only money. Now, Shimon says, Ayam. Rabbi says, Shimon take a shvua. Now, Shimon says, I don't want to take a shvua. I'd rather you than take a shvua.
What do you mean this
So now,
bad? It's so
let's say
gross.
we're
Okay,
talking
hold
about
on a
shvua,
second.
or should we go right?
What do you think?
Now, and that's the case with the thing where you possess it. Now we're the following case. Shimon says, I need you to swear. So now, it's a shvua to go right, so going to Rabbi, she will take away some of this thing, let's say you possess it. How can you get out of that? He just says, Ruben to swear. Now, Ruben doesn't want to swear. Ruben doesn't get it. He's off the line. In other words, it's possible to circumvent this whole thing, and you won't have to swear for the payout, and those things can force you, but you have to take a risk. Because Shimon, if he allows Ruben to take the shvua, so then, if Ruben takes the shvua, he gets to take the money. There's nothing you can do about it.
Make sure you go to the Yellow Rose River when you go to any
Basically,
store.
go ahead and
And
see the
CBO,
profit.
I absolutely love your energy, and the weird way you sort of
not going
remind
to
me
want
of
to
my
swear,
mom, and she
she has
was
a way
never
of
a
such a
stripper,
record
never
of
with the
seems
prince
to
in
be
it.
an interesting
It
point.
wasn't
This
so
is
amped
the
up on
animal,
whatever the
if
fuck
it's
you're
not
on,
when that
but
feeling, let's
I
say,
love
by
you.
refusing to
Come back
swear,
again,
ask
sign
you
up again,
to
will
swear.
you?
Again, there's a risk that we will swear. These are nothing to do with it. I will teach them no longer buffer. Things is no longer going to allow him to swear to get out of it. Things is never going to set up a situation where you let it go as a false clarification.
Thank you so much. Come back for this lady.
Moving swear that you owe me, and she would swear that you don't owe me, basically not guilty.
She would be my
And now you
first
have to
pick on my
that's
cell
not
phone
the
team.
only difference, but there are girls who don't look at that better now.
Ladies and gentlemen, your flight off comedian of the night, a regular that needs no introduction whatsoever. This is a brand new medic from the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery.
Basically, parents for someone who can't move definitely. So again, really reduce capacity. So if the person who's really reducing collection capacity in the company, that's all we do. Doesn't know things yet. It's all these people don't have an electric ability to accomplish what they need. However, if we find something, the reason why girls in the guys get shot. If you take it from them, the girls can go to halakha from Gaza, we got to show we can't have a society that people just start taking consideration people because we get halakha from Gaza. You see how much she says? Yes, I get that. It's actually real fast. If a child finds a little radical on the street, he picks it up and he says, oh, you child, you can't continue. You're not acquired. You grab that in his hand, there's a double. So it's that was the stuff that was that means Gaza government is the vote. No, it's not really a typical Gaza because they go right so the kids who happen to be considered to be Gaza. Yes, a real Gaza, or it seems to have taken away from him as a real piece. But I got to be able to do this. I like this one. See the other? You see, we're going to come to a big type of video. Still, you're going to play with all the halachas of Gaza or Gaza or taking away. So in other words, we only come to a big type of shua. It seems we'd say we take away from him. So the question is, we have to make sure but yes, we need to be there to never touch the issue. This is similar to this, okay? This is not where we mitzvah when we is the point of to actually ask people to do. What happens is the person who has to make the shua is a person who is very bad in sessions to operate before, and we think this guy's a liar. Therefore, we say, we're not going to play the shua on you because we don't trust the shua. You need to have to do it in the past. So you can't put that up on?
Yeah, dude.
You're right, so like the talk about shua, the so not either. When it comes to physical obligations, it's the person who has the skill to take upon him. It's the step of life. The basic skills to allow Kelly to say, you know what? You don't take a short shimon, but we don't trust you. You have to ask you get to do it. And we got all of the captain when it comes to what the head Shazua is the imposed solution. It's a captain with the pencil of even the other double solution to say, this is the imposed Shazua too. The shimon is not something, therefore, we're going to say, you need to do it to level of the cover. We're going to fix it. And once we're one of the bigger organizations, why would that other left to say, my idea of it. In other words, you want to be wondering what happens when you have on if there's a zero, it's the red, you're forced to let it stay up. What do we do? How do we approach our system? We want to say, Misham Kirale, let's communicate it. We couldn't even prepare it. In other words, this guy becomes isolated completely. You quarantine him. No, the question was the division is in until he pays up. You want to, I'm going to read it out to you. How not to the Christians do not skip what you did. And the shout to your leaving. This is, the real translation is, you are really grabbing on to Casper did not see the limits to take up the place. In other words, the problem here is, you're not going to take away his possession. So what do? You put the guy into a corner and put him there forever, and so he can never come out. Now, Rashi says this is a lesson that you have. Part of the lesson that you were saying is, you're grabbing onto a person if you on this private person, and therefore, the person's going to have no choice other than just to actually ask what you're demanding of it. Now, what the point is, you're telling me when it comes to a big obligation, you don't force the guy to pay. Is there any more forcing than telling a person who's excommunicated forever to never do business again until he pays up? Of course, that's forcing him to pay. The word says no. Ella vaya dino de YouTube by Dino, ella de Santino, de Santino, as the message by Lidley, then by Medina, the people of Santino. We put it prepared for 30 days until the time of lapses come. Once the time of lapses comes, for 30 days, the most communicated, using the last thing, you say, you know what? You execute again 30 days, not your lapses, you declare, and this way comes up in the you force it to pay, you may be comfortable. For 30 days, ultimately, you have to pay. I'm going to talk to high mind, the output start off top red. The other person is putting out a document on his spread, which takes the extra money. Normally, start off career, the person says, yes, I do actually borrow money from you. You did that document, but I take you back. Immediately, loud call career. Chicken Napoli, one of the stars, Napoli, Zishwa, the in Amar, what he says, I'm confident I'll take you back. I know you still have the document because they owe you the money. Listen, I got you to swear, but I still owe you the money to pay it back. I mean, the way, the stop was, yes, go ahead, you make a swear that you didn't pay it back. Some of us have made the way of that. My thing is, let's put you in that story. What's the difference between this and a total story? What's total story mean? Total story means when a person admits that a loan document has some type of flaw. The typical example Rothschild folks said here is when it comes to a super, when a woman's owed the money for a super loan, she admits the husband pays back. They pay back part of it. What it's all up is, I have a document that says Ruben owes me money, and now I go to Ruben and I say, Ruben, you owe me money, but I'm admitting some parts of this document are not accurate. In such a case, I would have to make a sure that you still owe me the rest of the money. Now, one thing very interesting here. The Ruben goes to Shimon and says, you owe me $1,000 as stated in this document, and Shimon says, not true, I paid you back. Then the halacha is, Shimon could require Ruben to swear. Now, why should Ruben have to swear? There's nothing wrong with that document. That document is perfectly fine. And Laura asks this by saying, the only time we find that the one who's claiming that the lender has to take the swear is if he has risk that the loan document has a flaw. In that case, he has to swear. And here you're telling me, the loan document has no flaw on it. It doesn't really oppose the flaw on it. The loan document has a flaw on it. And that does not have a flaw on it. In both cases, you're trying to make the swear. Okay, now we have some options out there, pardon. In that case, where the guy ultimately knows that he has a flaw in it, the real faith to my vote to say, you know what? Take the swear. So either way or not,
I say a lot of things, I talk a lot of shit. We say we love our sponsors, everything, right? I'm dead serious. The sketch videos that this guy and his partners have made, Alien Keys, are one of the only innovative things that have been made in the last decade of worth fucking watching. And this man next to me is a genius. Please support their cause and watch his videos. You're gonna laugh your fucking ass off. Also, check out Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast, available everywhere on Patreon. And make sure you watch the Alien Keys sketch videos, most importantly. Tell your friends about it. Have viewing parties. Have a blast watching Alien Keys. How about one more time for Shane Gillis, everybody? This band is unbelievable. Make some noise for John Dees on the keyboard. Matt Fuel on the guitar. Michael Gonzalez on drums. And on the bass guitar, let him hear you. The madness, everybody. We have so much fun here every single week. This shit's been crazy everyone here in Austin. I love seeing you guys out and about on what's supposed to be an off night like this. We have more fun than most people do on the best night of the year. Right, man? Love you guys. Thank you. Thank you, Kazanos in Texas.
Claims you would pay back, but if you lose it off, or this is said if you raise your turn in front of agent, if you borrow in front of agent, you have to pay back in front of agent. And you are your salary, the salary. Omar would lead them around. Kamal that's the hair agent, personally was going to his friend, with agent, in other words, John Lewis was there from time to time. So, with all of the agents, he has to pay him back. When this Hawaka was said, by a master from the school, Omar leaves. Shmuel said, Yoko Loma Loka is up to 20 foot. In other words, it's never, this Hawaka is never going to be relevant. Why? Because, let's just play out the case. You're going to let going to Shimon in front of 2 agents. What's Hawaka? Shimon has to pay back. You're going in front of 2 agents. Shmuel says, Shimon simply could say, I can't pay you back in front of 2 agents. Now, what are we going to do? The Colombo laws for taking the Tony for the paying in front of Liberty Yuda. All Colombo is messing out. Even though the guy, the other, the usual, therefore they're not good. In other words, the fact is that it's playing that is going to undermine the whole idea that paying in front of agents. Therefore, since it is playing to pay in front of agents, identified 2 years of people say, we now live in China. We can't get over them. So therefore, helping for the fact. The money will be also. Person says, you need to see, you don't get money. All our law is just in hey, yes, everybody owe you that money. With all our law, he wrote today, he says to the he's trying to see what's happening with all. I think he was here. That's how our talk to he talked like what's wrong with our he was a time agent, AJ, since he claimed in front of agent that he owed him the money to not to owe the agent, because if he left the money for the agent. And so what's up? Look at money. Conquer. I mean, how often is that his conquer? What do you see? Even though he claimed in front of agent that he owes him the money, still, he could claim that he paid back even though they weren't agent, and he's off the house. You see that they're asking Israel. He must have taken them out of days. She has to draw out. This seems to be representing the Rash, the Rasi, and therefore must be that what is he does the direct correlation. He wants to know what that's what to actually back and explain. Ana, he only pays up to the Kara owes favorite agent. I need something that is actually lending the money in front of agent. The loan is today handled. He's clearly saying, I don't trust you. No, we're living with the Shimon and everyone else. Shimon says, lend me $100. Now, if Ruben responds and says, no problem, but hold on a second. Let me just call Ruben over to watch this because I want to make sure that there's security. What's he indicating? He's indicating, I don't trust you. And therefore, he's saying, I don't trust you, I want you to borrow it from the agent, but you should pay back the cultivation. We don't know what's going to happen here. I know that tomorrow you're going to say you paid me back. So therefore, it's such a choice, you have to pay back the cultivation. Also, the other thing what happened, collecting the money is private. When you talk to the guy, the fact that there's a conversation with the person from the agent does not indicate that he's not it. He's actually going to require him to pay back the agent. It just happens to him that way. There's no indication that he has this specificity he has to pay back the agent. But Yosef not still have to. Yosef was the power. All of you know about you. Among the Saver the agent, any of those stuff to follow the agent. The opposite. You let someone's money from the community, you do not have to pay back the community. However, for killing, you said, how to for any other agent, don't pay it back. No, for agent, that's all up. In such a case, when he says, he stipulates this condition, don't pay me back for agent. And such a case starts to follow the agent, that's still for the agent. Now, if he needs to finish the law, he said this to finish the law, they find the same way. However, you said, you have to limit for a thing that they're going to for you. Even if you said out the phrase, if you don't pay me back, unless they're agent, still, he could say, you're right, I have to pay back for the agent. And guess what? I did. Where are they? All for another years. Yeah, we traveled to Medina Siyam to a far away city if we would have it. So now, regarding to that dimension, Mother, you owe me, it's Amish. You owe me money. Hey, he says, yes, I do. I'll take care of the lady. Don't pay me back. Unless they're releases there. The next day he says, pay me back. Once you said, I did give it to you. It's a lot of time. He's obligated to still pay. Why? Because the agent. He has to pay in front of the agent. What does it see? What does it seem like over here? It's small. Small is correct. But we're small seem to say that you can never require a guy to pay in front of the agent because he can go agent and travel to another country. It seems to be just says that you are required to pay in front of agent. And if you don't have this agent, you not believe. I'm an small time ID. No, it's my focus time ID. The time if you live in the right side. The person says, the agent of the Sikha, I lent you money from the witnesses. The agent, orally, I want you to pay me back. It's orally, pay you back in front of the agent. Oh, you take, you have your raya, should also, you have to go ahead and bring the raya you pay back. What's all up? If you were the Sarah Omar, you have to let her he could respond and say, even though you require me to have agent, you can still say, but I know that particularly if I put you buddy, I paid you back in front of the following two people. Don't bring the you travel away, left to the night. In other words, you can get out of this problem by saying, I did pay back in front of the agent, but it's not here anymore. So, as Mark says, Parafut Asa, remind the Shas Halva Kai. How do you know that that's talking about a case where he said at the time that he left it, during the Shas Halva? Maybe that's looking at the earlier, where later on he's claiming the money. He said, you know what? I don't want you to pay me back. And let's say, that's not the same thing as our Mishnah will first say that it's time to be back. In such a case, it's true that when we say, he became the agent and traveled away. However, he said, and we will say that, either we say at the time we were alone, and therefore, how do you come alone? Loud the agent of the Sifa, didn't I want to get everybody from the agent? Therefore, the agent, how do I come up? You're crazy, you should pay back the five agent. I was a child so far, you know, so far, it's possible. Everybody's doing the time is alone. And because the time of one way, you don't feel the report. Before you go to your this person, but everybody's going to do it. You have to actually identify the witnesses and still review it. Alright. I'm going to copy this bigger level. A copy says the little level. So for start, what's the halacha? I'm out of the agent. You do learn, if you go ahead and lend someone money in front of witnesses, start in front of the agent, you have to pay back in front of the agent. Now, if you think it was so clear, the Gemara says, don't worry about it, we have cut focus about that too. The Papa says, no, what's the halacha? The Papa is going to be Rabbi Amar. Mavaseh of agents, and starts as part of the agent. Now, again, it's clearly that my focus what the halacha is. Then Amar also training of the agent. Starts as part of the agent, he actually stipulated clearly said, I'm lending you money, but please, don't pay me back unless they're agents. Or the Amar, Praticha b'Pekon, Yukon Yosef Yisiyam, Neman. But the halacha, he is going to be Neman, who will be believed since he paid in front of the agent. So again, clearly two different opinions as to what the bottom line halacha is. More gives a simmer for the following cases that are going to come up. We'll start with them and see how far we go. Simon, moving to Shimon, the tunnel of Elfasa, Yazvi Para, Pony, Plony, Afti Sitrai, the Hamusa Kibetre. So let's go get the cases. And we're done with the top row. First he says to his friend, keep probably Lee, Baki Mission. You owe me money. You owe me $100. When you pay me back, I would like you to pay me back in front of these two specific people, Reuven and Shimon. If Reuven and Shimon, in other words, it seems like you're saying, if Reuven and Shimon are there, pay me back. If Reuven and Shimon are not there, don't pay me back. Now, what's that about? You pay me back, not in front of Reuven and Shimon, I don't know, the soft cards of Gulen, two random people. Now, what's that about? Rabbi, Bapi Trey, Amarle, Bapi Trey Pare. He told him to pay back in front of two people. You're right, he specified Reuven and Shimon. But the bottom line is, when he borrowed money, he paid back the money, and it was a cultivated. Who cares if it's Reuven and Shimon? The Rabbi of the argument says no. The husband telling about Reuven and Shimon, they should be on the side. He actually wanted Reuven and Shimon to be there because he knows Reuven and Shimon. He's going to get a hold of Reuven and Shimon. So therefore, he can do it from Reuven and Shimon, he assumes it's not paid back. Next. A person says to his friend, keep paraply, parally, ba'apli, take trade, become a when you pay me back, I'd like you to pay back this one from two people who are Torah scholars. Don't just choose two random people off the street. I would like the two witnesses to be approved Torah scholars. Now, also, Pare, being delay, the delay. He just paid him privately. He's not paying in front of any Torah scholars. Now, this is something, this is what happened. It's Nisu, Hanak is using. That money that was returned, some type of unpreventable circumstance came up, and that money got lost. Let's play out the case. Reuven was money to Shimon, and said, Shimon, when you pay me back in front of the Torah side. Shimon shows up, and goes to Reuven and says, remember, last week I borrowed $100 from you? Here's the $100. There's no Torah scholars in sight. He gives him the $100, and he walks away. Now, Reuven goes away with that money, and as he's walking away, some type of illness happens that he gets held up. The guy takes his money away from him, and he holds him up, he steals the money. Now, what happens? Also, to make your basket, Reuven comes in front of the doctor. In Kibule Kabaltinu, it's true that I did get the money. I, Reuven, did receive the money from Shimon. However, Kabaltinu Mine, because I was just holding on to the money for Shimon. But Amina, I said to him, I said, there will be something that I'm holding on to for Shimon. Until we come across two Torah scholars who were kind tonight. At that point in time, the stipulation will have been fulfilled, the tonight will be fulfilled. At that point in time, the Lord will be paid back. In other words, the following: the guy was a clever guy. He says, if he paid the money back to me, and then I got held up, I got mugged on the street, my money that I lost my money. But if I'm holding on to the money for Shimon, so then I'm a Shomakinam, I'm watching this money for free. If someone goes ahead and holds me up and takes his money, go back to Shimon and say, listen, Shimon, I did my best to watch your money. What can I do? I got held up on the street. Someone took it away. I'm sorry your money's lost. And by the way, you also owe me $100 you never paid back. This was his claim. So the Lord says, Amalei, he said to him, Shimon the Kavod is divided Shaklasinim. You admit, divided Shaklasinim, you got the money from Shimon. He paid you back. Now, you're going to tell me, okay, you made tonight, what's the problem? Your condition wasn't fulfilled, that there should be 80 million of our Torah scholars. Guess what? Zilai Sigu, come here. So, both me and Rav Sheshes are here, and you want to know about our Torah scholar qualifications. The Tanina, we actually know halachos, V'sifra, V'sifri, V'tosefta, V'kula Tamuta. We're actually quite knowledgeable Torah scholars, so here your condition is fulfilled. In other words, they're saying to him, go jump with him. I went to Amar Le Latavri. The person said to his friend, probably Meir Zuze, the Oziftef, give me the following amount of money. What is 100 zug that I lent you? Amar Le, never happened. I don't owe you any money. Although I see Sadi the Osvei, who power. If something very interesting. We found witnesses that were actually there at the time of the loan. The only problem was these witnesses said we were there at the time of the loan, but we were also there when we paid you back. So we're not going to be helpful to you. So what's the halacha? Oh, Rabbi, right now, but you. Sorry, right now, what should we do? In the Amri Ostei, these two witnesses are here to actually substantiate the loan. So they say he borrowed it, but in Amri Khaled, the same people who are substantiating the loan are actually saying that he paid back, so we can't really help you. There's nothing we can do. Rabbi disagrees and he says, embedded in the claim of I never borrowed from you is embedded in that claim is you didn't pay. In other words, once you claim you never borrowed the money, you are admitting you didn't pay back the money because nobody pays back money that they didn't borrow. That's the concept of So Rabbi says, we will believe the agent on one of the statements. We will believe the agent that you borrowed the money. However, when it comes to the fact that you're saying you pay back the money, you are contradicting the agent. Because you claim you never borrowed it. So the fact that you claim you never paid back, so that will dismiss that half what the agent said. What's left? If you say you borrowed the money, sir, you're going to have to pay it. Person says to his friend, Havli made a Lizzie. About thinking about give me $100 that are in your possession. Otherwise, no practice of the festival is done. You didn't go pay it back in front of Reuben and Shimon. So also told me money. So they went out, they got these two identified witnesses, and they said, us, we were the witnesses that walked and paid back? Nope, never happened. This guy has now been officially established as a liar. Why? He claims that he paid back the loan in front of Reuben and Shimon. Reuben and Shimon say the whole thing is a bubble night, so it never happened. We didn't watch this guy pay back the loan. So I'm going to Rabbi, no, I disagree with you. Sometimes you have an obligation to know things. Sometimes you don't have an obligation to know things. In this case, you are not required to pay back in front of Adam. You're required to pay back. You're claiming you paid back. Now, it happens to be, you think Reuben and Shimon are there, but it's not an obligation that you should know that Reuben and Shimon are there, and therefore it's possible you mix up the identities of Reuben and Shimon, and it could be that's a mistake, but that's not going to prove you as a liar. Let's do one more case. A person says to his friend, give me 600 zuz. Important to remember, 600 zuz. About 600 that you owe me. In other words, that I have in your possession. He says to Vlad Hatifa, Mea Kavi Afti, the Kaina Beshita Shita, have I not paid you back 100 kav of Afti? Afti is, I'm not exactly sure what it is, some type of nut that goes on a tree we used to use for working hides. I don't know exactly what it is. I'm not sure. Yeah. It's okay. That's what it is. He says, I pay back these Afti that are, they're worth 6. I gave you 100 of them. So in other words, 600 is 600. So I paid you back the proper value. So I'm like, no, incorrect. Lab, it's only worth 4. In other words, you did give me these Afti only $400 worth. Also, trace out, the two witnesses came. One of them said, the Arba Avikam, it was only worth 4 at the time, so therefore, according to your calculation, that it was 100, so it turns out you only pay back 400. I'm a Rabbi, what's the confidence? Rabbi says he's a liar. Why? Because he claimed it was 6, it was really worth 4. I'm a Rabbi Bartama, no, Rabbi, why do you go back to what you said before? You told us, you know, why you're like Yiddish, Lava Daite. Didn't you tell us that people don't have to know something that they could make a mistake? In other words, this guy is not a nut dealer. So he doesn't know exactly how much they're worth. So therefore, he took he thought they were worth 6. And therefore, that's why he claimed it. But again, his claim is I paid you $600 worth. He's sticking to the fact he paid $600 worth. He happened not to have known the value of the nuts, and therefore he said the wrong amount. He still claims to pay you back the $600. How did I get the $600 from these nuts? Maybe I gave you $400 worth of nuts and $200 of cash, and maybe I gave you more nuts, whatever it is. I know I paid you back. Rabbi responds and says, no. People know how much these cost. And therefore, even though it's maybe not a halakhic obligation to know about it, he knew about it, and the fact that he lied about it means that he's a liar. We'll stop here for today. Have a wonderful day. A great day, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Today's daf is Shuvah Daf Mem. We begin today's daf by thanking all of our sponsors. We thank our annual Torah sponsor, the Tzessin family, for sponsoring all the shurim of the year of this cluster of Shuvah Daf Mem. We also thank Dr. Stephen Dr. Carter Zinn for sponsoring the shurim Rock and Never Memories. These numbers go to see the way they are sponsors for y'all. And it's a Beyonce and Shai in Rio, and of course, in the Kama. We also thank the Florida practice group for today, Iran and Lisa Rock, the sponsor of our here today, in memory of Israel with Bachmel. And we have a link-linking sponsorship here. We thank Michael. The sponsor is Daciani this morning. We're the first for giving modified Spanish China Yisra. If you don't have any report today. We've got one. But let them not fool you. We are starting on that one of 10 days. About a third of the way down the oven. We have also started to see that. If you want to say when they make a mistake with the Shvuah, only when they say to Rabbi Isaiah, just know that it doesn't make a difference what you mean when you make the Shvuah. That's not the relevant point, but the relevant point is what we have in mind. Now, those those two are going to tell you what we want you to swear about, and when you take the Shvuah, that is what your shvuah is referring to. So you want to ask, why don't you remember Le'afi? Why do you have to tell this guy this? Why do you have to have this thing where his Eitzim has one thing in mind, and you're telling him your shvuah upon our mind, more such a show, telling the Rabbi because of the story that happened with this sticker brother. This is the story that came up previously in the Gemara, which was this individual was brought to Beis Din because he denied a loan, and he had claimed that he had returned the money to its proper owner. Came to Beis Din, the owner was there, and he was adamant he had not gotten the loan back. But what happened? Beis Din told him, go ahead, take a shvuah, and he paid him back. He handed the Balchon, he handed him his walking stick, and while the Balchon was holding up his walking stick, he took the shvuah and he paid him back, and the Balchon was so upset. He knew clarity, 100% clarity, this guy was not paying him back. He could not believe the guy had such an audacity to go, hey, take the fourth shvuah in Beis Din and pay him back, took the walking stick to put it on the floor, took broke, and after all the money came out of the walking stick. He found out that this guy had hired that walking stick, he put the money in, and he told him shit. Where he had technically paid the guy back by handing him the walking stick. At the time that he took the shvuah, he wasn't lying, but ultimately he had the stick to keep the money, and he said that, you can't have people having these little shit up their sleeve when they make the shvuah, based on what he says, and makes the like I now we want to go back to discussion about Shmuel Kodesh. A couple of things you have to keep in mind here as we go into this Gemara. One of us are very familiar with the terminology, but this will also very smoothly and very easy. We have something called the timer. A timer is the coin. Basically, that is true the entire trade. So really, if someone is claiming that someone owes them money, whatever you specify as the someone owes him, that's called the timer. Then we have something called the shira. The shira is whatever you're going to deny. You can get somebody says you owe me $100, somebody denies that he owes 100, he denies he owes 50, and he has the hajjah, the admission that he owes 50. So the timer is 100, the fira is 50, and the hajjah is 50. It's a very simple sort of case. That's a typical case of Rabbi Mitzvah. The person claims 100, the person responds and says he owes 50, so he admits that he owes 50, that's going to be the hajjah, and there's a fira, there's a denial on 50. That's one set of terms to get involved. Fira, the timer, and the hajjah. We're also going to have to remember the following. So when we talk about money in the Mishnah, there's two different ways of describing money. There's dafka. Dafka means that I am claiming that I specifically owe the following type of money from you. So if I say you owe me 50 dimes, I'm asking you for dimes specifically. If I say a certain amount of gold, I'm asking you for gold. If I ask you for copper, I'm asking you for copper. If I'm asking you for silver, I'm asking you for silver. That's gospel. Essentially saying that it's not an amount of money, it's not a worth that I'm asking you for. So in other words, the person says to somebody, you owe me $100 bills. So technically, generally, you don't view that as doubtful that I want dollar bills. So you're saying it's $100. So now, if the person denies it in quarters, nickels, singles, $2 bills, $5 bills, $20 bills, it all makes no difference because what we're talking about is shava. Shava means it's just the worth of what I'm playing. So again, dafka means a specific denomination, specific type of coin. Shava means a value of the coin. And the last thing we have to remember is the concept of Odah Mimina Taina. That means that if I go to somebody and I claim that he owes me, I make my taina. My taina is the claim that he owes me a certain amount of money. Now, the person denies my claim, but he admits something else. But generally speaking, when a person denies part of a claim, but admits to part of the claim, that's the concept of a modern success, where he's obligated to take a biblical oath. He has to take an oath on whatever he denies. However, there is a caveat. According to most opinions, like we're going to say, like we're going to see, we saw in the Mishnah already, the hajjah has to be Mimina Taina. So therefore, if a person claims that I owe him $100, and I say I owe you a hot dog, so then the hajjah is not Mimina Taina. There's two different stories here. One of them is a monetary claim that I owe you $100, and then the admission that I'm admitting that I owe you money is essentially saying that I owe you a hot dog or a pastrami sandwich. It has nothing to do with what I claim. So let's just make sure we get all those terms in order when we know very smoothly. Again, taina is what I claim, hajjah is what I admit, fira is what I deny, dafka means a very specific coin, shava means the value of those coins, hajjah meaning a taina means that I'm admitting to something similar to the claim, except that we get the variation in the amount. Hajjah, which is not Mimina Taina, in other words, it's an admission which is not from the same type as the claim. That is, I am admitting to something entirely different than what you claimed, and therefore it would technically, according to most opinions, not be subject to the entire concept of Hajjah makes sense. Amarav, Rav tells us the following. The more starts up with the Mishnah Taina Shkei Kesef. The Mishnah tells us that in Taina, the claim has to be 2 kesef. And we learn this from the Pasuk, we will see this very soon again. The Pasuk teaches us, when it comes to Moed Mitzvah, it has to be that there's at least 2. There's 2 kesef, 2 coins. Again, well, generally speaking, anytime we speak about money, it always refers to a shava pruta, However, when it comes to a double mitzvahs, to this concept of modern mitzvahs, the claim needs to start off with 2 coins. It needs to start off with 2 coins. Look how Rav says this. I'm a Rav, Firas kind of shteikes. The denial, the amount of money that you are denying that you owe, that has to be 2 kesses. What does that mean mathematically? That the claim has to have been 2 kesses plus a pruta. Why? Because if I'm going to deny that I owe 2, if I deny that I owe 2, so then if the claim was 2, then I've denied the entire claim. So if I'm denying that I owe 2, the claim must have been 2 plus. So according to Rav, our Mishnah says that when it says 2 kesef, it means the denial must be 2 coins. But the claim must have been more than that. The Shmuel Amar Shmuel says no, incorrect. Kaina atzma shtei kesef. The claim is 2 coins. And therefore, so if he only denies 1 pruta, so the person says you owe me 2, and he says I owe you, or he denies only a small amount, which is a pruta, or the other way around. He only admits that he owes the pruta. Simple difference between Rav and Shmuel is, according to Rav, the entire claim is going to have to be 2 pruta plus, and the denial must be at the value of 2 kesef. According to Shmuel, the entire claim could be 2 kesef, and the denial could be the most minimal amount, which is a pruta. Gemara says, I'm a Rabbi. Rabbi says, there's something very interesting that happens here. If you learn our Mishnah, it seems like Rav is correct. However, if you look in the Torah, it seems like they're Kavasei Shmuel. They seem to imply that Shmuel is correct. So let's go through this. Think about this again. So this used to have the classic in the Batani, where it says, Hapkaina, the Mishnah, the words were Hapkaina, the claim is, Shtei Kesa, 2 coins. Mahazah, and what he admits on is Shava Pruta. Now, the Ilu Rashi takes with the word Taina, the Rashi says, therefore, the Ilu, Firas Pruta, it doesn't say that there should be a Fira of a Pruta. Rather, the Mishnah said that the Fira of a Pruta, which would be correct. It doesn't say that. It says, in the Mishnah, a Tainish de Kesed, a Shava Pruta. The what yet means. Which means Rav is probably correct that the admission has to be. The admission could be a pruta, but the figure has to be 2, and what's left is going to be another pruta. Now, Navi, we don't even love the Mishnah thing with regard to Shabbat pruta. When a person admits to something, it's going to be the pruta. The fear of the pruta. Now, Mishnah will split these things off. But a sufficient with one pruta does not say that when a person denies the amount of money that they owe, it's sufficient to deny a pruta. You know why they say that? Because Rav is correct that the denial must be a minimum of 2 coins. But when we learn the Mishnayos seem to indicate that Rav is correct, and in order to biblically obligate someone to take an oath of the Mogul Nitzvah, a person who admits the part of the loan, the denial must be of 2 coins, and that essentially means that the claim had to have been 2 coins plus a pruta. So he admits to a pruta, he denies 2 kesef. Now the cry, have to say the Shmuel Psukim, so the Torah seems to back up Shmuel, right? That's what's on the pasuk. Yitei ish alei eyu kesef okayin, a person gives his friend either money or vessels. What does he give it to him for? Lishmar, to watch. Now, not Caleb Schneider, just by definition, the word Caleb is a plural. So not Caleb Schneider, have Kesef Schneider. We compare it, since it says in the pasuk, the person will give his friend Kesef, money, or Caleb. Now, technically, we'll be very technical about it. Kesef, money, is Yes, to a certain extent it can be. Not with regard to this mukta, but again, kesef is an alcohol, it's a movable object, just like any other keli. So why is that to say you give your friend money or keli? Why couldn't you just say one? So the more understands if you compare each one to the next. Ma, kelim shnayim, just like the word kelim is plural, it indicates that there are two. Kesef shnayim, so it must mean that the money is going to be two as well. So we learn with this claim that hold the government, you have to have at least two that we learn this one. Now, not kesef davar chashuv, I'll call davar chashuv. With a kesef, has to be davar chashuv. Any item that you're going to give has to be a davar chashuv as well. Now, the Torah told us with regard to the halakha of holding mitzvah, he who's that, the person admits that I don't owe you what you're claiming. Rather, he who's that, the only thing I owe you is this. Now, hold on a second. What was it that the entire claim was? It was two kesefs. So again, if you look at the pasuk strictly, you're saying just like Caleb are two, money is two. That seems to indicate the entire loan, or the entire amount of money disputed here is 2 coins. What is the person admit to? He who's that. I'm sorry, a part of that too. Seems like Shmuel is correct. Even if the claim was only 2 kesef, and he admitted to only part of that, which is obviously less than 2 kesef, that would be the meet the criteria of the mitzvahs, where you have to take a Shmuel, which is like Shmuel, not like Rav. Now, Rav is going to respond to that into the Gemara. The Rav, you can't learn it from those words, says Rav. You can't learn it from that because this entire pasuk just teaches me the entire concept of what the mitzvah satayim. This is just telling you that if you deny the entire loan, then you have the hook to have a shvuah d'oraisa. You will learn you have to take shvuah passus. You take a rabbinic oath. Hopefully with d'oraisa, there's not going to be any requirements to take a shvuah. That's what Kiyuz that teaches us. Doesn't teach us that it could be less than 2 kesef. The shvuah is going to respond and say, it says ki, hu, and it says zeh. So again, it's a little redundant. Only who, it could have said ki hu, or it could have said ki zeh. Why does it say ki hu zeh, hu and zeh? There Shmuel learns those 2 things. The confirming mitzvahs, number 1, if he's going to deny part of that too, the ordinary mitzvahs is going to admit to part of it too, silent. So again, Rav is now going to have to defend himself because according to Shmuel, the kihu and zeh teach us the concept of Haggadah mitzvahs and that it can be any part of those 2 coins, not like Rav who says that it has to be 2 coins in the denial plus another part which he's going to admit to. Rav, one of those words, either hu or zeh, is to teach us the concept of a mitzvah when a person denies part of the loan, but admits the part of the loan to take a shvuah. The other one teaches me the concept that the Haggadah needs to be like we mentioned earlier. Whatever you admit to has to actually be part of the same loan, the same discussion. It can't just be a random other item. Shmuel, Rabbi, we made the pasuk of Shmuel says, whatever you want to learn from here, the bottom line is, you can learn it from the words of who or zeh, or not. At the end of the day, if the entire claim is 2, and I'm only agreeing to part of that, whatever you want to learn. You want to learn the Haggadah mitzvah, no problem, you can learn that. You want to learn the concept of Haggadah mitzvah, you can learn that. But when you put the whole thing together, if the claim was 2, and he denied part of it, and admitted to part of it, you're going to be stuck saying that he denied less than 2. That's how Shmuel understands the psukim. Mean that the entire claim could be 2, and the denial could be less than 2. That's the United Warrior from the Mela Shaman, we live the Pasuk Taina. Don't look from there, he's missing part of the Taina, because whatever it is he's committed, he's missing. So I'm going to Rav to respond. Kesa, he also made Karlik through the Dasa. Misunderstood what the Pasuk meant. You thought, when the Pasuk was telling you it's a Kesa, he was talking about Kesef or Caleb. You thought it was telling you that the claim was 2 Kesef. No, incorrect. The pasuk says Kesef, It was talking about the denial. The denial was 2 kesef. The claim obviously must have been more than 2 kesef. So the denial is 2 kesef. It says, Rob, he's looking a lot of problem for me. I'm perfectly fine with that. And they back up by doing as well, which is that the denial was two coins, and that must have meant that the claim was more than that. Why? And he says, I'll put it with you. The claim, the word casting was not talking about the denial, rather was talking about the claim. Lift the Rahman, eating ish away, Kalim Lishmar. Why can't you simply say, a person who his friend, Kalim Lishmar, Amina, and now no, not Kalim Shnayim, just like Kalim is going to be 2. Kol Shnayim, everything has to be 2. So Kessel the Kasser Rahman, why bother writing the word Kessel? Leave it out. I'll figure it out. So maybe in the kind of, it's not going to be relevant to the actual claim because it's totally irrelevant to be mentioned. So maybe in the Kira, you could apply it to the denial. This is like a concept of sometimes the Torah writes something which is not necessary. You understand it's written for something and it could be pulled out and can be pasted somewhere else. So the word cassette was not necessary to be mentioned with regard to the timeout. So therefore, we're going to, which kind of means the claim, we'll apply it to the denial, and the denial is going to have to be 2 cassette according to Rav. And he's not bothered by the particular written, he's not in fact because of the particular other consistent what he's saying. Shmuel is going to say to you, because Rahman Kalim, if the possible only right the person gives his friend Kalim, below cost of casting does not say money there. How do I mean? I would have thought not Kalim Shnayim, called Shnayim. I would have thought everything has to be 2. But Rothschild, no beginning, does not be the that's when we look at it over there to tell you that it has to be something of value as well. And that's why there's a point right to Israel, Kesef or Kalim, and that's relative to the actual claim. It's not extra, it's not superfluous, you're taking out one thing somewhere else. Therefore, it must be a claim was 2 according to Shmuel. And therefore the denial could be less than 2. The denial must be a minimum of 2, and therefore the claim has to be more than 2. Now we're going to try to prove who is correct about this machlokes. So again, to simplify the machlokes, according to Rabbi, the denial 2, and consequences, the claim has to be 2 bucks. According to Shmuel, the entire claim can be 2, and the denial can be even a 2. It's not. Learn an our Mishnah. Shtei kasef yesli b'yadecha. Thank you. Shtei kasef yesli b'yadecha. I had 2 coins in your hands. So notice this very carefully. What does he say? Seth, I have 2 silver coins yesli b'yadecha I have in your hands. The person responds and he says, "Ein lecha biyadi." The only thing that I have in my hands, which is yours, in other words, the only thing I owe you is a pruta. But he is not obligated to make a shavua. Why is that? My time up. What's the reason for that? Lav mishum the fasra l'kaina. Isn't it because it's not sufficient to give to the Shmuel? So now, in other words, according to Rav, the claim always be more than 2, because you have to have a denial of 2. Now, what would be the reason why, in this case, he's not obligated to make a shua? Probably because Rav is correct. That you have to have a minimum of 2 in denial, which means the claim has to be more than that. It's here for the Shmuel. I'm not Shmuel versus Shmuel, so no. Me sabit shavakatani. Do you think the Mishnah is talking about the value of 2 coins? No. That's not what it's talking about. That's what Katani. He meant to say, you owe me these 2 silver coins. Says Shmuel, you misunderstood the entire Mishnah. You thought that the problem over here was that the value was 2, and yet the value of the entire claim was 2, and therefore the claim wasn't the denial wasn't sufficient, like Rav. No, that's not true. The reason why it doesn't have to make a shul here is because there's 2 different things. There's copper and silver. The person claims copper, he admits to silver. That's not what it's not admitting to part of the loan. He's 100% denying what the person claims of him. They say, I owe you 0 silver. I didn't owe you anything. Therefore, it does not meet the criteria of a daughter with a Gemara says if that's the case, the happy shmuel, but the reason why he's popping from the shmuel is because it's not a avodah in the taina. Ema sefer, to go further on in the Mishnah, it says shtei kesef to puta yesh to be a decha. Basically, you owe me 2 silver coins and a copper coin. And the person responds and he says, the only thing that I have of yours in my hand is 1 copper coin. Tie it. It's tied. Now, let's analyze this. If you understand that he's just claiming the value of a certain amount of money, which ultimately you take out a calculator to figure out how much 2 silver coins plus a copper one is worth, I understand why he's tired, because this is exactly what Rob said. You have a claim of a certain amount of money and a denial of sufficient amount of money, and therefore he's going to be tired. If you're going to tell me that he's specifically asking for silver coins and copper coins, I'm not tired. Masha Tani, what he claimed, low hodolo, he didn't admit to. Masha hodolo, low tired. He didn't admit to anything as part of it. In other words, again, if you're telling me that it's not a value of a certain amount of money, rather it's specific coins that the person's claiming. So he admitted that he owes him certain coins, and he denied that he owes him other coins. It's not like one big claim; it's several different claims. He agrees that he owes him a piece of copper. He doesn't agree that he owes him any silver. And this is not a case of an Odah Mitzvah. This is considered to be Odah Shlomo Taina. Gemara says, "Migibu time el Shmuel." In other words, remember, you're talking to Shmuel over here, says the Gemara. Now, according to Shmuel, you have to recognize that Shmuel is not going to be stuck with that. He's not going to have a problem with that. Why? Because even though Shmuel is of the opinion that the Hodah, that the admission needs to be Minataina, similar to the claim, Amar of Nachman over Shmuel, Todd is meeting with Sahara. A person goes to someone and says, "You owe me wheat and barley," but other low after Mayhem, and he admits to one of them, tired. He's going to be tired. In other words, that makes sense. In other words, you have to understand, even though there's a concept called Hodah has to be within a kind of, there are various levels of what that means. In other words, the most strict way of viewing it is that if there are several different items in the claim, then a partial claim has to admit to part of all those items. So, for example, if a person is claiming silver, gold, and copper, and the person admits to copper, so then it has nothing to do with the silver and the gold. That's the most strict way of viewing it, which is how Rob uses it. Shmuel doesn't view it that way. Shmuel says it's true that you have to claim part, you have to make a claim, it's Shmuel, Shmuel admits that it's true that you have to deny something which is similar to the claim, but if you have a live claim, which includes several different coins, and you admit to part of it, that's considered a donor time. It's very different than a person saying, "You owe me $100," this person saying, "I owe you a hot dog or a pastrami sandwich," because then the pastrami sandwich has nothing to do with the claim. But if I claim that you owe me barley, wheat, spelt, and rye, and I say I owe you rye, but not barley, wheat, and spelt, suppose there's still that's considered to be a donor time, and that's why it's not going to be a problem for it. It says at the end of the Mishnah, in other words, you owe me a certain amount of gold. So the guy responds, I only owe you the same exact amount, so not in gold, rather than silver. If you're going to tell me that like Shmuel is telling us that our Mishnah is saying Davka, not that he's asking for a certain amount of value of money. Rather, he's talking about specific coins. Understand why he's talking. Because what he claimed was not what he denied was not what he claimed. If you're going to tell me like Rob, that I'm just talking about just the value of a certain amount of money, I might talk to him. Why would he be talking? Litra to the habits. Litra is a lot, and therefore his denial is going to be sufficient. Let me just say for Davka, since at the end of the Mishnah, it's talking about Davka, it should not be Davka. The Reish is also talking about Davka, specific that with coins, and therefore the word says, Lema that we took to Rab. Let's just say our Mishnah is going to get to Rab. If you look at Rashi explained this. It's the second class Rashi on the page. Name it David Yufta Neiresh. In other words, the Katari, what does it say? It says, Shtei Kasef Yesh to be a Dak. You owe me 2 coins. And the guy responds and says, I only owe you a pruta. He's popular. Now, the the reason is, because it's asking for specific types of coins. The reason why he's not making sure is why? Because what he's admitting to is not what is claimed. Now, what the difference? So that difference is, if you claim a certain amount and he admitted to a certain amount, tired, he would be tired. But what's the problem? In our Mishnah, the whole claim was 2 coins. In other words, the reason why actually he's going to be popular in our Mishnah for the Shua is because there's a problem. It's not a Adam in a Taina. What was he talking about? He asked you for silver, he admitted to copper. That means you didn't admit to what was claimed. That's why you're going to be popular. Now, if that was not the case, if Mishnah was talking about a certain value of coins, in such a case it seems like you would be tied. Now, hold on a second. The entire claim was 2 coins. We said several times this morning that according to Rav, the claim has to be 2 plus, because the denial has to be 2 coins. Seems like our Mishnah is a tier to Rav. Amalek Rav will say no. Kula must be some shava. The entire Mishnah is talking about the value of the coins, not the very specific types of coins. The litra, zav, shani. When it comes to a litra of zav, that's going to be very different. Why is it different? Look at Bob Rashi. Litra shani, the kiva the panu mishkal. Since he mentioned a certain way, literally is a way, in that case he meant to say that. We're talking about coins, that's talking about the value of the coins. When we speak about the weight of the coins, that's going to be different. So therefore you don't actually have a problem with Rav, even though at the end of the Mishnah when it says literally it's talking about specific types of coins. Every other place where it says coins in the Mishnah, Rav could very easily just explain to you that it's talking about a certain value. Teda, or prove this, the Ketanim, say at the end of the Mishnah, by the way, Daf Met, Daf Met Mavanawa, we're starting today's Daf right now. Teda, the Ketanim, it says, the Ketanim says, at the end of the Mishnah, Dinar Zav, and leave you at Mecca, you owe me a dinar of zav. Abelchab, you don't give all a dinar cash to the person who responds and says, I owe you a silver dinar. And where he says, Jesus, Pundian, Kuputa, Chai, let's get to his title. Now, Shakal, Min, Makbaya, Echad. Okay. I said, all those are considered one type of coin. Now, yeah, first of all, you're going to say, Shava, you're talking about the value. I could have said, Shema, the title, that's why I'm tired. Because we're talking about a value. All these coins are considered part of the value. I'm a doctor. Every time he's asking for specific coins, am I tired? Why is he tired? And then the legend of Chicago Dino must fail. The legend explains, in that case, he asked for Dino not fails. In other words, he asked for a very specific type of coin, which had a very specific type of stamp on it. The Mashmalan, what's Mishnah teaching us? The Pruta B'chal not fail, he said. Pruta is considered part of the coin. The Konami, it seems like that's going to be a kid. Here's the case where it's funny, where it says, Shakal Min Matbeya Achas. All of them are one type of it. Now, Rav's going to respond to the not talking about that. We're talking about Shabbat. Rav says, Shakal Din Matbeya Achas. It's only referring to a very specific din, to the laws. Now, Rabbi Lazar, let me be the same for Kishmael. Since Rabbi Lazar seems to be saying the end of the Mishnah follows Shmuel. In other words, let me be the same for Kishmael Matarish. Since he's explaining the last line of the Mishnah like Shmuel, Reish Madi Kishmael must be the one like Shmuel as well. In other words, why could we refer to Rabbi Lazar all like Shmuel? Yeah, it's sufficient if the entire claim is only 2 points and the denial is only 2 dots. Shmuel says no. Same about the same thought, it's talking about the specific types of coin. Why? Shakal, mean like the aspiration for Rav or Shmuel. Ratio could be either like Rav or Shmuel, in other words, it's not depending on the next. Tashma, now the Gemara is going to try to bring a lot. Dinar Zav is Zavur with the Hebrew Zav. Person gets to say that, he says, I have a Dinar Zav. Again, this Tashma is trying to prove whether it's Daka or it's Shaka. And when a person makes the claim? Is he asking for specific coins, or is he asking for a value? Person goes to someone else and says, you have a dinar type of coin, which is the Zahar, the Zahur, and Libya Data. It's a minted type of gold coin in your hand. The guy responds and says, yes, I have some of yours, but it's a dinar cast. Time, this guy, what that time of what he says, time of the Amalek, Zahar, Zahur. It's only because he said that I have this missing coin. Hastama, if he would not have said that, it must be that he would have meant the value. In other words, the only reason why it's considered to be not a specific type of coin is because he said it. So the Lord says, no, I'm going to crash, you have to come up. Call everything is out, come into his arms and stuff. But we do have a right for it. The fact that it says the Zahar, the Zahur, doesn't really actually articulate the words, the Zahar, the Zahur. Teaching a person said you have a golden coin right in your hand. What he meant to say was a stamped coin speaks Dafka, you don't have a raya. And had he not said it, it would be just a that. How do you feel with Sayuri and Rab? Rakia is going to bring a raya to Rab. How is that? Sell Libya and the person says, I have a coin in your hand. The person responds and says, you sell a fuss or baby's cassette. You only have a seller which is missing baby's cassette. In other words, minus 2 coins, tight. So law minus a law, he's popular. This is 100% like that. In other words, here it seems like it's a little bit interesting language, but we'll just say it in English. The person says to someone, you owe me a seller. And he responds by denying 2 coins. He's tied to what? Who is that? That's Rob. Rob says you have to deny 2 coins. If he says, he says, no, I'm denying the law, which is less than 2 coins. He's going to be conquer. It's 100% like Rob, which is that the denier has to be at least 2 coins. And the Gemara goes on. The only time we learn that there's a requirement of the denial being a specific amount of money, when Rob says that's 2 coins, that's only the kindness nava, the gas nava. That's when the lender claims something and the borrower denies it. What happens if the lender makes a claim, and one witness comes by and says that he owes part of the money, the entire claim is one small fruta. He's going to make a shua, whether it's an 8 effort, a single 8 has the ability to impose a shua, my time up. What's the reason for that? It says, no yakum 8 effort ge'ish. The person teaches us that an 8 effort does not have the ability to extract money from someone else. For any sin, for any takas, within the time of a covenant shua, an 8 effort has the ability to require someone to take a shua. The time we learn Kalak, which is Shnai Mekayim, also, anytime 2 Eidim are Mekayim and also Mamois, we require a person to pay money, and that's a Mekayim shua. And 8 effort could require a shua. In other words, 8 effort is exactly similar to 2 Eidim, except in the result. 2 Eidim can extract money, even if they claim the person owes somebody only a fruta. Same thing is true. 2 Eidim could be Mekayim, someone can obligate someone to pay money, even if it's only a fruta. The 4 Eidim, a single 8 could obligate someone to make a shua, even if it's only on a fruta. Remember back to one shua. Person claims that someone owes him wheat and barley, but how do we know from again? He agrees to one of them. So just say he agrees he owes the barley, but not wheat. Tight. He is tight. How will there be stuff? In other words, let's just clear this up. A person claims you owe me chitim. You owe me wheat. And the person says, no, I owe you barley. Everyone agrees that's not like the mix-up, because it's kind of a government time. That's like saying, I'm claiming one item, I deny that item entirely. So let's go to the Chitim Israel case. Moving goes to Shimon says, you owe me Chitim, you owe me wheat. Shimon responds and says, no, I owe you barley. That's not what we mix-ups. It is 100% denial and a voluntary admission. However, if it comes over to the person that says, you owe me wheat and barley, the person admits to the barley, that's the situation of a government China, and he is tied. Over the Ritzi said to him, you yasha. Yasha, so in other words, Yashakaya, you're correct. And he responded and said, Rabbi Yochanan says the same thing. Now, for the fact that he said, Rabbi Yochanan agrees with this, it seems like Rish Lakish will argue with this. He could argue, someone will say, no, that's not true. We have no right that Rothschild argues with this, and Rothschild repeated the opinion that when a person claims wheat and barley and he admits to one of them what's in barley or the wheat, he will be obligated to take it. And that if you will say you have to take a shul, Rothschild will say no, it's not to take a shul because it's not in the title. The Amri, the reason why Rothschild did not comment was because Mishnah who Shavile. Rish Lakish, look at Rashi says Rish Lakish had this practice that he's a very good listener. He didn't interrupt people. He let the person finish talking completely. Look at Rashi. Kappa, you're not Rish Lakish. So you have to know it's the first one line in Rashi at the bottom. Show you Bjorn Omar, double base mention, Bjorn says something base mention. How you show up, you lahashes, Aj, Yigor, Bjorn, called Sarfa. But all time Torah, the opposite of you always speak up afterwards. So that was so that you have to Yitzchak, saying with some measures, well, he had no idea if Rish Lakish argued because he left the measures too early. Others say not that he was waiting for us to speak. Because Amri Mishnah Bishatsi, like he was drinking some water while Bjorn was talking. Bishat said, "Can you be quiet? He's supposed to talk about he was drinking. Therefore, we don't have any education or what Rish Lakish's opinion is." Let's say, let's try to bring it right to this point. Kind of keep the person claims the only week he admits he doesn't barley party. Why is he party? We know because it's not a dominant title. If the Leo Makai, if the Leo disagrees, he says, even though that's not similar to the claim, he can be Kai. Kind of keep the reason is because he claimed people will go to Sarah, and he only admitted with barley. Okay, to the story. What would happen if he claims, no, he did answer the whole of that, and only agreed to this one of that? Hi, this is Messiah. What says, no, that's not true. We don't arrive from there. What did the Philippines so now? So the same week, sure, we would keep both wheat and barley. By the way, we would keep him. Why do we say keep him? And yes, but we reveal what the point of Gamliel says you do not have to have a hard in a China. So if we wanted to find the most extreme case of that, which is person claims wheat and he admits barley, Gamliel's going to say yes, but for sure, that's where we mentioned that. But again, the same would be true, even if he claimed wheat and barley, more than to one. Flash him out. Try to be right. Just tell the Caleb, but Karkos. Person goes to someone says you owe me movable objects and real estate. So I don't know. He says you owe me that piece of property that he identifies piece of property and the lawnmower that's on it. How do you pay them? He admits that the lawnmower belongs to that person. The government calls. He denies the car. Or the other way around. The car who agrees the piece of property belongs to the government Caleb. He denies the Caleb. He's being popular. Why? Next case, under this is what happens if he admits to part of the Kakwa, Pastor is going to be Pastor, this is Caleb, he agrees that he owes him part of the Caleb and his movable objects is going to die. Now, time of the Caleb Kakwa, what's the reason why we talk about all these cases? Because we're talking about movable objects and Karka. And what's the problem is that when you pick Karka, the Karka Rabbi Shmuel, you can't swear about Karka. Caleb, what if it was two different movable objects? The whole problem in this case is that one of the items is real estate. Real estate is not something to Shemira. What happens if it's Caleb and Caleb? It's two movable objects, two with the Caleb Kakwa. So he says, you owe me, for example, wheat and barley. We're deciding to do business to one of them. He wants to know. Who are doing that to the so you get sure that it's two movable objects. Something's going to kill me. Because what's the reason why it says Caleb? Because my friend is taking me to Halacha, he helped me to Caleb. If he would admit the part of the Caleb, because I forgot we have to make a shua, even the Karka, on the Karka, why can I to teach this? Let's teach me the Halacha, we can roll one shua to the next. That's what we don't even teach that. So anyway, we read that. That's the second thought, which is no price. We shove our name, but you will shove our name. In other words, what's the reason why it says, Karka in this case, to teach me the halacha that when you're swearing on more objects, you can stretch the shmur to swear on the Karka as well. But what's the point of teaching that? We know that already. It's a Mishnah, the one says, no, and this is after the first place we learn it. This is the main place we learn the halacha. You're right above the sea, you learn the halacha for us. There with this paratite, we're talking about acquiring Karka and movable objects, so we mentioned it there. But here's the actual real place where we teach it. And yes, you know we see Karka and movable objects. We want to teach you want to swear movable objects, you can swear on Karka as well. So that is exactly the opposite. Entire inversion of the previous Gemara. Person claims Gitim, Mitzvah, and Barley. So how do you like it? He has moved to one of them. Perfect. Exactly the opposite. We just got to say this time. Spirit says Papa, not the spirit. Well, I'm going to get the show. Didn't get some thoughts before it is correct. Skin or Bielka says, told me about that is in the five. Here it says in the five. And I said, I'm going to be my focus. I'm going to be the top part of the law. Is that the thing for public people? Whether it's a person playing the only we wins to the ball. So, if you're on the fire, you're also with the fire. Fire will the reason why some people are inside. The reason is because he's playing weed and only things to buy. How people eat what if he is like that? How do that? That's what you want to work out. That's how you do it out. And it's not. What do you think you do or not? The thing you need to do is keep it up to others. It's like you still have to have it covered. Why do you say this one like these two? I was funny. Why do you say, oh, keep it? It's others. Like, it's not moving real. Like, it's the real stuff is will be tired. Even if you always the wrong, because he says it's not to a very real fight. That's not very right. It's exactly what before. First thing you only both move logic and real estate.
What the fuck?
Why? Because we want to be real estate. So what happens to you is part of the stress out. What if we're real? The part of the car. It's still a lot. It's real estate. I don't know around. Mrs. Taylor, what if this part of the Taylor? Part of the Taylor. The part of the Taylor. That's right. What's the reason why to be up in this case is because we're talking about movable objects and real estate. Because the last one, okay, let's do it. What if there's two different movable objects and similar to Taylor because in other words, two different types of movable objects? Well, that have to be. He's retired. He wants to the Kamaraya. We're going to do Taylor part. It's going to be true even if it's really violent. Like the last one, it teaches us the whole difference Caleb tired. If he admits the partial Caleb to retired, I like how goes. In other words, once you admit the part of the movable object, you have to exclude it on the real estate. Because what's the point to teach me that? Like the last one, so can you teach me the concept? You could drag a shore from movable objects out the contract. We even know that already. Look at this competition, like the shoots in the car, and some of them, they can roll in the custom shoots in the car. In other words, the real estate, much of the same parents, like I want to main source of it. I do I like what I got together now. The other one was just like parents. Hey, so I'm not going to free novel. I'm not but right now I'll ask for people. I got hundred sharp over the set. Person says you owe me now. He admits he owes me a sheep. Set. But I'll give it to the sharp. He says, are you owe me a sheep? He admits he owes me now. Telling the shark, because the shark, we get sad, and an ox, the husband of that man, he missed one of them, tired. I'm not in the movie. Who is that? That's from the wheel. In other words, give the right from there, that's from the wheel. Wheel says there's not a few more times. That's a legal wheel. If that's really the case, that's the way it should not be. Even if he claims you owe me a sheep and you admit to an ox, then he's supposed to be tired. Oh, Hamdamani, who is this Admoni? It's Admon. Remember we had Admon on our Mishnah? It's Admon. Remember talking about the jugs, the wine in the jugs, the jugs, not the wine. Below the Klima Kimala. Now, don't think that I'm just trying to find some random parents to answer your question. No, we have this is a solid source. It is constantly said that this case of the ox and the sheep is we will have to stop here for the day. Have a wonderful day. See everyone tomorrow, Mitzvah. Alright, so good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shirt to thank our annual commentary sponsor, Tosim Mishpacha Beretz Yisrael, for dedicating Shirin Drushes this year. And it's supposed to be so stories for all of Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Sivan, Hava, Lili, Tova, Stephen Parizun, loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris, is in the Horabas of Yisrael Yol, on the occasion of our 50th yard site, and our day of learning sponsor, Ezra and Ezra Mizrahi, and the Evil Mishmas Esther's father, Shlomo ben Miriam, and in gratitude to Hashem for the Torah HaKadosh. Beautiful dedication, incredible. First with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in schools of our country's hospitals, making sure from there for Hashem. in the one with Shalom and the Karach, and discuss of the Holy Soul, we're going to be successful. The whole Maaseh Yidin. We'll say we are on that from the test. I mean, we're not on that from the test, but is that from the test a really beautiful and incredible Gemara ahead of us? We are picking up at the Gemara on Lamches Amud Beis. Says the Gemara, Hechi Mashpe'inon Lei. How do we administer a Shua? So it says, remember again, our Mishnah is talking about the topic of Shua Hadayanim, which Rashi identified as what we call the Shua Smolden Mitzvahs, Shua partially mission. So now the Gemara asks, how do we administer a Shua? What is the process for administering a Shua? Amar Rabbi Yehuda Amar Rav, Mashpir also the Shua Ha'amura B'Torah. We go ahead and we administer the Shua that's mentioned in the Torah. Now we'll say, what's the paradigmatic Shua mentioned in the Torah? So by Adam Avinu Parshas Chayisara, Adam Avinu goes ahead and adjures Eliezer to go ahead and find a wife for Yitzchak from Avram's family. He makes Eliezer swear not to go ahead and take a wife from the local Canaanite women. So the Gemara says. Now, the most picking up over here on is as follows. That when Adam Avinu adjures Eliezer, he uses the Shem Hashem, uses the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, the Gemara is saying that Halakha L'maisa, how do you make a shvur? A shvur requires the name of the Rebbeinu Shalom. Amar Rabbeinu Rashi, Kiman, Shavim said Rashi, in accordance with whose opinion are you stating this? Have you saying about Ibi? So everything about Ibi, the Amar Ba'inon Shem Hamichas. What's the only sub is Sukla? And the thing about Ibi is the opinion that says that you need a Shem for good hay and bad hay. That when you're adjuring someone, you must use that four-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Amalek, so now we say, I think Rabbanan, we can even read according to Rabbanan, how so? Dummy the king. I remember the Rabbanan say that you don't have to use the Shem on the Yufat, right? You don't have to use the explicit name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but you can even make the use of Kinu. And that's like Kinu can mean a couple of different things. What does Kinu mean? Number one, it can mean, let's say, actually a descriptive name, Rachum Mechamer, or it can mean Adon. No, differently. But point does not need to be the four-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, again, if we're trying to understand what the Gemara says, right? How do we go out and make a shua? Right? What's the shua? So the Gemara says, using the example of Eliezer. Now we assume that what was unique about Eliezer's shua is that Ba'ashpiacha Hashem Elokei Hashemayim, that he's adjuring him with the name of Hashem. Now it's saying, no. You have to use the name of God, but you need not be an explicit name of God. It can even be a descriptive name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If that's the case, then what are we gleaning from Eliezer? So it's incredible. That when taking a shua, you must be holding on to a holy object. Now we'll say, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, Ka'amar on Sefer Torah on Tefillin. And Rashi says, we're going to Sefer Torah or Tefillin. Ka'abram da'at v'seila Eliezer b'smilah. Now, both remember again, when Adam Avinu adjures Eliezer, he says to Eliezer, Sim la yadcha ha'chasilechi. So Eliezer placed his hands on Adam Avinu's leg, on his thigh, and he saw not literally on Adam's b'smilah, but again, by the b'smilah. So the bris milah was the chefza of kedusha. The bris milah was the Sefer Torah, so to speak, of Adam Avinu. So the same way that there was what we call in halacha, we call in halacha, nikitas chekatz, right? He took a ritual object and he swore over that object. For Eliezer, it was swearing over to that. The Nara in the Aryeh has a whole interesting discussion about what exactly happened. Did Eliezer literally place his hand on Adam Avinu's thigh? Is that what he did? Was that, no, he just swore over Adam Avinu's bris milah. All right, you know, interesting. Since the Parshat Pshat Rashi was understanding that, no, Eliezer, and actually, right, but I also points out that this was a common way of swearing an oath to someone else as well. Again, especially after bris milah. But again, Rashi said he swore, placed his hand on his thigh, and he swore over the bris milah. The idea of it was that he took an object. He swore over an object, and again he swore by the bris milah. Okay, the Rabbi, as Rabbi said, Hai Daino, La'ashba Ba'ashem Elokei Hashemayim, Na'asa Kimi Sheta B'dvar Mishnah B'chol Zeh. Now let's say, according to Rabbi, what does Rabbi say? zero to the word suggesting here is what we learn from Eliezer. The Shul Eliezer is that yes, you have to use the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but more important, but just as importantly, the Shua must be made over an object. You have to take a ritual object. So the Gemara says, and if to the point that Rabbi says that if a person is a jerk, just with the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but ultimately again not with an object, this is key to a person has made an explicit a mistake with an explicit meaning in the Mishnah. And when a guy makes a mistake with an explicit halacha, the halacha is that the judgment is voided and the judge himself ultimately becomes personally liable. Okay, so the Gemara is as follows. Mamra Papa. The Papa says, so Rabbi, I'll just point out something interesting. If you take a look at that, actually, not yet. Mamra Papa. Hide behind the Ashba B'Turim. Then I said, you should talk to Rabbi Shina Chozar. The Papa, interestingly enough, says, and it's not enough to take a pair of Turim, you have to swear over a Sefer Torah. To the point that Rav Papa says that if you administer an oath and the payback, the object that's used is a pair of Turim, ultimately, again, the oath is void. Judgment is void. The halacha sakava segirava. The halacha follows Rabba. The less halacha sakava segirava. But the halacha does not follow Rabba. So what does this mean? The halacha sakava segirava. The halacha follows Rabba. The halacha nakid chafetz biyadeh. So again, halacha follows Rabba in that one must take an object in your hand when going ahead and swear. And if you take an oath, if you administer an oath without the heft, without a ritual object, the oath itself is void. The Gemara says the halacha chafetz biyadeh. Unless the halacha does not follow that papa in that what? The hanagid chafetz biyadeh. So we'll say interesting. So essentially, the halacha is like this: you have to swear, right, using a ritual object, but it doesn't have to be a Sefer Torah. It can be tefillin as well. Any holy object ultimately can be used for a shua. But also, interestingly enough, I'm going to show you this fashion now, but we're not going to do it to the end of the surah. We'll delve into it. Look at actually the Sefer Torah. So we've got Rashi. Now Rashi himself says, as much as the Gemara says that Soba said, so you're passing like Rabbi, you don't pass like Rav Papa. You pass like Rabbi, you're taking a shua, you have to swear over a holy object. But unlike Rav Papa, who says it has to be a Sefer Torah, the passing can even be a pair of Torah. Even if that's so, Rashi points out, interestingly enough, that as much as we pass against Rav Papa, that even tefillin works, in fact, Elon, you would adjure someone over a Sefer Torah. Over a Sefer Torah. Then Rashi says, Seno, Baku Harishonim Shua Daraisa, Lefi Sha'an Sha'an Gadol, the Tikkun Rigzar Allah Olur Ba'asara. So then Rashi says, by the way, we don't do Shuas anymore. We don't do oaths anymore. In fact, he says the Rishonim already went ahead and were the back of the concept of Shua, because as we're going to see in the coming down, ultimately the penalty for false Shua is so severe, and actually the end of the Sefer Sota discusses the idea that unfortunately honesty and integrity was lost in certain generations as a result of the death of certain people. So Rashi points out that we don't really do Shuas anymore. Instead, he says what we do is this concept called an Aror. Aror essentially is a form of almost like excommunication. In fact, we will see all of this before. When we stop doing Shuas, what exactly happened to precipitate, the cessation of Shuas, we'll see. We're not in that subject yet, but in that session we'll see. We're just pointing out over here that on one hand, you have Rashi saying, ideally, Shuas should be done with the Sefer Torah. So like not the other filling role work. Of course, a shua requires the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu as well. Requires both of these things. And then Rashi telling us about halacha l'maisa, we don't really do this anymore. Okay, good. That's what I can do now. Gemara goes on. Shua Muna. Furthermore, again, shua has to be taken standing up. Standing up. Tam could swear, even sitting down. Now, when we have talking in shop, swear the Sefer Torah, I'm talking about the Torah. Swear saying only taking it the Sefer Torah, but ultimately, I'm talking to take it even further. I must say, this is very interesting. It now makes sense. Why is it that we would, even though we just passed in before the Torah, but doesn't follow that Papa, Therefore, you could swear using tefillin or a Sefer Torah. So, why would we ideally use the Sefer Torah for Shua? Why? Because it creates a certain sense of reverence for the Shua. And that's really what it does. A person, if you take out a favorite Sefer Torah, a person swearing over a Sefer Torah, so everyone certainly learns a certain sense of awe and reverence for the entire process. What the Gemara is highlighting over here is that a Talmid Chacham doesn't need that. And a Talmid Chacham would have that same awe and reverence even with tefillin. Same idea. Normally you have to take the Shua standing up. Why? Once again, sense of awe, reverence, respect. Talmid Chacham won't have that same awe, reverence, and respect even sitting down. Incredible. Now let's say, now get ready. We are about to do just overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful Gemara for the next hour and a half. Life-changing Gemaras. Life-changing Gemaras. Shvos HaDayanim. So again, let's say Shvos HaDayanim. Aki B'Shona Ne'ana. So ultimately, again, now we're going to see what this means. We're going to do. We're really translated. Shvos HaDayanim. Aki B'Shona could even be made in any language. You made in any language. You know, so only mode, you say to the guy, taking the Shua, have you there? Top of Lamidas. Very well. Shekala Olam Kulon is Danza Vishasha Raka Vishparako Visinai, Vesisa Shona Shanota Halashai. So, no, faith in there is talking to the person about to take the Shua. And you say to him, no, that the entire world shook. The entire world shook. Referred to the second of the Ten Commandments, and he said, do not take Hashem's name in vain. But Rabbi should have told us, okay, very. Rabbi should have told us, no, Rabbi, I'm not okay. All the Rabbi is going to tell us, says he's not okay, which means you can be friends, you can be friends from Rabbi. It's come now, here it says, you will not be friends. So severe is Shuas Shah. So severe is a false oath that the man said there is no atonement, there is no return, there is no tshuva. And then that is part of the life application we'll see. The Chayav should be told us, we're finding money, we can learn this from Mishpachah. Any other idea, it's trying to use the idea, who's responsible for the idea? Who's representative for the idea? The family. When it comes to a false oath, so ultimately punishment is collected both from the perpetrator as well as from the scribe. Shneimar, keeping is pichalachti as bisarcha. The bisara electoral, because what they also says, do not allow your mouth to literally again indict your flesh. Who's bisara? Who is your flesh essentially? That's your children, that's your family. Shneimar, and your bisarcha love is other. But the foundation of Torah, for the more all of our days in Torah, we find the many, because the many in Torah are included. Furthermore, all of our days, in general, when you do them, so we decide for them, the perpetrator, they hear that was shot, ultimately against false oath impacting, and impacts the entire nation and night. Allah the keepers. The Imam at the other way, and I was saying here in the Gemara places that the most quoted from the pasuk from Rothschild. Now, the pasuk reads as follows: Allah, thus Allah the Kifish, the Ratzah, the Ganov, the Naaf, part 2, the Dalim, the Gun, Yamkal. And he's always talking about all the different ways that cloudy starts to move. And included in there is swearing falsely, adultery, murder, theft, all different kinds of things, and talks about the impact that Cloudy's errant behavior has on the world. The word says, hold on. Maybe only Cloudy's does all of these bad things that it has an impact on the world. How do you know that it just applies it to just? Say Cloudy saw the have this negative effect on the world if we do all these other things. What is the most my life? First, I like to say, may Allah have the Haaretz. It literally says, because of the Allah. Now, that's like, I mean, Allah, because the Allah refers to Shua. In other words, we have that before Allah Shua. Because of the Allah, the earth will be punishment in what it is. So, I think about Haaretz, the Allah for your Shua. Incredible. Okay, so the courts obviously try to highlight the severity of the false oath. So, those should be told. Furthermore, all of our ideas in the Torah. If you chose this, Torah Shnayim, you chose the Doros, furthermore, by all of our ideas, if you have a source, some type of merit, because also when they're going to commit an idea, the good news is I always have some type of countermeasure. Right? I always have some type of positive dynamic activity, in my personal arsenal. So again, if I have a source, woman was shiny social dollars that could go ahead and literally suspend judgment for 2 to 3 generations. So what's that? What does that do? So suspension of judgment, right? We have highlights about this. This that's how he says that if you do not do well, what should happen? What should happen? Oh no. And you have all punishment. And then to financial punishment comes immediately. So that's happening. The divine attribute of mercy suspends judgment. That what does that suspension of judgment do? It allows for truth. That's what this whole works. He gives us time to work things through. Now, amazingly, how much time? The United States could be up to 14 generations. That literally, again, a person commits an idea, and then again, how often I say I have mitzvahs, ultimately, again, there's some suspension, right? There's some suspended something to allow me to work through everything. Because mitzvahim many lahanser. But here, ultimately, what happens? But here, the judgment is exacted immediately. Actually, a shot in our night. It's a CI, and some sort of post. The bar of this Hagana, that is a mishbar, the Shmira Shakra. The one of the sacred side, the color that speaks of as Havana, which is Syria also. Listen, it's actually very interesting. So, the one is coming from the passage from Zechariah. So literally the passage says, I will take you out, by my Shem's Labos, and I will come to the house of the thief, to the house of the one who swears in my name falsely. Literally again, I will remain in this house and destroy the wood, the stones, and put them out immediately. This is what it means. So what is Hagana? Zafon and Bazarius. Right? Ultimately again, what does it mean? I'll come to the house of the thief? It's supposed to be it's supposed to personally deceive others. So even though my it's a cover, right? But for example, just an example of this deception, let's say he doesn't really money to shame, and shame is Ricardo, he claims that he went to money to shame, who must steal, and I'll ultimately a person, thou face Hashem, thou face and Mishpah, the street of Shabbat from us, thou come to the house of the one who swears falsely, for one of the short days, so I will dwell in his house, the concept, and destroy it. There's each of the answer of all home, his word and his voice, Kalamarika, the one is in mind the county also, trust Shechem Allah. Even things that fire can't destroy, like stone. Like fire can't destroy stone, even things like that, trust Shechem does destroy. How much Shua is so profoundly overwhelming that it destroys everything. In Allah, in Mishpah, if he says at the end of the day, I will not swear, so we have, what's this now again? So what's the difference? Obviously, we do not highlight the destructive nature of Shmuel's death. If he says, if I'm not in Mishpah, if he says, ultimately again, I won't swear, this is referring to the person who's being a jerk, right? Remember again, we don't bring the Shimon to do it. Shimon, let's say again, is a negative in the test. Right? So we don't say, you owe me $1,000. Shimon is like, no, I only owe you $500. So what's the halacha? If ultimately again, if Shimon says, I won't swear, who's I won't swear? Ultimately, again, so they literally, they cousin to these days, obviously, represent if you refuse to swear, then you will be liable. Right, obviously. But the idea is, the moment you say I'm not swearing, Satan sends you on your way. Now, what does this mean? We look at action. Doctor says that we're functional from that. We massive ourselves. We do not even engage in why. Doctor says, transfer a gas silver. That's ultimately everybody's connection to the mind. So again, once if you decide I'm not swearing, so obviously you will be, right? You try to get it out of you. You don't want to change in your mind. You change your mind, you must do Allah. Now what if again, respond, respond says again, I'm ready to swear, I'm ready to swear, I'm not in this part. Oh, you shall only resent, soon enough, I'm not sure how to shut him out. Looks like you just need to see the severity with which I want to go ahead and choose Shua. Because literally, again, if the guy says, right, so the father says, I'm going to go ahead and swear, right, so again, you get to pay me again, shimmy. So he says, fine, I'll swear. So what does the halakha? So basically says, okay, Pablo, clear away again from these wicked men. The rest of that, by the way, just so you understand, that's what the law is called. Right, so again, that is a very, very, very strong Russian. But what's also fascinating is both parties are considered to be Yishai. Both the claimants and the responders. That's the voting team. We'll come back to that. If you explain ourselves, we're not going to explain ourselves and then we observe it. We're calling Shimon. Only the other thing. How do you do that? Shema Christ fighting us demons. Just understand, we are not observing you based on your understanding of this oath. And our best hamakum, the best is which I guess is like small before. Rather, we're observing you on your understanding of you are not determining or defining the scope of this shivua. We are determining and defining the scope of this shivua. So if you're not seeing much out of it, this is why. أولا عندي شنو أبغى أن يحكي أنا أدرس هم أقوم بعمداتي وإيش اللي يتبقى اللي يجرس لكن يجرس بشروع تقول مكسب طلع صار بيجي مش هذا المسائل just understand I'm the jury you do some like that and the gas of the very one so that you know right so that kind of about fight yeah that's so young people and also you know I see that so I know the most of them observe us so I don't know if you can get this thing of a ceiling. How do I know the words of God? How about it? The word of our speaking is guiding you. So much of this is too beautiful. You couldn't know that most of them observe us. Like you can tell that. Remember, we took this undertook a shvua. Top whole Torah. However, that shvua applies to those who still have Sinai and those who came later on. Like even those who converted. How do I know? I remember that is a share in them. Because the Pasuk says, even those who are not here, everyone was included in Providence. Future generations of Jews, future generations of heathen, all were included in the original Shua Achasi. Incredible. So we must know, it's not even mentioned when the interesting discussion in general about whoever or not PTR was allowed to say the Bracha of Shalom Sunday. Like, what did the Jerry say? Exactly what the Jerry thinking about it. It's actually not true. It's probably the person of God, and then they decide to do it. So it's not true. Focusing on it, but it is a school of thought that says, you know, yeah, is ultimately like a lot of the Shalom and God, why this and this, because if you understand that there is so much of David, ultimately, again, we're included in the original Shua of our sin. So that means there's certain respect to the Father. It's interesting. So the Father, right, maybe didn't make this person Jewish, but they thought to make this person, again, that might sound strange, because a Jew, of course, is a Jew. But the Lord when the Father marked that we shut up in a certain way, almost like the way of finding it in a irrevocable way, with the destiny of Christ. So it's fascinating, because again, a Jew is included in the Shua of Hasidim. You know what I'm saying? It's hard. I'm not going to say, I'm going to say, it's a Shua of Hasidim. So I know this, that the Shua of Moshe Rabbeinu included the mitzvah of body, so it's Hasidim. Mitzvah Hasidim is Kaddish. You know, Mikra Mikra, you know, how do I discuss, how do I know that the Shua of Moshe Rabbeinu, the Shua of Rabbeinu, included mitzvahs that would be introduced later on in Jewish history as well. However, he moved the people.
He is one of the greatest comedians in the show's history. This is a new minute from the great Michael Blair. Live in the flesh. Filmed in Texas. Literally like a one-man
Already accepted. So this is when we see you know the Shua have Sinai applied to all the mitzvahs that we didn't have Sinai, and also applied ultimately again to any mitzvahs, that they will accept in the future. Because they're all encompassing Shua together. You might have to get sharing, right? So this is every month just comes back in just a second. And we want to introduce this Sugya on the last thing about the best part of the so we can only use Russian application, right? Scientifically, which was had a level, so we need to eat in Russian. some words even in any language. Wasn't like even short years of being in any language. So what does this mean? My Akidosh on them, Akidisna, in them on the Holoshim, these weapons that we say in any language, Parsha Sota, like Parsha Sota, Bigul Meiser, which means the confession, which is the statement that says I dispersed the tribes, Kriya Shema, Shema, Tzvi Shorasai, Bechasavasai, Shvua Saidus, Shvua Sapikadon, the Homa Nani, the Kamara Shvua Sadayani, Akidosh on them, and therefore the Gemara the Brisa is adding that this is by the way also Shvua Sadayani also could also be said in any language. Kamara, so what's the word says, Kamara, only when we say to the responder, have you there? So call out on Kumar stands and the cash on the back of his pocket. It's this session is going to take on a shot. So let's say you tell him, and the point takes the show the same, and say the sincerity, I'm not taking a shot in the day, I'm taking a false shot. So the first part of the day, you see, but I'll see session. If you don't take more in the day, the entire world shook. So why is that? Because my time, why did the world shake? And if we put up and do that, it's Sinai, even we should describe the Sinai, if it's because it was given away by Sinai. Well, that's the case. That's what did us now in this life. Remember, again, all 10 commandments were given by Sinai. So why is that true? The evolution of the Hamira. It must be because Shvuah Shah, the false oath, is so severe. What is it so severe about today? Abraham colors, a single of Sasay, it's with us Sisa. And one example is the of colors. Like, don't call it one union. Which is others. And I say, Sasay. Right, positive commandments and prohibitions, those fall into the category of kalos, except for those sisa. Whenever again Hashem's name, they technically speaking is a low sasa. You might say, okay, you know, it's a low sasa, it doesn't fall into the category of kalos. I take that category, kamilos, more similar ideas, what does that refer to? Zokrisos, and misos please. This refers to kalos, like things that carry kalos and misos please. But our sisa imana, and our sisa is included in the category of misos. In these locations. So it looks like that's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. Taking a false oath, taking a change in the name is included in the category of capital cases. The colleagues from these ideas. It's still okay, so if it's in that category, then the whole world should shake anytime someone does something that's high colors from this as based in. Why Shvua Shadi? And if you become time off, the Valavish, Shabbataya, and Nema behind the cave, the kind of Nema, Lady. You know the reason why it says here? By all of what you're listening to, the pasuk says we are great. You can be friends. Should is possible. Should is possible. And Shvua Shad, no tshuva. No tshuva, Shvua Shad. You know, she wants that. The Chaladesh of the Torah name of the name Moni, okay? Is that she by all the Torah, sorry, Chaladesh of the name of the Moni, okay? That she by other words, it doesn't say the Moni, okay, that you're not cleansed, but see, the Pasuk says, we're not cleansed, Moni, okay? You know, the Pasuk itself says, there are some things for which you are cleansed, and some things for which you are not cleansed. How do you know which one is which? How many value we think that there was the second dimension of the Russian Academy? We actually might do not have check out where my lady not there. It's impossible to say that there's absolution from the travelers. Because 11 and it says, well, you're not absolved. You have to know my lady not there. And when you can't say lady not there, why? Check out now, you're not there. But you can't be absolved. So how do you reconcile this? How can you say, the market is a shoving, but you know the market is a shoving. And that's what you see from there. How can the quality observe those who do tshuva and does not observe those who don't do tshuva? So they say, yes, I mean, let it be for those who do that. And at the end of the day, the power of tshuva, I can't go in that way. Life is a choice. Like we all commit mistakes. We all engage in others. The shadow is when you do after you. If you do tshuva, and ultimately again, then I can. And if I don't do tshuva, then I can.
The Rothschild motherfucker.
You are capable of shoving. The time after shoving, then you're not capable of doing. So that's Shvua Shad. So that's Shvua Shad. Again, is it tshuva by Shvua Shad? So it's tshuva for everything.
Grace of God.
Interesting that by Shvua Shad, even if you do tshuva, is make tshuva the Lord resolves. Ultimately, there's a punishment. There's a punishment. By other forms of tshuva, the tshuva can be so powerful to write the slate clean. By shvuas shav, ultimately again, the avera is so tremendous that even with tshuva, there still can be wrong. There still has to be honest. But listen, this is actually fascinating you say, because which is also shooting up on the Chavera. Like in other Chavera, this happens all the time as well, which is I blame another person. I blame another person. Even if you wrong another person, and you can tshuva, there's still fallout from that. Like in other words, the relationship is still damaged. And you see this all the time. You know, I can say you're sorry. The apology, even like a heartfelt apology, when you hurt someone, that hurt remains. If you think about it, shvuas shad is a personal trespass against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So if we're saying that here is, can you do tshuva for shvuas shad? Of course you can. Of course you can. But at the end of the day, there's a residual trauma to the relationship. But what we cannot do, it remains. It remains. You hurt another person, you can say you're sorry, they can accept your apology. The relationship is probably, under certain circumstances, is forever changed. Cannot be put back to what it was before. Shvuas shad, you can do tshuva, but even with the tshuva, there's kiram, there's still going to be fallout from that. Incredible. You know, like the father of Shema Torah, they find that the kind of conduct is the enemy. Sorry. The kind of enemy that's fucked up. So now we are analyzing the brisa. We just said before. So, for example, so if I do an avera, I'm punished for it. Here, I'm punished, and so is my mishpacha. So my mishpacha is punishment is not from your family, that's it. The sanction is kind of like your mishpacha. Time machine. The ruchata, mishpacha, machata. So what's this? The first sounds like the mishpacha. He says, I'm exact punishment from this individual, from his family. Why should I be exact punishment from my family? If I committed the avera, so punishment to be exactly what my family has to do. Why do not? No. Only from the shpachah to you, shpachah muvas, any family where one member is a tax collector, ultimately again, they're all tax collectors. Issues of this thing, and if one family member is a crook, Sha'im called this thing, ultimately they're all crooks. Why? Sha'im, it says the nation that happened Allah. Ultimately again, because they covered for him. Rabbi said, this is a very difficult thematic for you, Rabbi. Rabbi said, on one hand, right, you think about this, my parents go through this all the time with their kids. My child does something bad. So it's easy, of course, to say, it's genetics. Well, what can you feel? What can you feel from the home? That your child does something like that. So it's so young, really ordinary. So parents can do all the right things. Children have this really interesting thing called impulse. Right? And they can take all of the beautiful stuff their parents have given them and really throw it out the window and do their own thing. And do their own thing. So on one hand, definitely sometimes children do things they want reflective of their parents' upbringing. But the innocent having this too is, however, when our children get moved in a certain way, it is incumbent upon us as parents to introspect and to look at how we are living, and to look at the home that we are building, and to look at the floor that we are building. Why? Because when our children do certain things, we are not guilt-free. We are not blameless. And I act for, that's too strong right away, because my child, especially as they get older, has free will. But if my kid is behaving in a certain way, in a consistent fashion, if my children is exhibiting certain character traits in the ongoing fashion, I have to introspect. And I have to ask myself, is it possibly coming from me? Is there something in my heart? Is there something in my life? Is there something in the way that I look at it, this fine line? Is it my fault? No, it's very important to understand. I'm such as you like the great children. They have the ability to make their own decisions. But at the same time, this child grew up in my home. This child grew up under my tutelage. This child grew up with my will. So as such, am I totally uninvolved in this result? No, and that's because I was saying. So again, there's a family of the kids that get tax collector, let's say, it's considered to be very conspicuous profession. So if somebody is going to get tax collector, you might think, ooh, what happened in that house? Or my child is a gunner, or did my child exhibit any kind of, my child just did something really bad? And again, do I have to accept full responsibility for what my kids do? No. But do I have to introspect as a parent wondering what am I doing in my life? What am I doing in my home? Absolutely, yes. Incredible, incredible. So as his son, they do not do that, how come they do every day? So the Gemara says that, yeah. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. So therefore the Gemara says at the end of the day, what do you see? I'm sorry. So the Gemara says, you see from there that ultimately, again, there is responsibility, even by other operators. So the Gemara says, you're right. Also, the Gemara, how come they do every day? So let's say, my family could always have responsibility for the negative things that I do, but the shine is how are they ultimately held accountable? Are they held accountable to the same standard that I am, or are they held accountable to a different standard? To the standard, this is really fascinating. Let me know that. The classy also. So let's check out a couple more. So my family, I'm a family with when I left all times, but I feel really colors. I'm not a responsible for every discovery. Like when I came into America, that my family is held to some level of accountability as well. I'm not a thought that my family is held to the very same level of accountability that I am. The Gemara says, I saw because my college brought up to the because I might be trying to some place. My family doesn't hold that same standard. In other words, that when I sin, there's absolutely some level of familial responsibility. But my family is never held to the same level that I am. So come on, get should be called up. That when I sin, everything carries with it some level of familial responsibility. So that's what it gets you put in place about committing an offense. Not because often when you sin, the reason I sin is because I assume that the fallout of my actions is limited to me. Now that I understand every single thing that I do just for the impact on my family as well, it just makes me think twice. Like, I don't want to be something to my wife. I don't want to be something to my kids. I don't want to be something to my parents. I don't want to be something to my extended family. So suddenly now it makes us measure our actions just a little bit more. Incredible. So the Rabbi goes like this. I'll go to the Rabbi find out everything they tell you. So all of that is, again, usually retribution is exacted from me and not from the world. Yet by Shviras Shad, the retribution is exacted from everyone. Is that true? But the other ideas, retribution is not exacted from the world, but the Kishnu Ishba'ahu, Ishba'ahu, Miami, Holy Salah, there is a reflection of everything is there's mutual responsibility. I'm responsible for your activities, you're responsible for my activities. So at the end of the day, it's not just by Shviras Shad, it's by everything. It's by everything. Oh my goodness, right? Awesome, this is incredible. She used the younger moon comes from the week. So let's say, so ultimately I am younger. In other cases, the younger people bear collective responsibility. When I have the ability to stop someone else to object to someone other and I fail to do so, then there is collective responsibility. But at the end of the day, if I don't have the ability to object, then there's no collective responsibility. By Shvuas Shad, ultimately again it's collective responsibility, even if I can't object to someone else's behavior, which is tremendous. You're going to see what that is. When you might say, okay, let's analyze this. My people are shut in the stock, they're shut in the hour. Now let's say, we might use the following Russian. The way to be things to the team is shut in the world and it's shut in of money stuff. Now what if we might use this phrase, is shut in, is shut in the way if you have the ability to object, they're trying to object. My other behavior. So again, once the finish the team, it's like we're trying to my family or the world. Then we can start with everything down. So we can refer to people who have no authority to object. So whether that's a weekend in my family or a weekend in the world. So really bad. We might just You decide where else to do this. You're telling me how you can do that. How you can do that. How you hold responsible for the punishment for the deed of that Avila. When you tell them to stop, though, who can come up? So if someone like that, you got to put the family member. You have the ability to go out and object to my parents' behavior. And fail to do so. They don't get the same punishment I get, but they still get a more severe punishment. Have you noticed? You are a family member, a member of your family, your children, your spouse, someone else is doing something wrong. And you don't do anything about it. You let this kid continue down a negative path and you don't stop it. You're held responsible. You're held responsible. Even for adult children, you're held responsible. And again, not the same level of responsibility as the person doing themselves, but again, a second responsibility. When you turn down love, because you're not God. And again, you turn down the first people who are outside of the struggle, but still people who can object and don't do so, still a lower level of judgment. And it's a again. So your level is because it's the rest of the highest level of punishment. Family members who can't object but don't do so, second tier punishment. Outsiders who can't object and don't do so, third tier. Okay? Second tier. Second tier, you know, so second tier is not up to you. Second tier, you want to get in the family, outside the family, now get what you're going to do. So you can let people who are unaware of what's going on, can't tell you about what's going on, are not high technical level. Okay, so it's like, that's the level of general level. That was Shua. What about again about Shua? That was Shua. 30% of the stuff that you know. So when it comes to Shua, so what's that about? So the conditioner, when you're trying to stop, though, the general shop means the rest of you what? Family members who have the ability to stop this type of behavior, and those who do so are held similarly accountable. What's the this? So again, the person who takes the Shriya shop and its family members who have allowed for the cultivation of this type of personality are all held accountable to the same level. They're shown the Alma, the Green Kama, ultimately again, they're shown outside of the family, are held liable to one tier below. So we do the hot between hot cow. Ultimately, they're Sadiqim. Sadiqim in the family, Sadiqim on the outside of us, as what Sadiqim? What Sadiqim ultimately are going to be both. Well, that's what I said, you have like no involvement in this yet, are still held responsible. Are still held responsible. Now let's say, now, in what does this mean? Hold on for 1 second, maybe we'll just do this for 2 more lines. Remember, English, but function also, ultimately, again, if, so now, let's say again, responding.
Good joke.
Responding says, if he says, I'm not swearing, so you know what? If you're not feeling like, I love the case of money, right? I'm not. When you get to that, so what happens? You know, in the culture, so you're good. You see, I thought, remember how we use, it's supposed to have a 20-point gap. What's the beauty of this Gemara? The beauty of this Gemara is it allows you to respond to safe face. Why? So let's say, you know, the best way, the best negotiation is out, where no one has to admit that they're wrong, right? Everybody can walk away from the negotiation feeling that they're right. That's the best way. What's the beauty of this Gemara? Someone could say, you know what? I'm not going to see it. And it can hold his head high. Right? Because I'm not going to this Gemara where it says, if a guy says, I'm not screaming up, hey, what is that essentially? What is that? What is that? What is this feeling? Not suddenly, what is it? What is it? An expression of profound piety. I treat Shua so carefully that I'd rather pay money and not put the Lord's name into it. It's so godless. Godless. What it allows a person to do is see things without having to admit guilt. So good. But if I ever, she says, no, I'm still going to say, I'm not having this part. Only some only zero that soon only have all the emotional. She says, I understand. Yeah, let's say, but some people have this. That's what she says. Some people they say, okay, cut off. Make way. Like you might want to get out of here because the guy who got the overlap is not really good. And also, in the first both of them, the training and the responding, just what's understood. Please tell me to come Shabbat, Kali Surah. I'll do the Kali Shabbat online. So what I understand when you're going to shame, to swear as a bad guy. But why would you? You're going to claim it. You're going to included in this statement of Rothschild, to which you might say, I'll tell you, you might say, so anybody who decided to see what's happening, Shmuas Hashem Tiyah Shmuel. Ultimately, when a person takes the Shmuah, that Shmuah is between two people. Between the government and the respondent. There are two people involved in that Shmuah. And Rabbi, Shekala Shmuah al Shmuel, it teaches us that the Shmuah ultimately again devolves upon both of them, and it is liability ultimately against the both of them. Now, why? So let's take a look at Rashi. Top Rashi is that this is actually why. Rashi says, Chala Ashmehem, Shekala Shmuah. Both parties are punished for Shmuah. How so? So, Lusa Mamono Biyad Naaman, Igor Yudhiko Russia. This is why. So the swear, I understand why he's going to be liable. What about the getting equated? What about the raise? Why are you lending money? Why are you engaging in business with dishonest people? So it's fascinating. So both are liable. One for swearing and one for engaging with people who are not of good credibility. Don't hang around and don't do business and don't lend money with people who lack credibility. What's the matter? There's none of these laws. One of these laws that it is, the halacha is, what that's correct. The halacha is, you are not allowed to lend money without witnesses, and you are not allowed to pay back loan without witnesses. In fact, the kids are being down 2%. If you do so, you are in violation of Lifnei Iran or seeking Lifshal. So you see from here, the only way to run into a situation like this is how if you're not conducting business in the right way. Because otherwise, it makes it common sense. Constructing witnesses, otherwise they will get stressed. So therefore, the only way to get into this is with people who are not following the halacha. So if you're not following the halacha, and it's ending up with shua, ultimately you're going to apply broken capabilities. So let's say, so now, after this time, we're not going to get into because it's such a negative test. Whereas if I were to get to that, so what we just like, you don't just spend a whole hour and a half focusing so intently on the severity of Shua's child. So what is this severity? So for example, there's a weekend man Shah. The man Shah says over here, he says, because in this humble world, Shishmei Shal Yisrael HaGadol, Kiyumo Shal Olam, he is Sodo Shekda, Kola HaOlamos. The name of HaKadosh Baruch is the very engine of creation. The name of HaKadosh Baruch is the very thing which will be gracious Bara Elohim, as Hashem, as our Shem Hashem means, then what did Hashem initially create the universe with? He created it. His name. Gracious Bara Elohim. Elohim, as he said, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the meaning of the Ribono Shel Olam is what created the very breaking box in its form of creation. When you misuse that name, ultimately again, what you are doing is undermining the very foundation of creation itself. And to take a step one step further, we'll say, what is this Rothschild? What is this Rothschild? This Rothschild essentially corrupts two things. Number one, it corrupts people. Like when you swear falsely, you're thinking that God has rewarded that God of speech, which is the very thing that defines us as people. It's what makes us us. What distinguishes man ultimately against an animal? It's not the ability to walk. Animals can walk also. It's not the ability to reproduce. Animals can reproduce also. Not even the ability to think. Animals can think also. What sets aside man ultimately again from animal is Rahman monologue. The case calls it speech. A false oath is the fundamental corruption of speech. Fundamentally undermines all speech. And what the halacha lamais is, the Gemara says that when this going to have occurs, at the end of the day, what is that doing? It's fundamentally undermining the very self. So you're undermining the world. You're undermining gracious. You're undermining yourself. And then what else? What else is Shuat doing? Shuat also directly trespass in Ashur HaYodah. If you swear falsely, then there's nothing stable. Like you can't do anyone at your word. You can't do anything. So what's the funny thing that happens? When you bring to the false oath, you're undermining creation, you're undermining Lamako, and ultimately again, you're undermining human relationships and integrity, you're undermining Chadera, and you're undermining the very essence of power of these speech, you're undermining Shmo. So when you take this false oath, you've eroded every unreachable stars. Would you mind saying, did you something like that? An unforgivable offense. Are fundamentally undermining anything and everything that holds the world up. I was going to tell you today, scrap tremendous tomorrow. And because once you know, we're going to do anyway. What do you think? See, you can actually play your parents. You can work on everything. Good morning, I'm just a rough, checking every had a beautiful uplifting status. A brief is the first question to begin. The news together begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip to thank our annual Planetary Center for the Providence itself. We dedicated early finish up this year as we discuss for the summer travels for all of families throughout. Our great sponsors for the money from Stephen Abadi and Further Stephen Telizin, and letting them know to Robert Jonas, to Zoom and the honor by the Gospel of Sol Noel, and the Christian of the Flight of the United States of California, the show having a New York, the family in the local, that's the letter of course is always the dedicated by the switch. But Patrick Hoskins and John Commander from Green Hill, the summer and the color and the rest of our resources and crossing it to protect them. Keeping sure you see a lot of them to be successful in all of their endeavors and do connect their families with someone and the color. Those are that. But let's begin. Thank you for watching the video shoot yesterday. Today we are starting on round the test with our 38A on the top of the dot. Hopefully you did your homework. And we're touchdown from last night, as I put out on the chat. We are starting at the two dots. And we're touchdown. We gotta check the chat. Also, if I don't do it, there's no way we're going to be able to keep up in that notification this week. A lot of too much ahead of us. So let's touch the two dots on top. So short have to cover trees on. Three need to cover trees to be up. Okay, so let's remember again. But we're not going to get into a really fascinating topic. We started with two different types of cases where sometimes a person would be going ahead and entering up claims from multiple people, or would also be going ahead and making multiple oaths towards one person. So there was a tension in the Mishnah as to when halacha l'maisa, again, when it's a person, and obviously it's become a case where they lied, right, because they are, when it would be a situation where they're going to be tired once, versus when it would be a situation where they're going to be tired multiple times. So that's what we're going to analyze this thing that second way. So turn on. Well, how can it have Allah? So for example, if a person goes ahead and let's say bumbles multiple oaths into one statement, and they say yes, the only type ones, but if you specify, ultimately again, you are fighting on every single individual shvua. Again, the specifics of that we're going to see this one. We'll get to that in the Leader says that we don't, right? The Leader says like this: shvua below the car, so the Leader says, the person, let's say again, let's say 5 people come over to me, and each of them are making a claim that I owe them some item, like something huddle, and what's that up? I say, I swear, I don't owe to you, below the car, and not to you, and below the car, and not to you, and then it turns out that I'm lying, I'm going to be lying to ultimately again for every single shua. That's what we do. But the other says, below the car, shua, And he says, it's not that the religious point is, you have to say, low the car, below the car, below the car, below the car. So when you measure those ones,
so when you retire from, you work for the federal bureau. Oh, that's right. This is the tiniest present.
but you also have to add in the word shvua afterwards. That putting shvua at the end makes it individualized. Shvua, and therefore it can create individual liability. You got the Yeshua says in Yeshua says, Hashvua, Shvua, Yeshua comes along and he says, no. In order to create individual liability, you have to say, Shvua, lo lecha, Shvua, lo lecha, Shvua, lo lecha. So it says, so this is the tension. This is the tension. What needs to be said in order to create individual liability? And obviously, individual liability is only going to be what we call collective liability. That's 12 versus the class. And then you do the short. So you can say in a short, essentially, when it's a trial case, like an inclusive case, that only creates one level of liability. So first I know is the fact that the individual case of Rabbi. I think about to misunderstand what he did. But trial and fact means in this context. So trial ultimately again refers to the idea that there's only going to be highest once, right? Because everybody's grouped essentially, all the claimants are grouped into one shura. This is flat, which is going to mean again all the claimants are broken out or individualized, and therefore there's going to be liability for each individual shura. If the shura comes one of the shura, how many that's about it? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines back from the top. The shura says like this. The crown of Rabbi Meir, also is equivalent to the cost of Rabbi Yehuda, and Kramos Rabbi Yehuda, Chachos Rabbi Meir. Okay, that's what we're going to see this collect a little bit more specifically in the Gemara. And Yochanan says, HaKol is a lower cost, Shehut Prat. So listen, the Yochanan comes along and says, no. Everyone agrees that if you say the lower cost, never said that you have to be very specific with our wording of the word. So the Yochanan agrees focusing on is the bar. The bar. That's the low. It's not low called low called but the low cost. That is lesson of the ultimately creates individual liability. So let's look at this one. Let's look at the low cost. This is very interesting. Now, you can't understand over here. He says that anyone using the low cost, so then I say, sure, that I don't have yet to pardon, right? Below the car. So everyone would read on Halacha online. So it's all these things that she's supposed to be online. So Halacha mentioned your person, everyone reads now these higher for each individual thing, each individual flow. Where's the not yes? When I say low. Without the bug. He's the individual liability in that case. Shemir over here says, and then it says, even below the car without the bug, it's still a fact, it's still individual shua. But even if it's cloud, even says, no, it's a cloud. Okay, let's say that's that hard. Raise your close over there. So what's in the Ramirez world? What's this cloud? So what's the number again? Interesting enough, the reporting number of the city is very funny. Ramirez, everything got that we have shimmy. But interesting enough, we have a very small Ramirez of the shimmy, 40 specific cases. Ramirez did not quote specific cases. All Ramirez said is like a general rule. This is cloud, but if you include all of the claimants in one general denial, you only file it once. If you specify the claim, or you specify the denial totally respective claimants, then you file practice one. But a mere exception of particularly what is a cloud and what is a crowd. So there needs to be caution there. What is your nearest crowd? Shua, She'ilachem Biyaki. So let's say that the nearest crowd would be like this. So imagine again, there are 5 people claiming against you. Right? Each of them are claiming that I have something of yours in my possession. And I just say, Shua She'ilachem Biyaki. I swear, I have nothing that belongs to any of you in my possession. And there it says, that's a cloud. Now, if it comes to those things, please find out anything that would be more specific, and so let it be a cloud. So it doesn't really make sense that seems not to be punished between low and good low. Also, those to be cut cases. That's not going to be. So let's argue about. interesting enough, remember, so when God let Shmuel and Rabbi Yochanan are arguing in Rabbi Meir. So the Gemara says, what is the point of their comparison? What are they arguing about? So the Gemara says, we're not going to see. Shmuel died in the Isa. Rabbi Yochanan died in the Isa. Shmuel is in the diet from the Isa. And Rabbi Yochanan is in the diet from the Mishnah. Shmuel died in the Isa. Shmuel was first in the Isa. What's the issue of Torah? Below the top. What the hobby? So again, Shmuel said like this. And the fact that Yehuda said that the piece of track is below the top. Below the top, look at us. The cloud is shining like words on the cloud of Habib. So it's like a touch. So again, if Rabbi Yehuda says that that's the top, and Rabbi Yehuda is disputing Rabbi Meir, unless he Rabbi Meir holds that even below the top, ultimately it's for the cloud. Rabbi Yehuda, Patabi, and Rabbi Yehuda disputing, he says that it's a track. Rabbi Yochanan says, Rabbi Meir, Patabi, and Rabbi Yochanan says no. Rabbi Yochanan says differently. He says, according to Meir, what we just said before, both of those cases are traps. Now, which is what both of those cases? Low Laka, and below Laka. Really, Meir is when both of those are trap cases. Not really that we got. There's a low Laka or below Laka. Let me just like this. In the case of below Laka, I'll agree that below Laka ultimately is going to be a trap case. You know, it says, below the top, how you not But in the case of low the top, I'm going to disagree. And low the top, I'm going to say is not a flat. Low the top is straight flat case. The Shmuel, so they can come back to this. And the only way I do it, you talk already to it. Of course, it doesn't make any sense. Because there's no point in doing this thing. There's no point in going and discussing the stuff we agree on. Rather, we should discuss the stuff we don't agree on. So I say, so I just want to call very stuff on that statement. Right, so that's true Gemara. That's true Gemara, right? Sometimes when you're trying to go ahead and get to a core principle, there's no point in talking about the stuff you agree on to know you agree on. Rather, again, the point of view is to discuss the kind of stuff you don't agree on. So that might be true Gemara, but when continuing practice and progress, sometimes the reverse is true. The goal is to focus on the things you do agree on, recognize how a large swath of items that really is, and recognize that there is inherent reconcile the stuff you used to be on, it's not okay. So that's you see, that's the whole point of Gemara, is to start to reconcile the stuff you disagree about. Okay, so therefore, I don't want to cover that stuff here, because that's already done, that's already done. Let's focus on the stuff you don't agree on so you can resolve it. And what is helping you can resolve the stuff you disagree on. So the goal is to highlight the idea that you agree on it so much more, and even though there may be irreconcilable differences, it's okay, because you're clearly equipped by the thing you can do agree on it. Such as that. When you open up, when you open up enough issue, when you open up the life of the Mishnah, what is it? When you come up the mayor, Shua, Shein, Rabbi, Kol Lahavi, Mitzvah, Below Lachaf, Patavi. And you open the guy like this. So we can answer like this. But Shua, Shein, Rabbi, right? So let's say, that's the case in Mishnah. Where again, 5 people are arguing against me. I go ahead and I say, Shua, Shein, Rabbi, I have nothing of yours in my possession. So what can you say? If it turns out that I'm lying, how many times am I liable? Once, well, that's a 12. So what is it in there? If that's the case of the cloud, if the low the car, plus the hobby, you can be a person that, but if we say the low the car, ultimately is going to be a threat. Beside that top, below the top, because if you think that even below the top is still cloud, as a much more than lucky, you should not below the car. Ultimately, because if the below really holds, then even below the car is a cloud, and that's the Mishnah state back case. Because if you say 5 people free, they're answering the words, and I say, below the car, it's still one, the Marakas come with the corner. If I say what, Shua She'ela can be ready, of course it's only going to be one level of liability as well. Shua says, below the car, the only Shua She'ela can be ready. That is Shua She'ela says, I guess something you already know. When you say below the car, it's as if that's still a cloud, and if you said Shua She'ela can be ready. Okay, so this is like, so again, so I think what you have over here is, you should be getting there, every day has another shilling, the exact number of now, when some of them place a Shmuel and Rabbi Yochanan in the position of Rabbi Meir. Good. So now we go over here a couple of different questions. So Tashma, Daily Bikadrin, which Shmuel's yard, which gets on Ba'akiba. So remember again, which of them called the case. Like, I got to say, so you may give me my Bikadrin that you have, my loan, my trade item, and my lost item. Until you already choose from you. And let's say again, if Ruben says, Shmuel She'in Yavi, in the Chavi Yavi, then he goes fight once. And if he says, Shmuel She'in Bikadrin, Shomer Siyal, there's no Rabbi, then what? He's carried 4 times. They both say, now what do you notice about the syntax over here? It's a bar. There's a bar. What do you see from here? That's clearly again, low lecha is going to be trapped. And it sounds like that without the bar, it will ultimately again be the cloud. Right? That low lecha will be cloud. So now it says, Shimon Siyah, yes, I'll take out the bar. One gear says, rather again, the gear should be out the bar. Okay, that's the first white line. Now we're discussing about it. Kashma, you saw already the Christmas. So I say, once again, in this first case, it's a sound block that is the whole top. But remember again, the block is there. The block seems to get to a liability. No block is considered a problem. So it's that's not the cash on your hand. You might have said, so it's only Christmas. You once again, remove the box. Remove the box, one syntax. So everything that everything is change the gear set. Change the gear set. Can't even everything in there is wrong. I don't know if you want to say it's fasting. Yeah, she wants to spend time to try to get this in the whole thing of your comment or it's reality or the instant. Why are you trying to prolong this dispute for 7 years? Because again, remember we have a principle in the story explaining that what? Stand up to your minute. Right? You're going to establish the law that you live on your right? That's why we're assuming over here that without attributions, it's going to be Rabbi Meir, and that's what the fitness is. If you want to relate, stop doing that. Money is ready. No, the Lord is right. As I remember that we respect the Mishnah.
The jelly.
The Amar, Rothschild desires, the Rothschild desires, throughout the hobby. So the Rebbe's view is that halacha l'maisa, again, it doesn't make a difference whether you use the bug or not. Either way, as long as you specifically articulate, as long as you articulate specific items, right, specific items, ultimately that is going to create this case, and therefore create individual liability. So therefore, it's interesting enough this whole time, we've been trying to distinguish between a low lecha, and the low lecha, and maybe that's one big difference. Which reflects the view of Rebbe's, and then also no distinction between low lecha and the low lecha or the low lecha, or Rebbe's version. Desires, what desires is the desires. Okay, incredible. Rashi says that we are not right. Rebbe, you have another question, Texas, follow Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda Amar, in the second slogan, Chini Rothschild Shilkik, and Sanzela Amar Flechot, desires to not have, desires Bachot, Rothschild desires to not have, desires Bachot. Okay, so you have to be talking about the video, a case of Kibble, and a case of Pittsburgh Polo. Again, the specifics for us in Scotland are not necessarily right now, but suffice it to say, there's no position of Rabbi, and Rabbi says any case can be item specific. Whether it's with a box or without a box, doesn't make a difference. It creates individual liability. Incredible. Tashma is again. Rabbi says as follows: Afiluchita Yisrael B'Kisanes. So let's say again, Rabbi Meir says, and it says, again, let's say I go ahead, we wait for the wedding to do. I go to later, so we wait. You owe me Kita Yisrael B'Kisanes. You owe me wheat, barley and stout. And Ruben says, I don't owe you wheat, barley and stout. Ultimately, Ruben is going to be carried for each individual false oath. Each individual false oath. Because again, what you need to see from there is stop with the ball. Because once again, size it up. Yes, and you know, change the gear. So tiny, keep us all up the service. That was that about. That about. So this is my activity. So what's the position in this case? On the left, I read that you got a few steps of flower. It's the older class. So only because then it's the class. So it's inside. Yes, and in this new activity, this is just a different lesson. What's the lesson? The lesson is you might start like this. So I go to lesson, you only heat up. Or you only soya. Or you only cross me. Maybe what I'm saying is what? Maybe what does that literally mean? What does it mean? You only in one stop. To which the man says, no, what you're just going to teach me is heat up, soya, and crispy, or crispy, this long. Even in the second sentence, even in the singular, means what? A greater number. Right? So, each singular still means each plural. Right? And so all the singular still means plural. So everybody knows that's what that says means that right ultimately comes to peace. Like if you look at the bottom line, what comes out of it as a child, you know, things teaching you that you have two different ways to make it short. So again, I'm clearly many of things you don't see them. And you didn't deny the claim. The only way how to deny the claim is between the extent of the liability. If you just make one little point without denial, from all the different claims, then what in halacha is only higher once. If you make a flat denial, specific denial, then it's going to be higher multiple times. That's the machlokes. The machlokes is what constitutes a general denial versus a specific denial. When you distill it down all the way, it seems to be that the point of contention is as follows. In order to make a specific flat denial, do you need the God? Do you need a God? Or to say, do you, so obviously, I would agree in order to make a specific denial, but what's happening over here is what's that said, I'm the claimant. I'm making a claim against you, but what is he? The kind of respondent? Respondent. I'm taking advice from you, right? Alaskans, again, usually only on Zoom and with the background of policies. We wanted to see how the other half works. Right? It's I don't know what everyone wants to do. But so again, so there's 5 things, right? So everyone agrees, right? So again, so just so you understand how this works, right? I'm doing what I'm saying you only, let's just keep this case. You only wheat, barley, and spelt. Right? So obviously everyone agrees that we're going to say I owe you nothing, and you then rise. How many what's his liability? 1, right? Type 1 carbon, like that could be so here's the shaila. When he responds to this, obviously in order to go ahead and create individual liability, he's gonna have to say wheat and barley stuff. The shaila is, doesn't just have to say I don't owe you wheat, barley, and stuff, or is it wheat and barley and stuff? Heat up is sown the Christmas. So life doesn't seem to, so that seems to be helping compassion. Let's listen to the Rambam. So the Rambam says over here, in Hilchos Shavuos, Perek Zayin, Halacha Yud. Here it is. Henry Kanisha told us, right? So there are 5. Bless you. So there are 5 people praying against you. Well, you know, 10 minutes to come into the record. Okay, so the Rambam's case, the Rambam's case is not as clean making, or I should say, someone claiming against me 5 different things, but rather again, it's 5 different people claiming against me. Right? It's the same case, right? So 5 people come to me and say, each of them claiming you owe me because of. You owe me right, I do. And I say, Shua, Shema Kamiyati, and I swear and say, Hebra, I don't have anything that belongs to any of you, because I'm not going mine. Any type of a covenant. Here's one time like that. Right? It says that's a class, including everyone. Shua, Shein Lechaviyabi, Lo Lecha, Vilo Lecha, Velo Lecha, Chayivato Akal Yachas. As I said, listen to the wording of the Rambam. The Rambam says, but if I said, Shua, Shein Lechaviyabi, Lo Lecha, Lo Lecha, Vilo Lecha, Chayivato Akal. What did the Rambam do? The Rambam combined both. That is fascinating. So the Rambam is says, Lo Lecha, and the Lo Lecha. Hence the Mishnah says, אני כפוסק של הביוחד, וכמה הייתי אומר, שלא שנים, איניך ואמרי לך תשובה, באופן לבא. ותדעו פרטי הבא, sensible to therefore again, I'm not when I say I'm not asking, essentially, you can say what to is. Either, like the Rothschild version of Rabbi Meir, or like who? Like Rabbi, who made no distinction between Kezias and Kezias. Either way, interestingly enough, Allah in order to go ahead and make a fact case, all you need is to specify the claim, to specify the claim, whether you use the but or not is inconsequential, and you decide ultimately against for each denial. So that's what it's like. Especially one of these incredible examples, some codes that man explicitly articulates how he's constituting, and sometimes his fact is going such a nuanced way. It's fascinating, right? So if you read this too quickly, you're not going to pick up on it. It's always like you say, short she'in l'cha biyadi, lo l'cha, v'lo l'cha, hada kala hada. So that's a question. So I'm not going to say as long as they're responding, go ahead and specify each one, whether he's saying the but or not. I'm not going to create individual liability for each thing that he is denying. He's got always connected. Next, can you because of the chin of set, get what I made it just in that, huh? So it's like this. Can you keep it solid? So it's like, I don't even get it. So the range, right, you have my weakness or my weakness in my body, right? So go ahead and give back to me. I'm going to go for it. Please don't feel this by others. So by remember, in order for this liability, obviously, I have to make things clear. That's what that needs to flip up. The Rothschild says that a combined pizza from the items being claimed works as well. As long as there's a combined pizza, we're good to go. TV ball of Ahad Rabbi. So we'll say these actually quite fascinating. Chaz Amar Achpati Mechayit, Achpati Lo Mechayit. So Chaz Amar Achpati Nami Mechayit. So we'll say this is Chayit. We're going to play this outside and we're going to see and also international. So imagine the following scenario. I go over to the say you owe me meat, barley, and spells. Even it says, I don't owe you meat, barley, and spells. So let's say, so here's the title. In general, when even it says that, and now let's say he's lying. How many oaths has he violated? So on one hand, you could say, 3, like meat, barley, and spells. But the truth is, implicit in denying meat, barley, and spells is also the what? He owes me nothing. Which is another slew of fraud. So the interesting question I was doing with over here is when somebody denies a total claim and they specify the items they don't deny, are required just to remember items they deny, and maybe it's the items they deny plus 1. What's the plus 1? The plus 1 represents the general denial that I owe you nothing. Look at actually just a moment. As this cut, I'm going to cut in the high back there and high back on Athos back on the plane of person. Try to Shalosh Kama. Have that people, the Khabas and the Khabas people. I never do it. So you only read barley and spells. And you don't deny it. And you says, I don't owe you anything. I don't owe you wheat, barley, and spells. So on one hand, everyone thinks will be that it's going to be tied that he's right with his sure because he falsely denied that he did that. He falsely said he doesn't owe you wheat, barley, and spells. Our problem with Chayim, I mean, it's Shlosh in the Chabiyadi Chayim, Shukaba Shloka Atinafshiri, Shakama Bach, Ein Lekha Biyadi Klon, Shakazo Halak Lo Chitin Velo Koshim Lo Sa'olim, Alapata Peisha Bishua, Shin Chabiyadi. So it's really the cases like this, right? The case I'm going over to, and I say to Ruben, you are like, and then we just see what your Rothschild has to do. Right, so usually what's happening over here is as follows, right? I go to a David, you owe me, you call me stuff. David says, Shua, in the family of the king, no eating, no sewing, no Christmas. That's really the case over here. So what's happening over here, if you look at what Ruben is saying is, really, Ruben is making first the general denial, and then ultimately, again, he's denying the wheat, the barley, the stuff. The shine is, how do we do that? How do we do that? So now, essentially what's happening over here is we do that first Shlosh in the Chabiyadi as a general oath, and then 3 specifics of 3 three specific points, and then the third guy that we're going to drop a melody. Third guy is around about 12 things. He made a general false out, and then three specific false outs, or maybe not. Maybe we make general out. Short to the Fabiabi, and then what does that mean? Any eating, any listening, any insult, any general listening. Please be required to read. So that's the shy. In fact, chapter, that's what we do. So now, I'm going to do it for the some time. You can go back over a video. How about now? I'll start in the fight, I'll play in the fight. So one thing we said, the only fight was eating, sewing, and twisting, not going to be fighting for a general out of any of the yucky. How about now? I'm probably not in the fight. The other thing is, no, you're going to be fighting for, right? 1, 3, or 4, you're again for eating, sewing, and twisting. And then there's one general out for in the short in the Fabiabi clothes. That's only the key. How many times can we actually catalyze? So what's the other issue? But the key is there are 15 catalysts. Now remember again, what does the key refer to? And the key ultimately is referring to the case of where that she says over here, the key of the at the bottom. You see how they sorry, no, not yet. Sorry, that's not cut off. Sorry, second one on the how you can use your total of sentimentals, right? It's traditional. Of which 5 people are making a claim against me. The whole problem is eating is selling the cookie. Alright, so let's remember again. 5 people claiming against me. Each person claiming, eating, selling, and cooking. I swear to each of them, I don't owe you eating, selling, and cooking. If it turns out that I'm lying, let's tell you about. I will tell you 15 hashams. I can try 15 kavalas. 15 kavalas. Now listen, what does that show? What does that show? It shows that in these cases, all there is individual liability, but for the prop shields, but there's no liability. If the car liability to watch are assumed cartels, so you need to go ahead and read 20 cartels, not 15. Which the Gemara says, because of the chillness, I'm sorry. Maybe you say assume items. So I told the party car, function to carry no function. Maybe the parents only talking about the individual liability, not talking about the car liability. But here, how they can assume cartels. As I said, he says elsewhere that you actually carry 20 factors off, which makes it sound like you carry not only for the individual factors, but also carry for the general shrub in the Fabiabi club. And the covers, it's in a slot, get all that. So it's just figuring out it's quite interesting. Number of people so I've got 5 people coming in from each training out of them, solemn and Christmas. I go and I say to them, Shua, She'er can be a diplom, your people will solve not prefer and the Shua to all of them. So the Shiloh is, and everyone will agree, and the high individual identity for people solve the Christmas. The Shiloh is the also general identity for the first Shua, but anyone can be a diplom. That's my focus. That's my focus. So now we're going to how you finish your combination? 5 people make it against me. But on the road, Chicago, so 5 people are coming in, they all come with the same clothes. And what do they say? Give us the Chicago, right? Chicago with the deposit, show us in the loan. Yeah, that's something you start from us. And I think that was I get what you can. Right? And what happens? I say to one of the claimants, she was in the body of the Chicago, Shinasial, Gento Rabbi. So I respond to one of them. So I say again, it's Ruben, Shimon, Lady, Yuba, and stuff. And they're all coming to claim against me. I say to one of them, Ruben, I swear to you that I don't have a Chicago, Shinasial, Gezel Vavita. And then what do I say? Below the car, below the car, below the car, below the car. That's what I do. And again, I do the below the car to each of the rest of it. So now, so I want to say, what is the halacha in that case? Achad Mechai, and that's what I say, people ask that shows that. Achad Mechai Namdala. Achad Mechai, Achol Echad Ve'echad Mechana. That's right, the below the car become a lot. Achad Mechai Mechai Mechai. They can have a fast kata or some mission. That's so it's a great shayla, right? So you were talking about here, 5 guys who live in the and those 5 guys are training against me. Pardon, a deposit, Chumesias alone, there's no story object, and there's a rock object. I schedule as a unit. Schwartz in the body of me, Pardon, Chumesias, there's no object. And then I say, below the part, below the part, below the part, below the part. Turns out that I'm wrong. Turns out that I'm wrong. So now, everyone agrees that we got the reading, I'm going to be tired for it.
So they were never married. So they had a son.
The second is, what does the lower part do for the rest of it? So what they say, and I maybe only carry it once for the rest of the claimants on the days, or do not after carry the carry on the days. Maybe I should be carried ultimately again for individual liability for each of the claimants that are the other claimants as well. So it's a mess. Let's analyze the touchdown, the kind of idea, I think an S3 cycles. So say in this case, I'm carrying 20 cycles. Now what's the case? If we done it, is it parish? So if I specify, the only thing I specified, I went to each of the guys where it said, I swore to in the Kaviyaki, right? Not because I'm sure to see it, gives about a bit, right? Again, you mentioned that's obvious. So much that we think, you're not suffering, that we see just has to decide, that's obvious. And a lot of the no parish, and there must be a case that do not specify by the rest of them, which let me know what to have you, and it turns out that's what. And indeed, ultimately, again, it is the fact. So that's just therefore, again, a 2 important piece of halacha for myself, but really combine it to one of the others. So number one, in this case, with 5 people are petitioning, right, and all the groups in turn, what the claim will be, is a silver. You have in your possession our Picadon, our loan, right, our loan, a lost stolen object, and the lost object. I took you this, you know, sure, so in the copy of it, I swear, I do not have it yet in my possession. You are Picadon, your loan, your stolen object, and your lost object. And then I say, below the car, below the car, below the car, below the car. That is the equivalent. I love when I see you. It says, of making an individualized sure for each of those guys. And that's like it turns out that a lot of the nights that I lie, what's halacha, what's a lot I'm trying 20 katas. 20 katas. Something are not working, right? You're telling me, right? You're really very happy. Fantastic stuff. But I mentioned tremendous amount of lives there. But let's say so again. So two things, I just have that about this. So two things to imagine. Number one, is that the individual liability risk below the car, below the car, below the car, below the car. And that's what else we see from here is that a lot of the stuff, we always tie on the cloud, not tie on the cloud. But going back to our original question, when I say Schwartz in the cross the Yagi, right? No, it's Hagan, below Shemasiah, below Jazza, below Abeda. I'm not tied an additional shwar for a general flower shwar. I'm only tied ultimately again for what? For the individual shwar, which is our previous question. Okay, incredible. So let's say finish up the title. Unless there is a secret key, let's say which of them ended up in an interesting case, where someone claims ultimately again a class. So you're going to go over the show, right? And you're going to say the show. You seduce my daughter, or you violated my daughter, and what's the halacha? And we're going to have your Shimon claimed, and then he did not. I'm not sure if I would do the Russian English now. Shimon claimed that he did not. So what's the halacha? So someone says, this was a mafur, yes. But I'm not sure to see that because we're not long after that we have very bad on the other side. Also, from that Shimon, the Shimon is lying, the Shimon is Chayiv, Shimon is Chayiv, and the Shimon told you, the Shimon says, when you start the wine, Shimon shall influence out the Asmo. Which means the good is the plants. And since most of the plants butter, also when you take make yourself time and plants. Therefore, if the skills force you down, if you break in the butter, they responded back to Rabbi Shimon, Abba, the Shimon shall influence out the Asmo, and shall influence it to develop the Asmo. But you get a sense because of the even when you can't take plants, in all these cases, even aside from plants, we're going to be enough points of financial restitution. Namely, Moshe's Gam, right to a nation, depreciation, indicate the medical bills that are involved in the same life. So now it's like you know, scholars. So, you know, it's another thing about I'm going to be a community. My time to be shooting. First, the shooting logic. Where the shooting says that if you swear falsely about its mass case, you're not tired. So, you know, what for the shooting logic? How is it if it's mass together? So, the shooting logic is you get the tia, you get the claim, is on plus. That's right. But you should have the equal claims on plus. And therefore, because you claims on plus, and if you make plus, you have it. And therefore, again, since we still forced to about this, there's no point in still around there. The school of love is much more than still around there. So what can change these people there? The other shower the Cabero, they would eating is only the Christmas rich for Cabero. If you're going to a person, like I was going to do that. Even if you need to meet the body discovered in your hands, I don't know, it's working in the Cabero eating. So I have this, so you experience it. I swear I don't have your meat. Which don't have to eat people that say that we have no people, are sorry with the food is like. But it does have sorry because we, they say this is the what's how the fuck. The fucker, right? He's probably really coming in right. If he is Shabba, I think if he is Shabba, he's going to take him Shabba. So we say that we didn't swear about the meat. He wasn't that scared correctly. He didn't have the meat. So that was in this case of the year, there was a mission for the city. Ultimately, again, many slaves left the camp, not to be slaves correctly, but there's no liability about it. Right? Because if you only day look at the class, but you look at the class, you are going to cover. So that doesn't change to say that you highlight it, you're going to be fine. Even when you make these kinds of bunches of diamond other things, and if your item is going to be butter, and we are buying back to have you together, please, you done it. I'll see if you can cut up, and they'll be trying to take you over cover. In that case, you don't run ahead and you even say you didn't have the week, and indeed you swore correctly about the week, but ultimately you did not negate or you did not deny the story of this week. In this case, Papa, the Kula Mercy, which is the Papa leg. You know, in this case, yeah, that's the reason that things to do to follow, she was denying everything. And when Johnny and the only the Kabe was doing people in certain Christmas, she was Papa Yadi, she was really like that. But this case is like, yeah, this case is because of violence. Even though they're chilling, and Shimon give me the week and the body and the stuff that you have. And Shimon says, Shlosh, and the Kabe Yadi cloud. Right? So what happens? Shimon says, I have nothing of yours in my possessions. The fact that you bring the last slave, and so you just need the slave. And it turns out that although you bring back the child in the Shimon son, Shimon doesn't have any human being, but he does have Shimon's body and stone. In the fight, for ultimately Shimon is going to be fine, because even if Shimon did not have everything that we've been saying, he still has some of the stuff that we did. And that should enough ultimately to generate liability. Even if you want to claim, right, that Shimon should be cut from the class payment for seduction or for violation, there's all of the other associated damage penalties which you should be fired for. You know, it's like, you have Eric Yeltsin out there on the Yopero, the Biblia and Shimon, lawsuit over there, for the Belchas with the gun. The Biblia Kahanim, at Belchas and the gun. So it's like, what really comes out of it is an interesting idea. Really, the fundamental approach is ultimately in the following case. In the following case. But I'm not going to myself. What is the Hitler claim? What is the Hitler claim? According to the Shimon, the claim is on the frontier. That's the claim. The first bloody damages, that's secondary. And when you then mix the claim against Shimon, really what he's claiming is the plus. The Rabbi, on the other hand, says, the Rabbi dispute, and the Rabbi ultimately holds, but I'm not calling myself now. The claim is the first claim. The claim is for the class, but the claim, of course, includes damages as well. Not necessarily, So what's what if you at the week of the report? Is that the very similar papa? The Shin Sava, your Shabbat in the Shmidi, the kids, with other Midi, the kids. The Shin Sava, so what's the good thing about Knas? The thing about Knas, that Knas therapy is fixed. Damages are valuable. So the Shia says, in this claim we have fixed amounts and valuable amounts. In general, when a person goes after someone else, they're always going to focus on fixed amounts and not worry about the valuable amounts. Because the valuable amounts, you don't know what they're going to do. Right? So therefore, the Shia says, in this case over here, the focus of the Kodeya, the focus of the claimant, in this case, Ruben, is I want the penalty amount for this reduction of the violation. Damages, I'm not really thinking about right now, because I don't know how much that is. Rabbi, on the other hand, holds, like, so I'm sure that no Shabbat is finished, we need to get to having a good office. Rabbi Sabri, no Shabbat is needed. If you know the day, and then you start to have a new day if you know the next day. Rabbi said, no, just the opposite. It's the opposite. What you think is fixed is not really fixed. Why? Because if I say what happens if at any point in this process, Shimon admits that he's violating at least the history of the Torah, what happens? Here's the tougher. So that I want to say, doesn't your claim instead to focus your claim on something, on a claim that could easily evaporate to the exclusion of damages, or even if Shimon admits what he did, he's still going to be powerful. So something in the focus is just a mechanism of the claim, like what is the claim focusing on? And the Shimon says the claim is going to focus on the part of the claim that is fixed. What's fixed? The penalty payment. But I don't know if that doesn't make any sense, because that fixed amount can easily evaporate in the moment of the mission. So therefore, again, it makes sense to be focusing on ultimately on the damages, which remains to be increasing. That's not focus. And also, how do you pass it? And I was when I saw how you can be on the happens like the Papa. But ultimately, again, in this case, you didn't say twice sinning, especially sinning you violated or you violated or you seduced my brother, and the true things that he didn't, and he swears to that effect. And how when I say again, it turns out that he's a liar, he will be lied on it. When he lies on it, his liability will be penalty payment, because then again, he didn't even make it. So this is a good word, and therefore again, he will be lied. And there's also going to be liability, these are these damages. Incredible. Okay, Hajj Allah, what's happy Hajj? Okay, let's go back to sweat. So there's, let's start, now let's go. Right, sweat again, let's say again now. It was really nice to come to the end of the second, 10 days left. So sweat again, so it's now our next Shavua. So what's again? We'll say now again. Last week says over here, you got a very interesting Shavua. You're going to get the first time seeing this house. Shatayoner Mashmir Amide Hodra'a Mixas Hakel. Multi Mixas. So what's again? Classic is all the rich to love to live and say, when you're $1,000, you're going to say, no, I only owe you 500. That is called the case of Multi Mixas partial admission, which triggers a Shua. That Shua is going to make a Shua. That's the Mixas calling up Shua's Hadayoner. That's because again, it is administered in days. Incredible. So Shua's Hadayoner, so I'll give you an example of that. I pay you steak cassette. Well, it's going to be set up people. And they said, by the way, most of the mixers probably doesn't have to be a fit. It's interesting. Whenever we illustrate the case of most of the mixers, we always illustrate it in the case of a 50% admission. But that's not actually what it means. But it just means partial admission. Partial admission, for example, Punishment gets it. I think that he owes me $1,000, and he owes me $10. That's also my name, right? So I'm sure I kind of take that. That's all that shut up with that. Now, what the idea is the admission obviously has to be a shut up with that. But because if an admission is less than a puka, then obviously you're nothing doing. Even if I tell me you're not kind of, okay. So let's say there's another piece. So first of all, number one, the admission has to be a piece of puka. That's number one. Number two, the admission has to mirror the Torah. Like, in other words, if I claim against you in one thing and you think it's something different that has nothing to do with the claim, That's not more than makes us capable. So we're going to be examples. Capable, straight so we have that thought. So what happens? I just need a new game. You only 2 pieces of silver. How what happened? You only decide, you know, probably like the other Pluto. When it's in Pluto, what's the one? Context Pluto means you made for us copper. I don't know you silver, but yeah, copper. What's that look like? Copper. Right? Why? Because again, the emission does not match the plane. Straight that's it. If you think Pluto will probably like fuck. If I say live in, you have 2 silver pieces and you're keeping your possession. And you will probably like the other Pluto. Have it on, and you're going to live, and you're the Pluto. Then in that case, it's going to be liability. Right? Why? Because partially, like you're going to need the Pluto, because you deny the silver. Money will be a death. I say, you only a money. In the probably even says I have nothing in my possession, but and right, you deny one called culture of a cult, you deny the entire thing. What's called a cult? So let's again, we're going to see what this means. Let's see what this means. This means culture of that is so easy. Culture of a cult is a complete denial, ultimately again results in a prayer. Next. Money of that call. I said, you're going to need the money, and the Fabiadi, and the Phoenician dinars. It says, I don't owe you $1,000, but I do owe you $500. Most of your mix-ups. However, next case. Don't say what I did. No, you're going to go through each of these cases in depth. He's passing. One of the other the other ultimately, again, what happens, I go, because I say, you owe my father $1,000. And even says, so in the Fabiadi, I don't do no. And even says, ultimately, again, I don't owe you $500, I owe you father $300. Okay. So those are thoughts. Interesting. It sounds like that both is a mixed case. So why is it in public and any additional law? It makes you Aveda. Because it is specifically like it's a law concept. So I will say, listen to this. The idea of the facility is the assumption that the child is not well-versed in the affairs of his father. It's not well-versed in the affairs of his father. And therefore, I'm also going to mention again, the essential here is, I'm going over to you after letting my father passed away. So now what happens? So now I claim that you own this money, you're going to easily say what? What can you easily say? What can you say? I don't own anything. And I'm not even going to have this called
Yo, what up, Desmond? How you living? Desmond.
Therefore, again, I don't need it. My father has deposited $1,000 to me. He lives in the deposit $200 to me. That's an amount of trust. Because we assume that I'm not versed. And therefore, whatever you do, returning is essentially like returning about $500. And therefore, we don't know what to swear on the remaining amount. Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's tremendous misunderstanding, right? So again, if you watch the Rashi over here, is that Rashi, that's what they say, right? In the Gemara, we'll see that a child can get lost in that verse from his words of his father. So let's say, well, most of the other Mechaber and the other Machar, yes. So first of all, when we are young, we think our parents are like the most foolish people in the world. Like, our parents have no idea what they're doing. Like, I'm whatever, 17, 27, right? And I know better than my parents. Like, they're totally out to lunch. I know everything. And then what happens, we get older, and we recognize they're actually risk-keeping, and they're smart. Right? Because children often do not understand parents, and understand themselves. Because when my parents are parenting me, their parenting me is a lot more life experience than I had when I was young. And the things that didn't make it not that doesn't affect parents make mistakes. Like that's the nature of life. But what Meister is incredible to see how so much of the political foolishness that we have been doing is because children don't understand the ways of their parents. So the ultimate in the market. The circle makes that we go through life and things happen, and sometimes we don't understand why things happen. whether it be verbally or cognitively, indict HaKadosh Baruch Hu for not running his world in the right way. It is important to understand that children do not understand the ways of the parents. And for example, Baruch Hu runs a complex universe with multiple moving pieces. And the ultimate power of this book, he knows exactly what it is that he's doing, even if it makes no sense to us. Sometimes it is important to reinforce this idea. Children are not versed in the affairs of the parents. Both from a human parent and certainly a young and ideal Shabbat. You kind of go, no, we're going to get up. And you're like, so today, you listen to this, you owe me $1,000. I'm like, hey, what is it? Yeah. You're not like this conversation. Sometimes you're gearing up for a fight. You're gearing up for a fight. And you see something, here's how you know okay, so now what happens? On the way in, when I'm talking about community, so it says, now what happens next that month? So we're going to raise $7,000. And we're going to say, let's hop in the car. The baby feel alone. Let's say, what's the problem? Talk to open up the other and it's comfortable. Let's say, well, why is it in part? There's no resources with that, right? Remember, now, what does this effectively become? This becomes a multi-cover of a life. It's not because I knew that I owned it already. But even if I claim that I paid it already, even claiming that you are outside, really claims you paid it, I claim that I haven't paid it. The burden of proof is upon the extractor. So I look when I spend now, I have to go ahead and try to extract it. And even if I'm not, what happens if I get a representative on Sunday, so really only $1,000? Because it says, yes, I do. I go to my Monday. So you're going to pay $5,000. You're going to say, I don't owe you anything. You pay tired. And then you're going to pay me tired. I want to say, even though normally on a case of cocoa.com, that's where really the examining against the respondent denies the claim for filing. Also, this case is different. Why is this case different? Because you are already admitted on Sunday, right? So if you're admitted on Sunday, and deny it on Monday, you're going to be carried to Shia. None of you get that. There's a reading. $3,000. I'm a little lady. I student says yes. Yes, I do. And I said, Ruben, I'll keep many error the 80. Okay, I want to pay me. Do not put me without interest. On Monday, what was I say? Today will be on top of the 15 I said, the socket of the car, and this is our paper already. But I look at how you let this thing is in the kind of sure why, because it's not with nobody, because he's thinking of the ultimate again, and you have to send you this. Because you try to solve these stuff up in the ear to the car. And you know, look at what the mixture is a measurement, I mean. But you have a mixture of gold, inside mixture of gold, that's the ultimate. So in the copy, you have a mixture of that. So what happens? Even things, he said, no, I only want to trust and not a gold or silver copper. So even once I get a copper, I want to get a white copper, and then there's even what it makes us. And then there's some point in the dream of it, ultimately, it's what happens. Now, God has to be renewed at hunger. Ultimately, again, the mission has to reflect the claim. In this case, I mean, it's 1 second. In this case, I'm bringing gold. It is admitting silver. And you might have thought that's the issue, right? You might have thought that because we're talking the same measurements, right? Literal. Therefore, again, maybe that's not going to test much more on no. In order for this to be a multi-limit test, again, the claim or that's the response has to mirror the claim. On the other hand, you know, John used to be a heart. When you have the energy of pressure, it ceases, it changes, it puts out value. Shakon in my ear. Now, that's an interesting real. If I go ahead and I say to you, you only a dinner zar. And you're going to say, now, what's it? A dinner is a type of coin. If you're going to say, I don't owe you a dinner zar, I owe you a dinner cash, or some other form of currency, that's called multi-limit test. Why? Because since the claim was currency, it's going to be emission is some form of currency. Yes, the claim, that's multi-limit test. You've got to court charges coming up. Usually, yes, I don't care. So you can court, you owe me a court, that is court, is a dry measure. Right? So you owe me a dry measure of wheat. So what happens? That's a thickness. It is like, no, I don't owe you a wheat, I owe you a lesser, which is another measure of thickness of legumes. But I'm a potter. I'm going to say, why is it potter? Because at the end of the day, again, the emission does not look like the claim. I'm paying the grain. Using the legumes. Two different things that are not more limits us. Who are payers? Who are I said, you don't need only the core kilos. Then you come to a lesser fitness. You don't say only a lesser have fitness. That's how it's why. Fitness is class anyways. So this is when you have to get it right. Because the kind of fitness legends are under the umbrella of chaos. Therefore, no makes us. You got about kind of eating. So we'll go on the side. Or we have a type. So we'll say, I can read it. You only read. And Ruben says, I only use read. The kind of time is possible. Right? Because again, the response is not much. Again, the real side is a very tight. So they will see why that is. How totally the probability of the cabbage woman, the whole group of the contaminants. Let's see what it is. I will get to Ruben. You only drugs of oil. Ruben says, I only use drugs. I don't only know that. So what's the rest of the idea? I can look over, hold the idea, and especially when I'm going to I'm going to look at it. That's more than it does. That's more than it does. You know, to come and then any has anything, something that is not more than it does. Right? And let me force that this. But one more thing, one more thing. Oil. Right? It's just that, again, oil is suspended in mid-air. The thing is not going to charge. The thing is on the oil, and therefore, again, I'm not sure what it is, so it's coming to say it's not more than it does. The Neil says, well, I need to be humble. And the Neil says, I think I'm always right. I think I'm very much more than it says. Next, kind of thing I thought, what was the this? I came against killing and Kalka. So I was like, you only utensils and real estate. The whole of the killing the Kalka, the Kalkas, and Ruben says, Ruben admits that it was with utensils, but denies the Kalka, or the Kalka, the Kalka of the killing, or ultimately again it goes out elements. He admits the Kalka, but he denies the killing. Potter. Ultimately, also in these cases, he's going to be Potter again. We'll say we're going to see, by the way, that there is no more than a mitzvah on Kalka. On Kalka, we'll discuss that. So he was holding mitzvahs on Kalkas. Potter, saying that part solution by Kalka. Potter, the mitzvah Sakini, if he admits hardship to the killing, ultimately, again, he's going to be Shine the Clutch, that's a word. Shine the Clutch is Cinnamon Arthritis. You still can give us on the Clutch, and Cinnamon Arthritis with Shabbat, which is also we're going to see. As much as there is no more to the mixers on Harkov, but we see something very interesting, which is that when you have a combined Harkov, Cleveland, Wayne, a more to the mixers on the cooling, which are again, which are the calculating, helps to the Shua on the Kalkaz, right? And we see obviously, you know, any final kind of stage shot in the time, also you don't see it based on the kind of a shot in the time, which means if a stage shot in the time makes it clean against you, they're clearly not trigger Shua in you, which makes sense, because they're playing as well as high-ability, they must clean as a pattern, and I'm responding to the pattern of that fish. Ultimately, and also, sign off on that shot. Furthermore, you cannot adjure a pattern like you can do the pattern as well. And on the spot, if you look pattern, you will have this. You see, if you know that you can make it sure, ultimately, I have two hands to practice. So, tremendous. Tremendous one again. Straight up, everyone. Now you understand the need for homework. Now you understand I don't do real reason. Check run, what a run at the beginning of the week. Welcome tomorrow, we begin the week tomorrow. Just okay, let's see what the good area is. Good area, look at that. Alright, so I'll say good morning. Good morning, people. I apologize. I thought I cut and pasted the 545, 555. That's what I was saying. But definitely, you know what I told you yesterday when we were walking live? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for doing this. Again, cut and paste. Writing messages. Sorry, but it's so wonderful. I don't know. Okay, anyway, I apologize for the 5 minutes. begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Today, I know I'm going to so dedicating all the student investors this year as a host for the sales fellows for all of our Israel. From the total sponsors for the note of Stephen Navarro, the report of Stephen Parizin, the loving memory of Steve's mother and brothers, the Zina, the Royal Back, the Destroy Roy, and the inclusion of the website. And also today we dedicate the sheer and system inclusion of the Black Stringer. The mother of Trina, Tony, Daddy, Tony's mother-in-law, was undergoing a serious medical procedure today. We are getting note of our friends those who have a complete and enjoyable tour together with the whole family. Strong customer says, Holy, we dedicate our name to the social pastors, making everything bring them home. We follow them on the car, and the special Holy Spirit will be successful. The whole not say anything. Let's make that club us being a laptop area. A lot of we pay for that is running about 36. We have to do up our run 11 days 35B, and we left off with cold shameless and moon below. Which in the white lines is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. So it's lower than 11 lines there. So remember again, in yesterday's class, and we quickly ended off yesterday with the Gemara that said, let's say that essentially, I don't know if he was sick leave of the Ribbon Shalom to go with the lead to the Malachim, go with the angels. Well, he didn't know the angels, he thought they were men. So this leads the Gemara to the incredible statement of General HaKnesset, origination and Hakbalah to the Shkina. Yeah, maybe you can have him guess. Hospitality is even greater than receiving the divine requests. Okay, because after all, again, what we do might say after that conclusion, I know we left Hashem powerfully in order to go ahead and meet these people. Remember, he did not see them all up, he was there with the people. So Hashem Kodesh says, like, what does that mean? What is just the practice? What does that mean? That really have a choice between Haknesset's origin and speaking to the Shekhinah that I should go Haknesset's origin? Is that literally what the Gemara is trying to say? So Hashem says something so beautiful.
So what do you think? This is a good looking guy. I'm genuinely disgusted. It's awesome. Why are you disgusted? By the way, take it from me.
Guys, sometimes when a person performs Nisa Haknesset's origin sometimes could distract from your own lookiness. What is it? So again, sometimes there are people over, and what happens? The conversation at the table is not the kind of conversation you would like to have at the table. Right? And the topics, like the subject matter, and maybe again, there's a whole bunch of things that if it was just you, or maybe you and your family, or you were teaching in a different way, and saying that these other people are talking about stuff that I'm not so crazy about, it's where you have enough to do, it's not enough this, so you know, so you know what, this is not worth it. I think every other day to do like this is also at a cost to my own witness. It is not a good idea. My friend said, you do not have to let this open, you should not develop to that student. But if it's the case, if you're opening your home and you always do it to a joke, I'll tell you what part it says, open your home. If you know it says, open your home. Because the power is connecting to another Jew. The power ultimately again of providing a Facebook energy, the power ultimately of that sense of connection is even greater and more important than your own spiritual development. Incredible development. Something like that. Pushing us on the below. This is remember again, we're beginning to see that. Remember why is doing this? Because it's beautiful. It's fantastic, right? Remember, it is because in Mishnah spoke about the different names of our Kedishwarku. Again, originally the context was this should be used into a Sa'idas, right? Then afterwards, the Gemara spoke about using the name of Kedishwarku in different contexts as well. So the Gemara says, Koshenes Ani in the Lord call. Anytime you find what appears to be like the name of Hashem, specifically, wherever you find the word Adonai, by note, it doesn't mean God. It doesn't mean God. Rather, what does it mean? It means my master and its ways speaking to and about the human being. So it means that, except for the Savior, it's the same called that. I'm not alone. I am not. I'm not. I don't know. even now, my class, I get up in getting that car. So again, except for that one process, right? Because what was I saying? You feel the hundreds of happiness, exactly responsible. Referring to that tower, which has been built into the again, Lord, give life and death. And of course, that is a reference to Hakka responsible. Okay? But there was a little bit of us. So that all the names, anytime you find the word again, Ado, no, or for that matter, Elohim. So when you find out by levels, it's all directly flexible, with the exception of, okay, that's it. First thing that goes on first. First thing is levels. The numbers, when I read that, the reference to story of levels, the number of times in our capital journey. When they go levels, is a guy during the times of when they get out of married to Zero, not a good sugar. Not a good sugar from many, many, many different levels. So how come one particular thing with that levels home? Levels did not want to sell. So how come look at me, they don't want to sell. So he comes home, tells his guy, he's like, no time, he doesn't want to sell. I become the good guy, because the solution was bringing up on false charges that he cursed Hashem. That was to be executed. When you executed for a person that's on your property when it comes to the thing, and you get and even better, you'll get it free. You don't tell me free because you have to pay false witnesses, but I know it's kind of like the sunk cost. Yeah, just possibilities. Anything else, anytime you find a name by levels, it's a reference to a responsible. When you call, call. And we can also look when you call pessimism. Remember again, that's where they set up the ultimate based on the dust, all our sick, ultimate in Mishkan. But it is on the Neville's Kodesh, and the Nation is Kodesh and Kodesh. So the Raisa says, by Neville, you agree, by Neville is Kodesh, and by Nikon, sometimes the name that sounds like it's supposed to be bad, sometimes it's Kol, sometimes it's Kodesh. Aleph Lam Kol. If you find Aleph Lam, Aleph Lam means Elohim or Elohim. That's a reference not to God, it's a reference to a person. Right? To you, Kodesh, Chutz says, Sha'aleph Lam is Kodesh. There's one exception with the Aleph Lam, but it is Elohim, which is Kodesh. Oh, you may Hayot, Beis Elohim, B'Shivo. So there, again, the context making a comparison between the Beis Medrash Mikol and the Mishkan. So in this context, again, Elohim actually is a reference to our Kodesh Baruch Hu. Right? So let's say give us the women. So let's say, what about all the missionaries we have right now? Let's give us the women. Give us the women is the story of Pilatus to give us. Right? The story of Pilatus, again, remember that the Pilatus or the concubine, he was brutalized by the men of the women. And as a result, this was such an atrocity. It was a physical atrocity, a moral atrocity. The other tribes gave up against the war against the women. So in general, whenever you see the name, right Elohim, in that context, ultimately, again, the Rothschild Omer Kol, and the Rothschild said that it's a reference to people, it's not an expression, but Yeshua Omer Kodesh, and Yeshua says, no, it's Kodesh. Omer Rothschild, so it's a real problem. Now, you know, the way it was, interestingly enough, in the war against Yemen, it was a war of tribe against tribe, is, what's that? You know, if you could go this war so remember the couple of things that shaped up, just like there before Swiss. So it's interesting, this is one of the last missionaries in the Shuach Muhammad. In Shota, the Kohen government, the Kohen Shuach Muhammad. His job, right, was ready the army spiritually for the war. And the first part of the last war, he was in Petra. He went out to face an external enemy. This is not like a war of brother against brother. What war was there, brother against brother? He was first for the legends to give up. And the Congress of the Congress says, when you're in a war against brother, here's the good news. If you lose, what's going to happen if you lose? What's going to happen? The brother's going to give you food. He's going to give you water. He's going to give you clothes. He's going to give you water, right? That's not this war. That's not this war, right? This is a different kind of war. So anyway, so the Gemara says, now he's very interesting to it. And what happened was, before this tribe went out against the women, they consulted, this is my focus, they consulted, and when you read the speaking, sounds like they consulted after the fire. That's what it sounds like. Now remember, they lost the first two battles, decisively won the third. So the Rothschild says, the Rothschild says, can't be that the references to Elohim are references to God. Because that would then mean that they asked God, God said, go, and they lost, which sucked strange. So it was, I'm going to look at Gina Fiat, so the Elohim would promise and not fulfill, and we're going to do Yeshua, not Fiat also. No, this is such a kind of, but the Lord says, no, it's not true. What if this Bible promise, again, if you get words, if you look at the way they ask the question, they actually go to battle. As well as says, go to battle. What didn't they ask? What didn't they ask? Will we win? But they didn't ask, will we win? So you must say, we will get in so often, but they never asked us, will we defeat or will we be defeated? It's all back. You know, Shekhinah is still on your right. The third time when they ask, will we be successful? It was probably just that. No, you'll be successful. Shema, we couldn't touch for a lot of the Arab home. Only the honor of the other Arab, the Mohar, say, hold my truth on the Hamas. Should we go out to win our third time? In the Indiana here, I didn't act right. But should we go or should we stop? So here, we're much more defined in your question. So this is really horrible. Just as an aside, you really the right lab. I don't think because they didn't ask if we're going to be successful, go to war, or not, otherwise we're going to be too much success. That's why they lost the first two times we're successful. Last times, there was like a top loader in like this. The voters and everyone want their success more than you want their success. The Trump is going to have anything and everything, but every time willing to put in anything and everything to be successful. But since you say, I'm going to do things like this, when the audience didn't ask, they asked, should we go, shouldn't we go? That's the wrong question. What you need to ask, where you have to go, what you need to ask is, will we be successful in this endeavor? Because when you're asking that question, that's indicative that your eyes on the prize. The question is, should we go to war? The question is, should we go to war and know that we are going to be successful? I've been trying to use them to ask the question that way, because ultimately, again, that's an army, that's a nation. Those are people who are hyper-focused on success. And I will say, what a tremendous mistake in life. You're right. It's
I don't
so
know.
often that we start finishing start endeavors, and we're not convinced.
How do I say
If you're going to do something,
not
and
interested?
you're not convinced of your success,
Not interested.
chances are you're going to fail. Just the way that it is, right? So that's why I will try. Because again, at the end of the day, there's so many obstacles to anything in life. And the more beautiful it is, and the better it is, and the holier it is, the more roadblocks and obstacles that are thrown up right in front of us. That's the way that life works. It really works. So if I tell you something like this, if you want to be
Here's
successful,
one single song.
have
Is
to
that
be
so much?
sure of your success. You're assured of yours, like, well, hey, you feel you got this? I'll help you. But if you're kind of like having your life on, like, I think it's good. I think it's going to be good. Listen, look, you're not confident in you. So don't expect me to be more confident in you than you're confident in you. Such a tremendous mistake. That's what I do. Coach Shlomo, I'm more interested in this. Is actually very interesting. Anytime Shlomo, the word Shlomo, the name Shlomo appears in Shira. Kodesh. Listen, you do that wild. You're not wild. I'm looking so happy at you this morning. That's it. So let's say you do that this is college, where you would think that when it says Shlomo and Shira, that's a reference to Shlomo HaMelech. You might say, no. In fact, in Joel, where Shlomo appears in Shira, it's actually a reference to the Shbarakut. Of the Shlomo, Nina for the Shbarakut. Shira Yisha Shalom Shalom. It is a song to whom peace belongs. Right? Now let's say what it is. Remember, the Gemara says, well, so much like for the Shbarakut Shalom, MS. Right? Ultimately, the Shbarakut has three brachas. There's certain core attributes. One of them is Shalom, one of them is MS. Yesterday we saw Lachum B'chanim. So Shlomo means Shira, to the one to whom Shalom Shalom, peace belongs to him. Instead of the Hebrew, now there's no exception to this. Hanei Shali Rafalaya Alef Shalom, which literally means by goodness before you, 1,000 to you Shlomo. You might say, Shlomo would be great, but Sunday noche es puro la palabra. But the brothers and the sons of you was that summer. There was 1,000 soldiers, 1,000 soldiers for you. But for every 1,000 soldiers, make sure that there's some segment of the population that is sitting and learning as well. They're dedicated to you. Again, there will be again 200 dedicated to you. There's only out there called. Others say this also is not a Kodesh name, but this is also called Yini Mikasa Shashana. Yini Mikasa Shashana. This is the body of that. Those are some interesting. We have to remember again, this is a reference that Roshana went to speak to surround with his God. Again, with 60 soldiers. What is this about? The Kodesh Hazal, this happened because it was actually after again, Shlomo was deposed, and second Judah, Shlomo was deposed from the throne. First of all, and after that, he was never settled and never conquered. So he slept with a small militia around his bed. After that, but only by case. So you're right, this one, and certainly the other one as well. Or the other one is this one. Our Hazal is more. Mashisa the Takla Khan, Mashisa the Alma. Yom Ansha, I read that the Shlomo said that a government that kills up to 1/6 of its population is not held culpable. Now, what is that? So if I need to allow for this, up to 1/6 of the population in the standing army. Like, obviously, if you look to the army, there's a heightened risk of losing your life. You could consist up to 1/6 of your population in the standing army. Now, how do you show you the fire? How the Rothschild? ومخبوص بالعطية ومحسن الموت يستريع ومخبوص بالدعاية. This is a very interesting Hazara and Shem Samir, 30% ultimately again that can be conscripted into the army. And yes, it's really important to understand that in the model of Jewish society, you always have a segment that is fighting on the battlefield, and you have a segment that is learning Torah. The key is to figure out those appropriate percentages, and also to understand that at the end of the day, everybody's got to be singularly devoted to their task, right? Again, these are also, just understand, you said understand what it's called. The beautiful part is, Congress are always on this stuff. Sifra and Saifa. You need both to be successful. You need Torah and you need army. If you don't have an army, the Torah is beautiful, but it's not very hard. Like, if you only have an army but you don't have a spiritual underpinning, also not very hard. There has to be both. There has to be both. The understanding is, how do you do both in a way? Number one, that one fuels the other. Not two parallel lanes. They fuel each other. They work together. There's a synergistic partnership. And obviously, you also can't have blanket exemptions, but just exempt whole swaths of the society that in regards to how those exemptions impact the Jewish power as well. So again, it's pointing out the concept as a model, not to go into this temporality, but the concept as a model is a model that actually, if people would collaborate, and people would work together, and people would stop making it about individual factional interests, to actually promote the greater welfare of society. So we've talked about this concept before. That has to be a tremendous amount of talk. Where all beliefs are not in a way that serves the greater good, not that serves factional good, but that serves the greater good. Not a topic of good. Sure, look at the common recreation. Those are existing. It is necessary for sure. That's what they get the kind of karma.
You ready for tomorrow, big dog? Excellent. Excellent. They're going to be games all day long. So get ready. And usually we'll just go to Stream East and we'll check them out. What'd you say, big man? Well, NBA is different. That's on Stream East too. But this is college, obviously. Yeah, tomorrow's the start of the full slate of games for the tournament. You know we filled out a bracket? All right, well, the games that we filled out start tomorrow.
says Yisrael. Mela Kalaya Rubi Yisrael, the real person from Yisrael. And a couple said the Tanakama
Excellent, man. Sounds good. College basketball, that's right. I'll tell you what time they start, your time. Tomorrow they start at
like whatever you use is going to work. So we must now again remember what those work. Essentially, if you put names really into two buckets. There's a Shem Hashem, which is an actual name of those work, and a kinui. What's a kinui? A descriptive name of that. So, for example, like, an example that is Rachel Mechanim. Rachel Mechanim is not a name of Hashem; it's a descriptor.
they start at like
You need to see at least for sure purposes. A descriptor works as well. So
I think like noon your time.
So the pasuk says,
So be ready. Starting about 12, they're going to have games all day long, and then the next day as well. And we'll see how your picks did. Your goal, I want you to, since you went with your heart, we want you to be more than, let's say, 10% of all people. If you beat more than 10% of all people, then that's great because you went with your heart. Not everybody does that. So that means we want you to be in the top 90%. Right, but you never know. They may surprise everybody, and then you'll be like in the top 1%. It's going to be. Yeah, so let's see when Kentucky plays. Just a moment. Kentucky plays. They play on Friday at about noon, your time. So that's cool. There'll be a big build-up for that game. But you also picked Louisville to go far. And Louisville, I mean, you picked a lot of teams. You've got North Carolina. Louisville plays tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. your time. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll let you get to the. No need to apologize. You're fine. I was just gonna say I'll let you get to the Cubs game. But if you need me, I'm here for you. Okay. Yeah, that'll be on Streamies. Do you know how to find? Do you know how to find it? If you need, so you go to streamies.sk. There you go. Excellent. And then it's under MLB or under baseball. Yes, sir. Do you know when opening day is? No. Okay, well, we'll find out right now. Opening day, Brandon, is Okay, so one thing at a time. MLB opening day is on Wednesday. Next 1 week from today. Yeah. Okay, so just one moment. And let's get you figured out with whatever it is. Okay, so is it just a white screen?
Yes, just a white screen.
Yeah.
It's showing a white screen.
Okay, just a moment. We'll find something. We'll find a. Okay, stream is. Yeah, okay, so it should be working. So you type in streameast.sk. Yeah, streameast.sk. STR EAM EAST .sk. And it says that this is talking about one of the battles that and then press enter. Okay, let's type it in again. STR No, EAST. And then the process says T dot SK. Yep. And then press enter. There you go. They're all your games. Wait, yeah, it's on. Okay, so do you see baseball?
Yeah.
Click baseball. Yeah. Okay. Now look down. And it's on there. If you can't find it, press Control F, like find, Control F, and type in CUBS. So on your computer, press the Control button and the F button, and type in CUBS. And then press enter. How many results are there? Did you find it? There you go. You got it, right? There you go. There's your game. Excellent, man. Let me know if you need anything else, okay? You're good. Just different ways in which different words mean different things. Lav shvua, hey shvua. So what's interesting? The Rabbi says this lav really against no.
It's you know, those we have some respect. So I understand those social traits and the negative abuse. After all, again, what does Hashem say? Hashem said, there will be no more waters of a marble, below your oath, and then it says, I swear about this. So you see that woe can be a shua. Where do you see that hey, that yes, we constitute the shua? Shabbos is very interesting. Smile. It's a smile. Like this smile. Means a lot. Shua, hey, yam shua. It's interesting. If no to be a shua, then yes to be a shua. Yes and no. Yes and no are two sides of the same coin. So therefore, again, if no to be a shua, yes to be a shua. Very interesting. I love said the lav taking when is lav a shua? Only to say no twice. The Rama when hey tracing the thing. When we punish Kobetsa only in Habamon, and then we old mind the matter. So once you see that the matter, the first part of phrases it in the negative twice. That's the negative twice. And therefore, again, love will be a lesson sure. And you go love, tracing, hate, and tracing. Ultimately, again, and if love, like this, it's love, twice. Which was love, ultimately, again, double positive, plus the extra trouble. So it's also fascinating to see how yes and no are two sides of the same coin, so closely related to one another. I want a tremendous message in this. Things we tell ourselves that we cannot accomplish in life, right? Things that I say to myself, love, it just as easily becomes the sister concept. If whatever works for one, by definition works for the other. So if you're telling yourself, you can't fix this, yes I can if I put my language, right? I can't do this, love, yes you can if you put your language. Why? Because if it works to say no, it works to say yes. Tremendous missile. That's what I tell them, kiss the look out of that. The man says that, goes to the Rothschild says, a man like a man, if you were first, I would probably you would go and bury his sin. I'm not telling you, what do you mean to say? I'm not listening, man, I'm not what's the say? If you can't take the part of it, you die. So what is the process for you? What is the second coming to you? Maybe higher collection or you can do it. You gotta put when it comes to the person that comes powerfully, the only side is ultimately again what is the specific thing that comes powerfully. Interestingly enough, what's in general, Shinhami Yuchad, usually means Yuke Vante. That's how Rashi understands it. Then I've also the Yuke. So I'm going to talk about only Kayat, if I'm personally in Hashem, only Kayat for personally, specifically in Hashem, Yuke Vante. You know, it says, Tamagoma, you color card, you come up in the radio. So what that mayor says, the process of you color card, if you put your God, what is your God refer to? Anything that I can start with, you go to the radio. Come and say, no, I'll show you what you said, talking about something. You come and see, they say no. If you curse before they learn about something, you hate and you involve, hey.
Today for the first time in 5 years, everybody. This is a man who's been doing the job, getting better, and absolutely killing. Now that spot's opening opening the Joe Rogan run. So this is
for anything else, it's a lie. You'll get nothing. So that's what I tell them. I'm not asking actually. But for the death sentence for country that they call the only punished for the 4 million of the government. So everything else, ultimately again, Allah. If I'm a color of the remote, so the Mishnah saying also to trust your father and mother, using any one of the names of Allah is powerful, is liability for that. My come with a comment, but the next one is the reality. The second one is the not for shame you must. Not come along out, and why is that position? You need to have a cover of you must, so that I actually come in the shame. When you fight the person your parents, if you do so with the name that comes by. So that's very important. So cursing one's parents by themselves, ultimately again is not enough. Which again, the context needs to be played buffalo. I'm a car after the cover, right? If you put yourself to your friend, your library, for that as well. And I'm not going to do that, I'm going to use this. You must actually get sick. You can listen, what does it mean to curse yourself? You know what it means? How do you know how to curse yourself? So you must get sick, you shut it off, it's not shit on the old. So let's say this is actually fascinating. How do I know that I'm not allowed to curse myself? Because the pasuk says, be careful with yourself. Shmor nafshecha מאוד. Be very careful ultimately again with your soul. In other words, don't do things that are detrimental to you. Isn't that incredible? What's detrimental to you? Cursing yourself. Therefore, if you notice, biblically, one is not allowed to curse themselves. Incredible. So the Lord says, ultimately, again, that refers to love. Therefore, it says, that's a lie. What's the lie? Don't curse yourself. You're probably right. How do I know that I can't curse my friend? This is what's the power page. What it literally means, do not go ahead and curse that person. So it means that someone who's unaware as to what it means actually doing. So don't curse your friend. Incredible. Yakit Rachel thinking, Yakit Rachel, Yosi Allah Simba Torah. Yosi Love kind of coming down Yuda. Once they said, you we're trying to explain that, for example, if you borrow expressions of person that's in the protocol, and you use that to address someone, that works. That works because that is the charismatic curse that's written in the Torah. So listen, verse 18, let's have kind of coming down Yuda. He also the common Hamas listen to this now. So it says, what happened? We've kind of received the Torah of Yuda, and we've kind of said over this Mishnah as it's written. Now remember, the way the Mishnah is written is, it's written, Yakifa Hashem Elokim. Hashem should strike you down. Shlof Kahana is saying over this Mishnah to Rabbi Yehuda. Now what ends up happening? The Gemara says, Amalei Kaneh. Rabbi Yehuda says, use a euphemism. Now what does that mean, use a euphemism? What does that mean? So let's say, Rabbi Yehuda is saying, well, using it kind of like this. Don't say the pasuk like that. Because why? It makes it sound like what? It makes it sound like what? That you're cursing me. So instead, say, like, just reframe the pasuk a little bit, reframe the Mishnah a little bit in a way that makes it sound like it's directed towards someone else and not towards you. You euphemize it. I don't know if that's a word. Right? But euphemize it. Like, don't go ahead and make it directed towards you. So you notice
29th of the dollar, 5786. Dude, this fucking update, Tim Cook sucks. I just want everybody to fucking know. You could put me in the streets of fucking Ho Chi Minh City, and I will fucking blast this motherfucker with this fucking knife before they put a bullet through my fucking medulla oblongata.
Said to this guy, Amalei Kaneh. He said, euphemize the pasuk. In other words, don't that. I understand you're calling over a pasuk, but don't say over to me almost like.
All right, what are we watching today?
Euphemize it and have it talking about some other entity, not me. So you know, so it almost seems like an Altif Pen or Satan type of idea.
We watched about Crash Course yesterday. When you, yeah, Rabbi today. When you start teaching again, calm down, woman. I'm working on shit, and I've got these music videos that I'm making. I don't know what else to call them, but you'll be happy in the end. It's like, I don't know. What would it be like? It's just like, I mean, yeah, Rabbi said that. Yeah, you're just looking at fucking news and sitting here with your feet in the fucking air. Calm down, woman. I know you want it. All right. Part 1 of 14. So let's see what this is. God, I had to find good browsers because all these browsers suck. Ho Chi Minh City, kids. It's such a beautiful sense here. Also, by the way, this is talking about a pasuk, right? This is talking about Mishnah. Hold on. Well, before we do this shit, we've got to, there's something that we do have to do. So what's that? 3760, negative 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. That's what we have to do. One to source and all that other shit. Some other time. Like, to be honest with you, when you read this shit every fucking day, publicly, it's just, I did it for 82 days.
So the mayor says that works.
And I really should be promoting myself. I've noticed like the correlation of my class and promotion statistics. Well, we are learning, are we? Esoterica. Bitch, I've heard of this.
Issues as they are espoused in our Mishnah, which then leads us to a little bit of a contradiction. So now Yosef is when he says, Hashkab B'Tznan Hafi, if you also Yitzchak Tan Hafi, so now that we have one version.
As we know, all this shit is basically Moshe didn't know, but don't tell anybody that. That's the biggest fucking secret about it, baby.
No, when does Rabbi Meir hold? Right? When does, I should say, when doesn't Rabbi Meir hold that you could infer? You could infer the positive from the negative. When is that? In monetary matters. When it comes to Isser, he holds you can. And therefore, again, by Shvulas, he holds that you can. What about Sota? Sota is an issue of Isser. By Sota, it says Hinoki, that if she's innocent, ultimately, again, if you are guilty, so what ultimately you're going to be your very death sentence. Now, interestingly enough, the reason you can interpret it both ways is because the word could be read both ways. Word not that case, you not go ahead and intuit the positive from the negative on the days, right? You know, it says, Apple, April. I feel it in the serum that day. That is also what you have to say at the end of the day, even by Israel, Rabbi Meir does not subscribe to the Brahma Hashanah. Maski Rabina, Rabbi Surah, that is not true. You have to steal right into your rosh. With the Nisa, half the Nami Glasgow Rabbi Meir, also what about the prohibitions in Papahanim? Doing Avoda after having consumed wine, Avoda under the influence, or doing rosh, or allowing their hair to grow long. And I will say that these are Piyut Nisa. Now, I don't know the Piyut Nisa. Interestingly enough, the Torah says you're not allowed to drink wine, or you're not allowed to allow your hair to grow out, and don't enter into the oil morning. This phrase, right? The Bible says merely extrapolate that I'm not allowed to do this. So which the rest, the last thing there is actually Mary does not hold the Torah as a Shalom. But man, Eli Shibini Sa, yet we learn again, these are Bible. Streaming line is really rosh. What do you see them like? But he does go ahead and learn out the positive and the negative. So the older people, 600 people in Mishnah, he lets them do that up. What does Rabbi Meir say? What does Rabbi Meir not say? Nifla not Akashaneh. That's ultimately again in cases of monetary cases. The Surah is like, in case of the Isra, by subscribe to it, the shiny silk that the Surah is in the model. Silk is different, why? Because also as much as silk is a piece of Isra, at the end of the day, silk is a piece of Isra that also has a monetary ramification. What's the monetary ramification? Like silk, ultimately eventually uses for Surah. So it looks like, so therefore, again, just to kind of tie this out, at the end of the day, Halacha Lamaisa, again, the focus over here is if you go ahead and you bring the shvua, here's really what I'm down to. If you bring the shvua in the context, so for example, just to explain it very simply, I go to Shimon I believe that using their testimony. I go to Shimon Levi. Shimon Levi, no testimony to make a case against Reuben. So again, the classic case would be Shimon Levi, I hereby adjure you, right? I adjure you by the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, could give testimony to it, right? Or the other way you could do it is, Hashem should strike you down if you go into a little more crazy. Hashem should strike you down if you know testimony and then you don't give it. What happens if you face you in the positive? Hashem should bench you, give you bracha if you give testimony to it. Rabbi Meir says that is a proper shluas ha'edus. Why? Because Yisrael la atashomer hein, and Yisrael hein atashomer la. In other words, you could infer the positive from the negative, and the negative from the positive. So therefore, again, if I go to Shmuel, Hashem should bench you if you give testimony to me. What could I infer from that? If you don't give testimony to me, then what? You should be cursed. And then it says that's a proper shluas ha'edus. But the Bible says that does not work. It has to be phrased either as a shmua, right? Swear to me if you don't have testimony, or as an Allah, or as a curse. But not always positive. How do you paskin? Not on paskin's life? The Chachamim. If you phrase the shmua saying it's in a positive, it is not a proper shmua. It has to either be phrased as a form of a curse. If you do not give testimony, the Hashem will shut you down, or ultimately again, just in the form of a regular shmua. What I say is quite beautiful, this idea of the love, access from the negative, you could infer the positive. So let's say, so it could be that we don't paskin that way, halacha and Eisa Shluas ha'edus, but we definitely paskin that way, hashkacha l'Eisa. Life is all about Yisrael, love, access from the negative. It's all about the ability to intuit the positive from the negative. Life is filled with adverse circumstances. Life is filled with adverse situations and difficulties. And a lot of difficulties. What's the ability of the youth? The ability of the youth is to try to pull out the positive, to try to pull out the beauty, to try to pull out the bracha, to try to pull out the opportunity even from the most difficult of circumstances. So you may not ask him, halacha l'maisa, but we certainly asking hashkacha l'maisa. Even from the most negative and difficult of circumstances, ultimately find something positive, find something beautiful, find something good. How do you know that? Shluas ha'edus, nazikov. Okay, let's go. Shluas ha'edus. I will say, see now we've referenced it many times, but now we actually get to Shluas ha'edus, which is the shluah that one takes. What is becoming? How do I say in a classic sense? Because it means I deposit something with you. So we don't watch my lawnmower. Like that is now again I'm giving them that cover. Okay, so the conscious when this receives no when this has become a good place, I go back to get my lawnmower. And what does it say? What does it say? What lawnmower, right? Or I gave you back the lawnmower, or whatever it is. Trust that because it means an oath that nobody's going to take about the deposit that I gave to the son of the trust that because of Mishnah, trust that because of the Nagis, so trust that because of the price, too, men and women, relatives, non-relatives, doesn't make a difference. The shade of the ceiling, again, it doesn't make a difference whether we live in a man or woman, whether it's not a relative, whether it's partial or partial, the 3 days in the Shabbat, the 3 days. Now again, trust that because of it to be ministered, in front of the reason, and in front of the reason, with the Atzma. Now listen, now when it's actually a shua that becomes to be administered in front of the reason, that's when you're going to take the shua himself. When you get clean, when the kid is being adjured, remember again what this is, many times ago, please take a shua. You can serve your own.
I'm both, baby.
If he's being adjured like someone else is administering the shua, and it's tied actually for elevation, keep it regular. And then it says, if this would be actually being adjured by others, there's only liability for that if that's done in front of the base. And that's what we do. The humble comes to know, daily the other may be actually, even Shakata Bar Chai. So I'll come and say whether you think this for yourself, or ultimately again, you're adjured by others. If you go ahead and it turns out that you're lying, you are Chai. Okay, we're going to see the development of that Shita a little bit more ultimately again in your life. The Chai of Zagana Shua, Zal Shigasa, you're Chai ultimately again for intentionally taking that Shua. Right, fall asleep.
Yeah, that shit sucks.
So let's say, so whether now again, this is
Boring.
So whether he intentionally swears falsely or accidentally swears falsely, two things you don't have to cover. Okay, about Shigas and Zabi, or he's a shogun, right? The shogun, we'll see exactly what this means as well. A shogun on the shua with Zagan have to cover. In other words, he knows full well that he has the deposit, but he's a shogun on the shua. So we saw this before. See, obviously, what's the thing on the shore? Zagan on the Picadon. Even those full that he has not Picadon. What is he showing now? He doesn't want this pragmatic liability for the shore. Okay, the other cases, they will carry out Shiggy Basa Gurdasa. Let's say the one thing you're not carrying out ultimately again is pure shogeg. Now, what is pure shogeg? Pure shogeg is like this. I go to eBay, right? I rent you, not rent, I deposited my lawnmower with eBay. I come back to get my lawnmower. eBay says, I gave it back to you. eBay really thinks he gave it back to me. He really thinks he gave it back to me. Or he really doesn't, or even he doesn't remember that I gave him the lawnmower. That would be a real case of shogeg. In that kind of case, ultimately eBay is proper. Well, not right, right? I'm not going to go, I'm not saying that eBay intentionally takes a false trust at the cover. What is he tied? Asham. Alright, so it's Asham. Up until now, the unit is covered over the rate. Now this is an Asham, which has a skull that is worth 2 silver pieces. Trust at the cover case. Okay, so I say, so now we get into it. So what is exactly the trust at the cover? What is it? I don't know. Here we can finish this video. I go to them and say, well, I gave you my lawnmower. I deposited my lawnmower with you. Give it back to me. And Ruben says, I don't have it. And I say, okay, Shua Sha'ina Papi Yabi, right? Ruben says, Ruben swears, I do not have your Picasso. Oh, Sha'amano. Or I say to Ruben, all right, Sha'amano, Sha'ina Papi Yabi. Or Ruben claims, I don't have your lawnmower. And I say, Mashbiach Ha'ani. So let's remember again. First case is Miki Atzmo. Ruben says, I swear I don't have your Picasso. Case number 2 is I say, Ruben, you have a lawnmower. Ruben says, I don't have it. I don't have it. I say, okay, swear you don't have it. And Ruben says, Amen. Yes, he doesn't do it. He's trying to cut this up. One of the definitions of Amen is what? Affirmation, sure. So if he thinks it's Amen, you can sure that I said, ultimately, the answer is that he sure. So that's Alama, and then it turns out that Ruben is lying. Right? He has my lawnmower. Ultimately, everything is going to be tired. Again, what is he going to be tired? What is he going to be tired? Okay, the happening Asham, what's this? What's this? It's incredible. The Shpi Allah Khalish Panim, in the foundation, they show the foundation, the Kafar, Chayiva, for Akas, the Akas, let's say higher jail even 5 times. Right? And careful, there's 5 different times. Yeah, my lawnmower swear on that, and he swears 5 different times. And then they say, what happens? And it's not right, whether he did it. The funny thing is, not funny thing, his liability for each independent trust has to cover one thing. So also, the opportunity is, even though Hamas Alamaisa, he's swearing falsely about the same Picadon, nevertheless, there's going to be individual liability for each shore that's made. Understand what says? Not what's the reason for that? Why is it individual liability? Maybe you should have a lot sword. Because also, since after each shura, he has the ability to admit his wrongdoing. He seems to have the ability to admit that he swore falsely. Therefore, again, and to admit that he has the Picadon, therefore each shura is looked at as an independent unit of liability. It's incredible. How you can use children also. So let's say again, we're going to be claimed by 5 different people, right? About only your 10 other Picadon, Shishla, or Biadach. So in this case, 5 different people deposited 5 things with Ruben. And they all come and they want their stuff back. Right? And they say, Ruben, give us the Picadon that you have in your hand. And Ruben says, Shua, She'ina Kambiyadi ala Achas. And Ruben says, Kavra, I swear to all of you that I do not have your stuff. There's nothing in my hands. So essentially what he did over here is he made one shua to 5 people of Talaha. Ain't no Kai Talahas. He's only Kai once. However, he says, Shua She'ina Kabiyati, below the car. Kaiva Talahas. And he says, Ever, I swear that I do not have anything that belongs to my hand. I get not to you. And he specifies each of them. Then Allah says it's going to be fight for each individual shore. The Rothschild says, no, actually, you're Shua Bachyoga. So again, the Rothschild says, yes, the people with Shua after the edge. Shimon says, actually, Shua, but for Akabak. He has to actually say the word Shua. I swear to you, in order to create individual liability. That's what I say. We'll have to stop over here for today. That was again, Shua. Considering that I tell you, mountains, like the mountains. It makes you imagine how I started on top of the conference. Everyone says, "Scott, everyone, tremendous sweet. You go to the rest of for tomorrow."
Text that the Hebrew Bible looks like, it's this. These are tiny little silver amulets that were recovered from a tomb. And for the folks here that read a little bit of Hebrew, you probably can see that this is a version of the priestly benediction. So the earliest fraction, the earliest text we have of the Torah is actually an amulet, a magical device put into a tomb, very likely to protect the dead, perhaps from malevolent supernatural forces. So in many ways, we might even say that the first appearance of the Torah in history is a supernatural, mystical appearance. It's an amulet. It's an amulet there to protect the dead. If you've ever been to the Israel Museum, you may have seen this. And it's actually on both sides, and it's tiny. The whole amulet's probably about that big. And the Hebrew letters here, as you can see, are not modern Hebrew letters. They were very old Paleo Hebrew letters. The earliest case in which we can talk about Israelite mysticism has to do with two different concepts. One concept is theophany, which means God appearing at this moment. And the other, which I'm sure most folks know, is prophecy, which is a case in which God, the Israelite God, Yahweh, is said to speak to people. And those people that Yahweh speaks to, in turn, speak on behalf of Yahweh. And in fact, that's where the word prophecy comes from. The word prophet just means to speak for in ancient Greek. So, core to ancient Israelite religion, like many ancient religions, was the idea that their God, their tribal God, Yahweh, spoke to people, communicated to people. Now, typically, when gods speak to people, that is not rational, right? That's not rational. It's not rational, right? It's not like you're making logical deductive argument that God's speaking to you. And yet, prophets have been taken seriously, sometimes killed in history. But it's very clear from ancient Israelite society and the larger ancient Near East society that prophecy was a widely attested and important social vocation. So Yahweh talked to people, and those people said what Yahweh told them. And this is really important in two distinct ways. One way that's really important is that Yahweh does something very interesting with the ancient Israelites that we don't really see attested in many other ancient Near East cultures. And that is, Yahweh establishes a vassal contract with the Israelite nation. A vassal contract is just what it sounds like. A vassal contract is where a lesser power agrees to be ruled over by a stronger power, basically for protection. This is, if you want to think about this in terms of like how mafia, it's like paying protection money, right? So the local mob boss comes down and says, you can get hurt out here, you might want to pay us a little money, we'll protect you. Well, Yahweh comes along and says, it's dangerous out there, you Israelites. Maybe you should worship me alone, and I'll protect you, right? And so, in many ways, the Torah is actually structured almost like a vassal contract. In fact, if you read ancient Near East vassal contracts written in the Akkadian language, it's very clear that the writer of the Torah, in certain sections of the Torah, are emulating that contract language. They're diplomats. Diplomats have to be literate, and one of the things diplomats would have known Israel was always a vassal state for the Egyptians or the Babylonians or the Syrians. Vassal contracts would have been part of their life, and making a vassal contract with their God would make a lot of sense. This is also revolutionary because you're making a vassal contract with a god and not with a country, which means that you're subservient of an entity, some other being, and not the king of Babylon or whatever. Now, this doesn't go well for the ancient Israelites, but it does establish what we call the Deuteronomic theology. And this is just a complicated way of saying, if you have a contract, contracts always involve you getting things out of the deal. The Israelites vowed that they would serve only one God, Yahweh, and Yahweh vowed that if they do that, they will get the land. Right? They will have the land. The land flowing with milk and honey and all the rest. Right? The idea is they keep their side of the deal, the Israelites, then Yahweh will keep their side of the deal and protect them. Now, anything of Jewish history, that relationship was rocky. Let's call it rocky. And this doesn't happen for lots of reasons. There are lots of things that work down in that process. Further, right, in addition to this whole vassal contract business between Yahweh and the Israelites, it also seems like there was a tradition within the Israelites, a community, where Yahweh spoke to individual people. Those people typically called Rabbi, prophets. These prophets would receive the message from Yahweh and then go communicate it to the broader Israelite community. It was almost always the prophet. You never invite a prophet to a party. No matter what any party you invite them to, because unless he spends all their time condemning everything you have your whole life. So prophets are the joy kill of all times. So prophets, as we know from ancient Israelites and other ancient Near East literature, are quite fantastic. Prophet was a job, right? You could be an independent freelance prophet. You could be an institutional prophet. We'll talk more about prophecy here in a minute. What you're seeing on the screen here on the right-hand side is actually a divinatory device. I don't know if you can recognize what organ that is, but that is a liver. That is a liver. And what you see here is the liver is divided into certain sections, and there is cuneiform script of that liver. This is from the old Babylonian period. Then what you would do, if you wanted to figure out the will of the gods, is that you would kill an animal, typically a sheep, and you would take out their liver, obviously, and you would inspect it. And what this is a Babylonian liver inspection guide. And so if there are blemishes or deformities or other kinds of markings on the liver, livers are typically very smooth organs. If you've ever seen a liver, they're typically very smooth, but they sometimes have all kinds of markings and things on them. And what happens is that you would locate the markings, and you can see here there's a guide in old Akkadian, and it would tell you what the markings meant. So this might mean that bad things are going to happen, the king's going to die. And so there have been probably hundreds of these from ancient Mesopotamia, and divination was part of the intestines. I should also notice this note here that we separate divination and prophecy when it comes to talking about the ancient world, because the vast majority of prophets, contrary to what idea might come to your mind about what a prophet is, very few prophets predict the future. That was a different job. Those were diviners. Diviners predicted the future. Prophets communicated via the God. The God would tell the prophet stuff, and then they would tell other people. That's a different job. Now, sometimes prophets did predict the future. In fact, in the Hebrew Bible, there's only a couple of occasions where prophets attempt to predict the future, and they're almost always wrong. One time Ezekiel attempts to predict the future, and he's wrong, and he has to go back later and be like, well, I meant that metaphorically or something. And so very few prophets attempt to predict the future. In the ancient world, that's a different job. We now think of prophets as predicting the future, but that's a modern idea, much more than an ancient Israelite idea, or ancient Near Eastern idea. So let's talk about theophany first, right? So theophany just means God appearing. It just means that God appears to people. Right? This was an idea in ancient Greek religion, but also in ancient Israelite religion. God appearing to you currently on the screen. I don't know how many people have ever seen an image on the left. This is very likely an early depiction of the Israelite God Yahweh. We think that was Yahweh for a couple of reasons. One, it says Yahweh there in Hebrew, which was an abbreviation of Yahweh's name. And this term is going to mint it as part of the satrap of Yahweh during the Persian period. And also we have a throned chariot that this is being sitting in, and that image is very tightly associated with Yahweh in Ezekiel. You're probably looking at a depiction of Yahweh. That's probably the Israelite God. We're fairly confident that is how ancient Judahites conceived of how their God looked. People have seen this image before. And things like this, folks have seen it. Listen, I think it's very interesting that most folks, when they see an image like this, they don't think of temples and other kinds of hotels, and you would do rituals to make the god appear to you. And so, what's interesting about the Israelite theophany of God appearing is that sometimes the writers, the Israelite writers, like to think their image of Yahweh as a kind of divine monarch, sort of like a king sitting on a throne, very common image. And you have a chance to read the section in Isaiah, the theophany of Isaiah, that's exactly what you get, is a kind of divine leader sitting on a throne. However, what's also important is the ancient Israelites had developed at some point an allergy to depicting their God. One of their gods real and visible. And in other texts, most famously the text of the theophany to Moses, that Yahweh actually tells Moses that if you see me face to face, you will not see me face to face. Although later in the book of Deuteronomy it does say he will see me face to face. Whatever the context of that editorial. And we do see images where God appears to the Israelites always and so one of the main depictions in the book of Exodus is God's in Rothschild, which means something like the gloom, the darkness. And there's all kinds of light and lightning all around where the God is, but the God himself is actually hidden somehow in the darkness. So God appears, but God is also hidden at the same time. I think the Israelites are always trying to navigate and maybe to the same our God appeared to us on Mount Sinai and gave us a law. And this is a contract. We have a contract with God. That's what makes us special. Chosen people. On the other hand, our God is built. You can't see our God. Our God doesn't have thoughts. Doesn't live. And a place to God, the God of everything. It's a God that also appears in quasi invisible. The main accounts we have of theophanies in the Hebrew Bible are the main three. We have the theophany to Abraham, or Abram at that time, right? His name hadn't changed yet. Where Abram, God appears to Abram and says, hey, you need to follow me. And what is that, right? As I move to Canaan and set shop there. We don't know about God in that instance. The other three theophanies that are important to Moses' theophany, that is to say, the one in which God appears to Moses both in the burning bush. So notice again, God is there and not there at the same time. Always comes out of the bush. But it's not like there's a person there that Moses sees. Again, there's a relationship to God that they want to keep separate from what has other nearby religions. I will say that two of those theophanies that we have in Israelite literature are the ones to the prophet Isaiah and the one to the prophet Ezekiel. But I don't know if you have the chance to read the theophanies to Isaiah and Ezekiel. They're very strange, especially Ezekiel. It's notoriously weird. But one thing that we do know about those theophanies is that in both cases, they are terrifying. You do not want Yahweh showing up. Right? This being is not your friend. This being is not your buddy. Not your drink partner. This being is a terrifying being that when they do show up, the people that seem to see this being, the text says they are quaking like they're shaking in terror. And this is one of the things that we see in Israelite literature, beginning in the Hebrew Bible, but extending into other biblical literature, is that the experience of the divine is terrible. And we have to learn notice how we say the word is negative. The bad, some is good. Some is okay. The rainbow, is bad. It's and when God appears to you and Yahweh appears to the Israelite prophets, it is a terrifying experience. We even have records of their bodies physically shaking, sweating. They don't seem to let speak, things like that. What we think is that instances from Ezekiel and Isaiah may have been part of what we might call Israelite shamanism. Now, I don't like to use the word shamanism in a willy-nilly way. I think that shamanism, as you may know, was a religious practitioner practitioner, an ecstatic expert, primarily found in Siberia, and this idea that shamanism has been taken out of this context repeatedly. I'm a bit skeptical of that process. Like using terms like that in any way. But what we see is that the ecstatic expert shaman is able to withstand a visitation from Yahweh. And from that visitation, they're able to extract certain kinds of information about what needs to be done. And so, in much the same way that traditional shamans will attract the spirit world in order to heal people, it seems like something analogous is happening with some form of healing prophecy, where the shamans are being visited by Yahweh, and Yahweh is basically telling them how to fix their culture. Right? Most of what goes on in prophecy is criticism of society in a general way, and the idea is by criticizing society along religious terms, then the Israelites can restore their relationship with Yahweh, and therefore Yahweh will continue to protect them and allow for prosperity of the land. So the prophets don't hear individual people. You can think about them much more like shamans, but they're shamans for the entire culture. So again, using some of these terms can be a little bit misleading and a little bit unclear, but I think the term does attract at least in a general way. We think that the experiences of the prophets Isaiah, Ezekiel, the literary record that we have in the Hebrew Bible, actually represents an experience. I was just to say that the persons of Ezekiel and Isaiah did experience some kind of mystical event. And they report that, and that reporting of it is found in the Hebrew Bible. Now, Ezekiel is especially interesting in this regard, because if you read other texts of Ezekiel, you'll know that he is really unusual as a person. He seems to get really extreme things, like lying straight naked for days at a time. So he may have been suffering from some kind of underlying mental health condition, right? I don't know, and I guess I'm apologize, Ezekiel or diagnosed as an actor, because you neither, but from the record, it seems like Ezekiel may have had some of the kinds of mental health concerns we would say now, which is also interesting because it shows that what is insanity in one culture is prophecy in another, right? That a shaman working in one culture, right, is completely normal. You take them out of that, and capitalism, they can't work, and now they're insane, they're crazy. And so it's just interesting to see how what counts as insanity can really change from culture to culture. Ezekiel is really a respected member of society, whereas I think now he might be institutionalized. So again, it's just interesting because how these things can shift enormously over time. It's also worth noting that Ezekiel and Isaiah are theophanies of Ezekiel and Isaiah. Isaiah was a very terrifying, right? God appears to Isaiah, and Isaiah says, I'm going to die. He says, I'm finished. Like, I'm going to die. And he doesn't die, and he's basically anointed by God to tell the message of Yahweh. What's really important about both of these visions is that they will become the foundations for an entire school of Jewish mysticism called Merkabah literature, or Chariot literature. This form of Jewish mysticism, which we'll get to next time after that, this was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for 800 years. So if you want to think about the Kabbalah as existing now for about 800 years, Merkabah mysticism was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the 800 years prior to that. So this chariot mysticism, and again, when I say chariot mysticism, you know, in mind, right? This is how Yahweh is literally riding on a kind of winged chariot. Unsurprisingly, this form of mysticism is going to be very important. Just as a preview, Merkabah mysticism is a form of mysticism in which Arabic elites would ascend into the palaces of Yahweh, and they would meet the various angels, and they would show angels these various passwords, and eventually they would be able to climb through the various heavens. And again, they're not going to go up, right? They're not going up, they're going down, and the mystical Lord say that's down to the chariot. And they eventually are given a glimpse of the throne of God. Sometimes they're not the seated body of God, much. We know that Jews are not supposed to believe that God has a body. They did. They're allowed to measure the body of God in that literature. And in some cases, they were even allowed to sit on the throne of God and be transformed into angels. So you're going to be transformed into an angel. All you have to do is bypass the scary angels and sit on the throne of God. So that's a very cool form of mysticism, and we'll get to it in a couple of weeks. So again, paradigm mysticism, there's a couple different kinds of Jewish mysticism, but anchored in the theophany of and Isaiah. As I mentioned earlier, ancient Near East prophecy is very well attested. The only major exception is Egypt. Egypt is the outlier. For whatever reason, there's not much in the way of Egyptian prophetic literature. Now, there's a lot of debates about why that is. They do have the prophetic documents, the prophecy of Nefertiti, that does exist in the ancient Egyptian world. But it seems like the ancient Egyptians, for some reason, I'm happy to talk more about that later if you're interested. For whatever reason, institutional prophecy just didn't exist. It probably has to do with the fact that Egyptian religion was very highly centralized and civil structure, and therefore the gods just didn't interact with human beings in the same way that they did in the wider Near East. But the ancient Egyptians just don't have much in the way of prophecy. We have a lot of ancient religious literature, just not prophetic literature. I will say that outside of ancient Israel, the best meditation of prophecy in the ancient Near East world generally is from the Neo-Assyrian period. Now, this may be a little deceptive because it just so happens that the Assyrian Empire was destroyed and they managed to burn down the main library of Ashur. And when they burned that library down, the entire library was burned. We have basically an entire ancient Neo-Assyrian library. It's like the library of ancient Alexandria was destroyed off. It has tens of thousands of beautiful tablets in it, great shape. Unlike the burning library down now, right? That's bad. If you burn down an ancient, beautiful library, right, those texts are preserved on clay tablets. And burning clay tablets makes them more likely to survive. So, thank God they burned it down, right? Because had they not burned it down, they probably wouldn't have survived. So, we have the entire library of Ashur in the British Library, because they're great stealing things. And so what we have is an enormous amount of literature from this time period, including prophetic literature. In the ancient Assyrian context, what they would do is that individual prophetic utterances would be requested by a leader, typically the king. Those utterances would be written down, and then a digest of those ecstatic utterances would be collected together on large clay tablets. And then those clay tablets would be stored in the library of Ashur. So, we have individual utterances stored together on bigger tablets and then archived. The exact same thing happened in the ancient Israelite context too. Many of the documents that we have, for instance, the book of Isaiah, is not written by authors. Isaiah is written by three people, right? At three different times for three different agendas. All of the various Isaiah texts got knitted together into one digest, and that Isaiah prophecy became the book that we now know as Isaiah. So the exact same literary and material culture in ancient Syria is also attested in ancient Israel, which we shouldn't be surprised about because ancient Israel is special. Now, I know that some of us were raised with this just making stuff, but the ancient Israelites were ancient Near Eastern people, and they did what other ancient Near Eastern people did. Sorry. So we know a lot about ancient Neo-Assyrian prophecy. We know a little bit about their prophetic techniques. We know, for instance, that they engaged in dancing. Dancing was one of the mechanisms by which both Israelite and Neo-Assyrian prophets managed to work themselves into a kind of ecstatic state. We don't know what the dancing looked like. Maybe it was the Dutch elements. But whatever the dancing was, it seemed to have given them into the into an ecstatic state, and in those ecstatic states, they would shout. God had to tell them that if you strive to write those ecstatic utterances down. They also engaged in self-laceration. So, as you may or may not know, self-harm is a pretty common motif in many mystical practices in Las Vegas. Like, for instance, when you look at Maya people, Maya would they would pierce their tongue or their genitals. They would pull strings of silk through their tongue or genitals in order to make themselves break their pain. That blood would be gathered into the blood, and then the vapor with the blood soap would burn in the burning smoke. Maya angels see visions. Self-harm is a very common thing that happens in many Semitic cultures. The self-harm also occurred in ancient Mesopotamian culture, and it seems like they engaged in something like flagellation, so whipping themselves in order to use perhaps the weapons or certain release to get them into ecstatic states. Although there's some medical debate about whether blood loss would have been helpful in getting you into an ecstatic state. I don't intend to talk about that. So anyway, self-harm is also part of this. Also notice that in the ancient Israelites, there are several prohibitions on self-harm, especially in terms of religious self-harm, with things like tattooing and harming yourself on the occasion of the dead. It seems like the Israelites knew about these practices and did them. So if you ever heard things about you're not allowed to get tattoos if you're Jewish or whatever, it actually comes from those kinds of also, there's a persistent myth that if you have tattoos, you can't be buried in the Jewish graveyard. That's nonsense. I don't know where these weird things get started, but that's the thing people say. And they're we also know, interestingly enough, that ancient Near Eastern prophets could name both women and men. We have attestations of both women and men prophets. And also, what's I think really important that doesn't get focused on enough is that we have a third gender prophet specifically connected to ancient Near Eastern prophets. Specifically the goddess Ishtar, who you may know from the name Esther. The name Esther is just the version of the name Ishtar. We know that the goddess Ishtar could convert your gender from typically male gender, man gender, to another third gender, Ascendant. And these Ascendant prophets would have their gender converted by Ishtar, and they could convert it back from the man of the goddess. And if you are converted to this Ascendant gender, this third gender, you would be serving the goddess Ishtar properly in a ritual secular job in the temple precincts. And so we don't know a lot about this exactly because the literature is scant. But what I think is interesting again from a material history and gender studies study of this is that the only attestation we have of a certain third gender is some kind of prayer. The very means the person would be a masculine gender, indicating something like being is associated with female people, whereas the word here is Ascendant, really making it a gender bending category. And you have your gender typically male, but in many cases of women being assigned to the Ascendant, but men prophets can be shifted to the Ascendant Ascendant. So I'm curious about that. There's a great study about by the SEL Prophet Smith, the website and chat later, that is the most extensive study of this the whole gender and the Ascendant gender and ancient Near Eastern prophets. We only know one Canaanite non-Israelite, and that is who you may know from the Torah. He's also attested in another place outside of the Bible. He's attested in a shrine that there was plaster, and he's mentioned all through the plaster. And he's mentioned in a non-Israelite place. And so he's existed 6 things, and that he's the only prophet from the ancient Canaanite world attested outside of the Bible. So he was famous enough, the Bible has been with him. And he was so famous that people protested outside. And he mentioned adding non-Israelites to the rules. We only know one Canaanite non-Israelites, and that is the onslaught of people. You may know he's also attested in another place outside of the Bible. He's attested in a shrine that there's a plaster, and he's mentioned the plaster of and he's mentioned in a non-Israelite language as well. And so he must have existed in what they suspect was a prophet from the ancient Canaanite attested outside of the West. So he was famous enough for what happened today. And he got so famous that he was also attested outside of the West. However, no non-Israelite Canaanite prophetic texts. If they existed, which they very well did, likely did, they didn't survive. The reason for that might be they were sent virus, and since they didn't get copies of those rituals, legacy of the Israelites and Judaism, it could just be that they haven't discovered yet. But we do not have records of prophets, non-Israelite prophets, being alive for another record. Like she mentioned in this text that the screen here, this is probably one of the most important ancient Near Eastern religious texts called the Sefer Ishtar. This is a tale of Ishtar descends into the underworld. If you've never read it before, I highly encourage you to take a look at it. It is a description of Ishtar building into the earth.
This is phenomenal. I gotta take a look at this.
You're up there having to escape, and it's a really fascinating text about Ishtar journey to the underworld. Many religions have journey to the underworld motifs. Christianity, for instance, has a pretty famous journey to the underworld. It's a Greek legend. So this journey to the underworld for us is a pretty typical religious structure. And the journey to Ishtar is especially really wonderful to read, especially if you want to read again the literature and the religious literature of the ancient world, which central focus, unlike in the Israelite world, where Israelite prophecy is a very complicated state of affairs. Very complicated state of affairs. Prophecy was a core component of ancient Israelite society. We know of hundreds of prophets from the ancient Israelite world. And when you put that into a sort of material cultural analysis, what that means is that everybody was perceived as basically being in constant contact with people. That is to say, you could try to go down the street, you might be a prophet in your village, very likely, and you needed to get in contact with Yahweh, you're probably getting in contact with Yahweh like nobody had really done. And so prophecy was widely attested. So the first thing that we know is that prophets occur in both genders. We have women and prophets. And in fact, this literature attested in the Hebrew Bible are prophetic pieces of literature from women, specifically attributed to Deborah and Miriam. As you may know, the Song of the Sea and the Song of the Book of Judges are probably the oldest pieces of the Hebrew Bible. They are so old that there's no definite article yet in Hebrew. Right? They are very old. Probably dating back to the Bronze Age. And the thing is that it's very full of these pieces of literature, fantasy, and some prophecy was a very common prophecy in which a prophet had contact with their God and they would give advice specifically about military matters. And usually what would happen is you would consult the prophet about military matters, and then after one, you did it, the prophet would sing your praises as having won on behalf of the God. And that's exactly what we have in the Psalm of the Lord in Psalm's area. Some of the Lord probably is a very it's a very irony accounts of a travel company which tips like a dude's head, which is no. And so, tips like his phone was like, and if you read the Deborah accounts, especially Hebrew, it is very organic, and of course, the area story also is a memory of some kind of skirmish that occurred in ancient Egypt, where the Israelites had to escape from the Egyptians in that case. So, I think what's interesting about this is that the earliest pieces of literature we have from ancient Israelites survive are mystical literatures, their accounts of the gods speaking, their accounts of the gods speaking twice. In both cases, this may indicate, again, we have two pieces of evidence here, this may indicate that women serve a unique role in very, very archaic Israelite prophecy. It may have been the case that because they were accepted for battle, they were allowed to talk to God about the battle, or it may be the case that they had, for whatever reason, some particular kind of connection to Yahweh. We just don't know. We have no idea. It just is conspicuous that this earliest pieces of literature are both the test of we also have independent prophets, like freelance prophets, that would able to basically go around giving pieces of literature. Those prophets that you probably know are famous people like Robert States, who was very famous for condemning the social practices of the ancient Israelites. These are excesses and very wealthy, and this is probably most social justice warrior guy of the Bible. He really dislikes the fact that they are the Israelites are so wealthy and the Israelites are wealthy. If you've ever read that great section where Rabbi says this is about the psychology of fasting, where he's fasting from social justice, that's him. Right, and so those pieces are really big in our tradition. I think that's the more progressive people talk about so he was an independent social critic. We also know that the Israelite state employed hundreds of prophets. Hundreds. We have at least two different cases where ancient Israelite kings would have hundreds of prophets in their employ, and those hundreds of prophets would go into ecstatic states and often act out their prophecy. So, for instance, if you thought that the king would be glorified heavy, it's not just that the prophets actually have horns made of iron, and they would dance around with the horns of iron, the very theatrical dancing, and the theatrical shows were prophesying ecstatic states, and these are really meshed together in ancient Israelite society. So I do know that the Israelite state, like the ancient Assyrian state, employed a huge number of prophets. It also seems like, by the way, that unlike other ancient Near Eastern peoples, the Israelites did not rely on astrology. The ancient Assyrian and ancient Babylonians had developed very, very sophisticated form of astrology. The ancient Israelites rejected
Good morning, let us begin. We back thanking all of our sponsors for this morning church of faith. Our common sponsors for your question here, I'm your common sponsor. The question is talking about yourself. The dedicated all the senior sponsors this year, as is the first for the solo covers for all of Israel. Now, from the growth sponsors to the one from Stephen Amalina for the Stephen Galizin, loving memory of Steve's mother, glorious to see the roller back of his soul yard, and the inclusion of her book, drugs and get their merit out our Hungary. And Shams Abraham, the families in the power. All of those who are shopping for the call the police for the professional and the Homer has to be the channel and the color. Now, the soldiers being successful, the one now see it. Let's make that first video a lot to do today. About concerning some incredible, really incredible, beautiful people ahead of us. The sprinkling of idolatry. And yes, I'm sharing today, so getting back to Robert 35. We are picking up the note section on Lamed Dalet on the base of the two dots. Point in the middle of the page. The machine only five from the five big couple. Yes, I should remember again. The Gemara of the year is still referencing the four different opinions that we've had on the Lama Gibel on the page. And as we pointed out, one of these very nice macros, and what I mean by very nice macros, that at the end of the day, everyone is agreeing on the result. The result is that Bashir Sa'ida's one is not tied unless, of course, you think. That result is for a monetary one, right? There has to be a monetary claim involved. And that's what I mean. So they dispute exactly how to go ahead and arrive at that conclusion. So the Shimon Omer, how you kind of have to be covered. So the Shimon chooses to learn it out from Shua Sati Cover. So that's called like Nalava. So we laugh about the Shimon learned to start. We laugh about this. The Gemara says, "Mindful, huh?" So what's that mean? What is that? What is that? Right? The claim, Maliki Kadosh Shekino, also about Mishpat to Mishpat, means it's the Shekino. Because it is different than Shmuel saying, how is the Kadosh? And number one, that's true. So that's the Kadosh. I also remember again, this is one of these scenarios where we had a little bit of a deficit only because we have not actually learned the Soviet Shmuel Kadosh just yet. But we'll have enough information to operate properly. So the Gemara says, "You know, also about Mishpat to Mishpat, it says that because of Mishpat means something takes someone who's jailed by someone else, like someone who takes the shiur themselves, and everyone makes it to show you. So in terms of both of these cases are taken from one another, Masha'in by Shua Sa'idos, where there is no distinction. There was a nifty, Mishpat, the after Eidos, the Shin and others, so what is the Shin and know? That Mishpat means that you could be adjourned by someone else and still feel liability. To move it to the Shin and right? The government need to cover. The government need to cover. The government now needs to be ahead with minor Eidos. But the government itself, ultimately, they need to be adjourned by others as well as Eidos. For my focus, I understand, so what's the laughing at? Like, what's the knocking? And like, the Torah of Shimon Kavachomer Maisila, if you have to say, my fault, the Torah of Shimon Kavachomer Maisila, maybe the Shimon is off, the Kavachomer, if you have to say, Niti Atzmo, or Koshkin, if there's liability when it's judged by others, so you're not automatically be liability when one takes the oath to themselves. I will call it a music Kishogi. Rather than initially laugh about the position of the Shimon because of the issue of the daily music and Shogi. I mean, not because of Shakira, also about Mishpat and Mishpat, music is Shogi. So the Kabbalah is different than Mishpat Sa'idas. Why? Because number one, Mishpat is not like Mishpat, being observed by others is not like being for yourself. And furthermore, again, music is not like Shogi. So it's one second. Making music that it is another, to make you know also that it is liability, even for the eventual violation of Shua Sa'idas, to look simply the Na'alam, the very simple idea, because the Shua Sa'idas is no longer the Na'alam. The Na'alam means not a music. When I mean the Na'alam is only going to be Kabbalah liability for Shogi, and not for music. Or that word is missing by Shua Sa'idas. How can I look so the Na'alam? But we also do say the Na'alam. I'm going to go here, the mindful part. So I was going to say, what's the market? What's the area again? The word that even though we're trying to bring to the level of the Shimon, so the truth is it's kind of self-explanatory, but the treaty value is distinctive that they laughed about the sheep and everything. What are they laughing about? Was the Buddha amazing the life to show you the Chicago? The Me'ila that is showing the Allah. So maybe what they're laughing about is as follows, that the idea of amazing is not like showing that Chicago was learned out from Me'ila. That's where the Shimon derives in this position from. And this is what they were laughing at. So they were laughing about the fact that, again, when it comes to Chicago, that ultimately, Rabbi Shimon knows that music is not like showbiz, and we're just going to end up learning that outcome. We end up from Mila by pretty stress that Chicago was Mila by any paper, and that's what they're laughing about. As the government in Mila, why did you learn out stress that Chicago from Mila when you could just as easily go ahead and learn out from Idris? Which makes a bit more sense. To which the Gemara says, so you start on the Mila Habayla, but it makes more sense to go ahead and learn out from Mila. The Gemara says, Shikin Mila, because both of these cases are misappropriation. So in other words, there is a very strong common denominator between the simple literally both comes of evolution. I would have like to just the opposite. Ne'edus Habilu enough. Why not run it out from Eagles? Chicken Tacta, you Tacta. The exertion of Tacta. The starting the Ilaha in Eagles, Chicken the Ilaha. So no, it makes more sense to run it out from Eagles from the Ilaha. Why? Because of the following similarities. Bakol, Nana, Bikabila, Homesh, Mashaba. What's the thing we could look at actually? Rashi's told actually a little bit higher up in the back. Tell me about the 12 runs down into the short runs. Chicken, Nana, Bakol, Nana, Bikabila, Homesh, the Shneem, Nana, Nila. So that's what my both of these things we use in Russian and Nila. This is what we use. So the Shneem, Nana, Bakol, they both apply to everyone. This is Bikabila and Nila. About Eagles, they're not going to be right. Against Russ Eagles, trying to get any applies. 2 words left for the testimony. The Shneem Nardi, Ba'adeh should be done. Zen in a Hekdesh is a Kavanah, furthermore. Both units have become both of them are benefiting from that which is in their hand. So again, the guy from the Yula is English property, and the guy from the Kavanah from the Kavanah is property. Like we get English slow now, that's what the Shneem Eagles, but there's no real Hana about the Shneem, the Kavanah, Kavua. Both the Kavanah and the Yula have a fixed Kavanah. However, Shneem Eagles is already already. The Shneem, the Shneem, the Chomesh, the Asham, the Eagles, the Kavanah, the Eagles, the Kavanah, the Kavanah, are subject to an additional penalty as well as the Asham offering. And Shneem Eagles ultimately again is subject to a Kavanah and not Chomesh. So the idea here makes more sense to compare Nila to Kavanah than Kavanah to Shneem Eagles. Okay, so the much is Agrava, so just the opposite. The Eagles come in the middle, so again, you have comparisons between the Kavanah and Eagles. What are those comparisons? So it's Shikei, Fate, Hedyot, Mishua, Tavik, the Cafe, the Owen. So again, it wasn't what I've got from just one. Shikei, that's the Shikei, the Shikei, Nema, Kafka, supposed to go again. Shmuel Eagles, Shmuel Sabikado, both have one of Kafka, the Dino in Hedyot, and then again, Shmuel Eagles, Shmuel Sabikado, both deal with regular people, as opposed to Milo, which deals with package. The same is Shmuel, both deal with stress, but I need to be at the capital of them, both Shmuel Eagles, Sabikado, on the claim and the denial. And Shmuel Nema, Owen, and both have Owen, like which you don't have by Milo. So the kind of commonality between Shmuel Eagles and the Kavanah as well. There's the most general connectivation. There are more comparisons between the Kavanah and Mila than the Kavanah ultimately again to Shmuel Eagles. I element Chopa. So again, so what are we laughing about? We're going to be shooting this guy with his position. What are we laughing about? Yes, the Kavanah is very sure. Maybe that funny, I don't know, she is talking about. That's what we're talking about. Literally, that is shooting the Zero Shabbat Sabbath. Shabbat, we're shooting ultimately again to learn out for the Zero Shabbat. And that just has a literally shooting the Zero Shabbat. The fact that we're Simcha, to no say, I'm going to attack the Zero Shabbat. So there we go. In terms of Zero Shabbat, that's from Shua Seidus. This was how we call them. So you know it says, so why does he end up with Langley? Because Malcolm, between awesome Mishpah means it Kishohe. After again, isn't there both on this position? Because like the Kadam, he don't make Mishpah, being the Jewish God is not concerned himself, and means it's not like Shogun. And not like before watching laugh at that. You're not entirely connected to the Zero Shabbat. Maybe in this question, if you're not thinking before the Zero Shabbat was established, thus the cost of the Zero Shabbat, and after the Zero Shabbat was there, and the Zero Shabbat overrides with all those particular questions. So the Gemara says, below is actually, Ma'amur Rabbi Isi Rabbi, Nine Shua Sapikado. No return is done with the Kapara. So who is the thing that says the Shua Sapikado? Intentional violation of Shua Sapikado is not subject to Kapara. Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Shimon, is not a dimmer, music to show you part of the one in Yudah, not a tradition. Rabbi Shimon only brings out that ultimately the issue is that music is not going to show you why, because he learns how, at the end of the day, Shvas have become from Yudah. Or, sorry, he becomes from Yudah. The Hana tradition, Mushpot apart, but it doesn't get up Mishra, Mushpot. Okay? As it notices that the other angels, we take my way to Kazan, so why not go ahead and learn out? Shvas angels from Kazan, excuse me. Right, Shvas from Kazan, maybe the last Shogeg. So as it not Kazan Shogeg in music, just like the Kazan. The halacha is one is counted shogeg, one is not counted music. That's a comparison. So teach you akidus shogeg in music low. Ultimately, that's what the Yeshua says. The one that I wrote is shogeg not the music. Create the other become the milah. So you know the top of Mount Hay. Lahaki kasrak moray. The English gadi shvas b'tui. The gadi kulas nikosh kadasha. That's why the Torah purposely like shvas ha'idus in the context of shvas b'tui, as well as in the context ultimately again of shvas nikosh kadasha. The Mikula Nara and the Nara, because in all of those instances, both Shvas B'tui, as well as Tumas Nikosh Kadasha, by person that's entering into the Sarikishin Spirit of Torah, or consuming Kodesh in the Spirit of Torah, to the Kula Nara behind the Nara. In all of those cases, the word the Nara is used. Now, what does the Nara teach me? Again, there's one takeaway. What does the Nara teach me? That halacha is only tied to shogeg, not tied to music. Right? Because the Nara means I was unaware. I was aware the tongue low Na'amah behind the Allah. And yet, Shvas ha'idus, it does not say the Na'amah. What does that teach me? The high harmonies is shogeg. Ultimately, again, to go ahead and teach me shogeg like music. So let's say shogeg. So, what's the bottom line already, right? The bottom line is the question, right? Well, they laugh and it's chilling, ultimately, it's strong. Now, specifically, the root of the laughter was the idea that he was seeking to learn out Shvas ha'idus, Shvas B'tui, from Yudah, as opposed to a more linear unit of learning out Shvas B'tui from Shvas ha'idus. The bottom line halacha l'maisa for us, which is very important, is that, and this is halacha l'maisa, that one of the unique qualities of Shvas ha'idus is the reliability, carbonic liability, when you take that false Shvas ha'idus, whether it was the shogeg or the mason. This is an important point. Because remember again that other types of shvas, for example, shvas b'tui or shvas b'tui, ultimately again, if you accidentally take a false shvua, there is liability. Intentionally take the false shvua, there is no liability. Same thing again, like tumas nikosh kadasha. Now that's not a shvua case. That's not a shvua case, but that does take effect to the beginning of the Messiah. Because you do have that again in the first Mishnah. Either entering Kodesh instead of Torah, or consuming Kodesh instead of Torah. If you do those things intentionally, there is no carbonic liability. But if you did it unintentionally, there is carbonic liability. So again, why the distinction? Very simple. Because by all of those other cases, the Torah, when it comes up liability, uses the Lashon of the Na'ala. The person did not know. By Shvas ha'idus, there is no mention of the word Na'ala. He did not know, and therefore again, it is beginner to say that there is liability, carbonic liability, whether you violate intentionally or unintentionally. Beautiful. Let's say now, let's go Mishnah. So let's say some great Mishnah says, let's be on the other hand, and not Tavon between this. Sha'ala is pointing routine Masan days and below Nasan. And so let's say this is an interesting case. I go to Rebbe Shimon. I say, Rebbe Shimon, I am adjuring you. Right? So
that was fucking make this motherfucker a billionaire with that snow. That was phenomenal. I killed Tony Road, son. You fired. Go fuck yourself.
I'm upset because Ruben promised to give me $1,000. Now what happens? As often happens with promises to give $1,000, right? The giver, Ruben decided, no. So now Ruben made this promise in front of Shimon. Says, I want to impose the Shvas ha'idus upon Shimon. You know that Ruben promised to give me. So today's going to testify on my behalf. If they refuse to do so, I'm going to give to them. Ultimately, again, they're potter. Listen, why they're potter? Very simple. Remember again, let's say, there's only liability of what if there's a modified claim. There is no modified claim when someone promises to give you something. Like, so if somebody promises to give you a gift for $1,000, that does not mean force of a claim. I have no modified claim against him. Because there's no modified claim, therefore again, there's no short savings. So I will say, this is the beautiful linkage between the last Mishnah and this Mishnah. Because remember, again, if there's one takeaway, halakhic takeaway, it's like the comparison between Shua Sa'idus and Shua Sa'idus tells me that just as Shua Sa'idus, there's only liability if I'm making a monetary claim against you, right? So again, Shua Sa'idus, there's no Shua Sa'idus if there's no monetary claim. So what this is teaching me is, even if someone promised to give you something, failure to do so is not an actionable monetary claim. So just as it should be, right? It could potentially present the case where if you're promised to give me $1,000 and I took action based on the assurance to get $1,000, maybe I can do something like that in law. All right, there you go. So let's go back there. See where it says, I didn't get it here. No one wants to say anything. You should think of it in this, think about the thing. Those are very interesting things. I say, you're going to shimmy. I hereby assure you that when you know this for me, you will come and testify. You know, once again, I it was true. There's no stress like this in that case. Why? There's no means that the end of the day, there's no stress like this. Now, if they swear we don't know testimony, again, you know what I'm saying? I mentioned something yesterday that even in cases where technically speaking, you're not liable for stress Abrams, you may be liable for a stress shop, for a stress sheker, that is possible. But the idea here is, I assure you that when you know testimony from me, you will come and testify to me. There's no stress Abrams for why? It makes it quite long, shua Abrams. Because once you remember again in that case, the shua actually precedes the testimony. Because remember, there's no testimony yet. There's no testimony yet. So unlike the basic process, once you stand up and say, Mama, I stand up and sure. And I say, Deborah, something I'm saying is, if anyone will know testimony on my behalf, come today and testify to me. Again, how they able to continue. Ultimately, again, there is no Shua Sa'idus. Why? Actually, your name is Kaviran. This is the way to see this. You might know physically, Shua Sa'idus only applies when you single out a group of witnesses. If you just speak to a group of people, and so if you say, you know, I'm confident that someone here knows the English story, coming to the English story, ultimately, there is such as English. I will show you. My friend, I was going to show you from the Shemach and the English. Check out all the things in these English. I go to people. I say, Rabbi, we're going to Shemach. We're going to do it. I agree with you. Right? Because if you know English story, if you're going to testify, and they say, Shua Sha'id on the Yogi of my English. And this year, we do not know the English story. But it turns out that they do know English. They do know English story. Oh, and how do they know English? What's the source of their information? Either ABBA, versus is very interesting. They don't have first-hand knowledge, but they have second-hand knowledge. They know English story. If they heard it from a friend who has a friend, or, for example, one of these two guys, who didn't kill him, was the cause of the loss of all his household. How he able to do it? In all of these cases, ultimately, again, they're positive. So let me see them now. Your only kind of Shua Sa'idus it was. If you prove that a good testimony, provable means you have information that is testimony worthy, and you are a person who is capable of giving testimony. And if you do not go ahead and comply with those details, then I look for them. So you have شرط الأفضل شعور من يقطع مشكلة عليه عليكم شرط يوم وإيد الشفاء فيكم. This is an interesting case. Let's say I send my adult, like I have an adult, I send my adult to you and say I tell my adult to a jury. You and Shimon, they need to get testimony on my behalf. How about this to this? It's actually interesting. So let's say I get question maybe. Let's see my claim is against you, right? My claim is originally $1,000. Right? And so, case number one is I send my Evet to Shimon and Levi to observe. Right? Or, interestingly enough, Reuben said to Shimon and Levi, you know, if you were any question of you, I'm asking you to go and test on it. That's unique, right? Because normally, it's the phrases. The guy making the claim, I guess we call it the phrases, right? The guy making the claim, who is teaching those who adjourn witnesses. In this case over here, it's the defendant who's doing it. So in this case over here, this case is toured on Shishon Piatas. So that's a very important qualification. There's only fear that you say this until they hear from the person making the claim. Only if the person making the claim, again, that important point is he either adjures them himself or on ultimate viewers have to come from him. If it comes from the Rabbi's level, or if it comes from the defendant, that is not true. I say this. We talk about other studies. Hold on, you need to do this. The kitchen is so famous of you. Hold on, much the I was going to cover all the CV. Shamash, Poli, the messengers below us. So what's this doing? So our first case in the show. I go to the Shimon. I said, you're going to Shimon. Sorry, keep me up. Shimon lady. So, you know, it was the Lord promised to give me $1,000, but he failed to comply with his promise. Ultimately, again, so you want to sell your home, you want to sell to ultimately, again, you would be liable. I would love to tax stuff with their Shabbat. Ultimately, again, the concept says tax stuff with their Shabbat. Ultimately, once again, my contract stuff, the never allow tax stuff. So this is the tax stuff from the color. So it says tax stuff, that's what I'm saying. It says tax stuff by the color. Now, I'm going to see a small one be slow. After the first one we used, so the way that first have become about the case of the year is where the defenders, right, the defenders also say there is an actual monetary claim and there is an accusation of someone is in possession of the money. So talking about defenders that do actual monetary claim.
Living the dream. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Do you mind if I tell you about what I'm building?
A claim of a gift. Very important, right? So even though again,
Thank you so much. First and foremost, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Yo, guys, what kind of chill is this? If you're going to interrupt me, I'm not going to come here and chill. If you're going to let me tell you about my project, then I will. All right, I'll slow it down just for you, big dog. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here is why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer that you will ever meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find in my profile a link to
my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, thank you. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. I invite you to join our community. We have over 3,000 people who, in addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate, including in Nigeria. Additionally, you should know I'm an advocate for desalination technology. And most importantly, I want to ensure that we build wells in developing nations. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate you making me aware that I needed to speak slower so that I could tell you about what I'm doing, and thank you again for the opportunity.
There's nothing wrong with that. But what do you need? You need specificity as to what to do when you are summoning to short sightedness. So if you're talking to two people within a group and you get to address the group as a group, that will not work to do liability to the two witnesses to testify. On the other hand, if you address a group and you refer to them as the group and you're summoning the group, it doesn't matter exactly what. The idea is that suicide requires a defined population that is being observed. That defined population can be 2 people, it can be 20 people, it can be 1,000 people, it doesn't make a difference. But there has to be a defined group which you are summoning for this war. So that's what I think. I'm going to do something else. I'm going to try and tell you the ultimate again and say to people, I say to people, right? Like if you know any ages. Sorry. Like, this is the case of guys. And some people, I
You're such a dick. Yo, I'm coming here. They're like, dog, we cannot fucking hear you. We understand that words are coming out of your mouth, but dog, you're speaking too quick, man. I'm like, life extension technology. That's weird. And then I'm a dick about it. I'm like, fuck you. Like, you're speaking quick. Really? Yeah. Why? I don't know, because I got shit to do, baby. One of them is a cardboard hustle and trick to get past the order. You also use you might for ultimately again be reliable. And the low market or young beach did not stop at that though. So we really have that question about it. What I get about success, if you tell that trust if you do not give over your testimony, you will bear your sin. Some people like, any kind of type to bear your sins well, is if you're fit to give testimony. When you fit to give testimony, so there's two parts to witness fitness. Number one, categorically. Categorically, like you have to be the kind of person that fits into a category who is able to give testimony. And number two, you have to know the information personal. Okay, show up the adapter. Similarly, again, we'll say if you observe, if I observe the witnesses, if I observe the witnesses, but I don't do it myself. I said my effort, I do it for a third party. What about you? What?
So again, I send my message. Or for that matter, again, I stand against Rabbi. Your way address the witnesses. It does not work. What did you tell you? What did you tell you? And what you did not say, so that's the same. If you do not say, you will get yourself. How do you know from that passage? Might have been what very good. And the Rothschild then speak in low gadget see. What's it? It's just enough. Low, if you look at the word low is really in mother. Like low is just round out. You understand that low is really rounded above out. What's the opposite from an exegetical perspective? When you go and you see a word that is mother, it's like easy to get to production of the word. Sometimes my question is mother in the same way that word is actually contraction. Really what it means is like this. In low, Yahweh did not solve it all. It's to him, they don't give the testimony. Who's the him? Who's the him? The him is the person making the claim, the plaintiff. Right? If they don't go ahead and give the testimony, then ultimately they're going to liability. In the hospital of Yahweh Prophet, they used to give the testimony to someone else. Give it to someone else. Peter, for example, is certain of the person making the claim, or for that matter, the dependent, there is no liability. So there's a lot of really important halachas regarding Shua Sa'ibos over here. Right? So number one halacha is that you can only there's only Shua Sa'ibos liability in case of a monetary claim. Therefore, again, if someone finds me to give me a gift, and then we end on the gift, there's no claim because there's no claim, there's no Shua Sa'ibos. That's number one. Number two, I love when I say the testimony preceded the oath. And if the oath comes before the testimony, ultimately no liability. Number three, Shua Sa'ibos only works when you are adjourning a defined population. Your large population or small population. And so anything that you are adjourning must be defined. And ultimately, again, number four is Shua Sa'ibos only works for people who are testimonially fit. And how you testimonially fit? Number one, categorically, you want to call up an apostle. And number two, you only know information firsthand. And number five, it only works if the actual person making the claim, the plaintiff, is the one adjoining the witnesses. But if either the plaintiff represented or the defendant adjoins the witnesses, because there is no Shua Sa'ibos. We got about 5 minutes push that. Those are really, really good signals.
Welcome. How are you?
So, for example, you must be on the right? Literally, again, I observe you. That's the classic case. Or, mitzvah on the or a command upon you. We see that we show us out. A circle, I mean, or I give up for the Jew, or even if I let them say what you know, these are all from the shoulders of Yeshua. And with that, they're not complete expressions. This is a complete expression we do that. Right? But Shalom is Haaretz. What happens if you say the same way, right? I observe you by the heaven and earth to you. So apparently, again, heaven and earth is not a proclamation of Shua. The Aleph Dalet, and also I'm really going to get into different names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What if you name Hashem Aleph Dalet? So Aleph Dalet is like the name of Adonai, right? Or the Yud Hey, right? So that's again going to be Yud Hey and then Vav Hey, or the Shakai, or the Tzvaos, or the Thunder of the Berachim, the Erech HaChayim, the Chesed, or I say, by the way, tremendous hashgacha in seeing the Shor's life. The very Shavuos is behind us. It's managed almost from no way. Incredible passage on YouTube that the book has already advanced in no way. So again, you as this war, according to you, over all of the others, descriptive names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so again, interestingly enough, if we use any of these descriptive names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there is in fact liability, store liability. Okay, on the cover of the book, that just isn't a sign, you know, we can't just say this. Same way that there's true liability to use any of these descriptive names, either names or descriptive names of God. So again, the cover of the book, general, it says if you curse someone, these names, or ultimately again curse any of these names of Hashem, ultimately again there's going to be you're going to be liable. It actually says in the penalty law, the bar has to that maybe Lord, Yaakov Bori is praying, she's up you want to accomplish in fine. But so it comes to composure, it comes to look at potter, then wants to find out my focus in the mouth. And the color of the mother. So you know, so everyone uses the descriptors of a coach party, and Christmas is mother or his father looking for the most of the again is fire. We were right there, but first of all, if I come in coaching, if I come and say, oh, you know, we are there, that you are part of. Again, we'll see the root of that mathematics in the world. I'm a color absolute vocabulary, the Lord, only the Lord says, if you first yourself and your friend. If anyone is going to see all of these pieces, right? You curse yourself all the time, any of these news. And then there's also in that bucket, in that giving of this community, these are the two things that we have. There are actual names of Hashem, like Hitler and then Bagai, like Abel, Noi, right? And then there are descriptors, Hanron, Yaakov, Shivakos. So the Lord says, if you go ahead and curse yourself, or you're trying any of these rooms, you're in violation of the Rothschild state. Violation of the Rothschild state. Yaakov Hashem Elohim. Yaakov Elohim. If you see Hashem, your God strike you. Or Yaakov Elohim, or God strike you. Zogi Allah Hashem Torah. This is the curse ultimately again that it says in the Torah. And that's just what Leviticus is talking about. It's saying Allah. And Allah will even Hashem on the flesh of the flowers. Yaakov Hashem the Shachatas. No to you. And what says, you just doing enough. These are the children from the Torah. So you might say it like this. If I go to a Shema lady, and I say, Shema lady, Hashem should strike you with Shachatas, Hadakas, all the stuff you're talking about. If you don't do English and my God, if you don't share the English and know, that actually works as the school of studies. That works as well as this. Why? Because it also that's the example of a paradigmatic curse. It's a paradigmatic problem in the Torah. So if I use that essentially to affect Shmuel Sa'idos, ultimately again, that works. If I go and say, I'll get this off. What happens if I go over to the Shema lady? Right? If you want testimony from me, and you don't do it, Hashem should not curse you. As the Son of Rabbi tell you, ultimately, again, the Pioneer says this is a purpose for us. And that comes to the church. Okay, let's analyze it. So that's on back over here. Must be any other thing, my color. So it is the issue. The issue is in the first part of the story, in which one must be any other thing. I adjure you. What exactly is how is that a shua say this? So you must not come and maybe you don't agree to say must be any other thing the shua ha'amura b'Torah. Okay, there's more to this phrase. I adjure you. With the shua that is mentioned in the Torah. With Sava Ani Aleichem, or I command you, with Savra Ha'amura b'Torah. Regarding ultimately again, the commanders in the Torah, again, what are you talking about over here? We're talking about the most commanded in Torah, but if you want testimony, please share it. With Savra Ani Ha'amura b'Torah. I prohibit you. And then the other will be again, to the issue of the Torah. So all of these will show us what you're doing is, you're doing it and you're using the back to biblically stated prohibition. I'm going to buy it. I'm a hard one with you. And Baruch Shem Ani, are able to highlight it. So ultimately, again, when it comes out in the person in the prayer, in the prayer, it says to the witness, Kaval Kavan. And what that Kaval Kavan means, I bind you. I bind you. That's all I restrict you. What is that referring to? To which he measures Koval Ball. Koval Ball, I say it's here. The Torah is not the Koval, and the Torah is not the Koval. I'm not asking it means to say, Mashpi Ani Aleichem B'Shvua, the Sav Ani Aleichem B'Shvua, the Sanchem Ani B'Shvua, Kovalchem Ani B'Shvua. The Koval Ball is good, never in the Torah. You can use any of these in the Shonos, in conjunction with Shvua. So when Shvua is actually works like this, I could say to witnesses, I hereby adjure you with the Shvua that is written in the Torah. I command you with a shvuah. I prohibit you with a shvuah. I bind you or restrict you with a shvuah. That's how you would make a shvuah. Essentially, on the other side, this is kind of like the introductory phrase to the shvuah itself. And then also, so again, there's a lashon of Isser combined with a lashon of shvuah. And then, of course, you need the rest of it. What's the rest of it? If you do not know testimony on my behalf, or just in different group. If you know testimony on my behalf and don't provide it, it's like, okay, now I just started to you hey, this shahai, this slow, the kind of rock on that kind of testimony. So that says, you know, it's the law. The kind of rock on Shemoshiva, or the head is interesting. It's the Mishnah. The sense that kind of rock I consider to be rings that have been spoken. It's very interesting. Why is it? When you reach Shemoshiva, Shem, Kagration, getting fucking, but it's really different subject. What about the reasoning of God? Now, generally, you're not allowed to erase the name of a spoken. Or the Gemara says, there are names that can be erased, and names that can't be erased. For example, alien should be fucking easily, but can't be erased. You go care, Elokecha, Elokim, Eloketem, Eya Asher Eya, Aleph Dalet, which is Aleph Dalet million, Yud Hey, which is Yud Hey, and then Vav Hey, Shachai, Svakos, Haraim, These are all examples of names of Hashem, which written cannot be erased. On the other hand, about Hagogo, Hagiba, Hanoya, Ha'adir, Hachazah, Ha'amitz, Ha'aziz, Hanun, Relatus, Hayakatayim, Verakaseh, Let's say all of these terms, which are not names, what are they? They're descriptors. There's candidates. So the contradiction. The one things to sound like Hanun Barachim are names of Hashem. So you're clear when it comes to the halachos of the Yisrael Hashem, Barachim are not names, they're descriptors. On Rabbi says, Basni, Yisrael, Masnisim, based on this space, what's the real is? I'll go into the dictionary again and say, I adjure you, the need should be covered. On the days, the need should be rachim. Like, I don't say I adjure you by rachim the cover. I say, I adjure you by food who is rachim. By food who is metal. Okay, so in that case, what am I doing? I am directing the linking the descriptive to the name of HaKadosh. Very interesting. You know, the only level, that is Hashem Ba'aretz Nani, Yishamayim Ba'aretz, Yishamayim Ba'aretz, so again, if that's the case, then it should be liability when I give people Hashemayim Ba'aretz. Why? So like I say, what does it mean, Hashem Ba'aretz? The people the heavens and the earth, is to do not something like that. Hus, who was just talking about stuff, Hassan, people direct from you, the Ikir Shannon Barachim, that guy, the mystery Shannon, that guy, the mystery Rachim Shannon. So okay, this is really incredible. When it comes to Rachim and Shannon, and I also think this Rachim and Shannon, this place is incredible. There's only one entity in this world that's called Rachim and Shannon. And that is a good fact. So supercharged. There's nothing else in this world that is called Rachim and Shannon. On the other hand, Papa, even the Ikar Shamayim Ba'aretz, Hashem Ba'aretz come up, also you see heaven and earth. So again, yes, the heaven and earth refer to who created heaven and earth. It's possible, but there's also something else that's called heaven and earth. What else is called heaven and earth? Heaven and earth. Right? Heaven and earth itself is ultimate. Again, is referred to as heaven and earth. So it's like the different specimens that we want to just over here. That when you see Rachim Muhammad, there's nothing else in this world that is called Rachim Muhammad except HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, by definition, when you read that must in Ashura, it is spiritual during them in the name of Hashem. Shamayim Ba'aretz, again, you could just be by Shamayim Ba'aretz. As point out, remember, he was in the first right of this. Even though Rabbi, there's the Hajjino, Shamayim Ba'aretz, like the Shma'aretz and the Gidi. First Rabbi does swear by heaven and earth. And again, there's not a reference to Hashem. It's actually a reference to heaven and earth. So it's a Shabbat design. Therefore, again, when I say our Mishnah, when you read, so it's not a contradiction. In our Mishnah, when you read question of Rachim Muhammad, it's Tilo, which you're referring to Mishu Yaakov, Mishu Chana. And yet interesting enough, when you write the words, it does not constitute the name of Hashem. By implication, I know that it's referring to Hashem, and yet writing those words does not constitute the writing of the name of Hashem, and therefore halach l'maisa can be erased. People also it also breaks the fact to contemplate that the only thing in this world that's called Rachim Chaim is up in front. And let's say, you see yourself, but it's just like love, Rachim Chaim just means compassionate, merciful, care, people do that as well. Like, are people capable of that quality? So perhaps the distinction is like this. People are absolutely capable of compassion and mercy. But in general, when are people capable of compassion and mercy? When it suits their needs. When I could be compassionate and merciful, when essentially it benefits me in some way. And by the way, sometimes the benefit just is that I know there's a compassionate and merciful guy. Like, that I think when it says Hishbarachu is the only entity that is horrible outcome, which means Hishbarachu is capable of selfless compassion and mercy. Hishbarachu will forgive and will be compassionate and merciful even to rejections. Even rejections, this is the point we spoke of Shiva. Hishbarachu is willing to forgive even when it doesn't make sense to forgive. He's willing to be compassionate and merciful even when I don't deserve it. Man is not being capable of that.
Damn,
Man
bitch.
is capable of self-serving compassion and mercy. When there's something in it for me in some way, I am capable of those qualities. But selfless compassion and mercy, that is unique to this quality. Which of us is one of the incredible, beautiful, and amazing things about the Rebbeinu Shalom. But that knocking the power comes, whether it's earned, whether it's not earned, whether it's deserved or not deserved. That is the unique quality of Rabbi Shem Hashem. We talk about Maras Beraita, Hana Baras, Maras Beraita, Maras Beraita, Chazar Aleph Lam, Melakim. Is very interesting. If you write Aleph Lam, right, so you start writing Elohim, and all you wrote ultimately again is the Aleph Lam, right? So what's the halacha?
What up, dude?
You play right? Or you begin to go ahead, you write, right? So you might say as follows. I will say on this part. Ultimately, again, this is not to be erased. Not to be erased. Right? You might say on this part. Alien part. So you must say that, by the way, what's the logic? Why can't you erase the highest line of Elohim or the green area of Yudei Bavai? Why not? Because those are names of Hashem by themselves. Right? So even though, again, the Kiddush of it is, my intention was to write the formula of Hashem. I got stuck, but something happened, I didn't ever finish it. Even my intention was to write a longer name of the Bible. The point is, I still wrote something. So because I still wrote something meaningful, therefore I wrote the library. On the other hand, Shin Dalit Mishakai, or Aleph Plus, but if I write, let's say Shin Dalit of Shakai, or Aleph Dalit Me'adol Noi, or Sadi days Mitzvahos. Let's say that if I began to write these other lists of Hashem, again I wrote the first two letters, I can erase them, right? Because even though again they are part of a larger name, Halach again by themselves they do not constitute a name of Hashem's and therefore Halach there is no library. And Yoshi says, Tzvachos killing time. Yoshi says, even the whole word Tzvachos, you can erase, right? So when we say Tzvachos, Ela Hashem Yisrael. The reason for the Muslim is fascinating. Yoshi says that Tzvachos is not a name of Hashem. It's a name ultimately against Promising. So right now, folks see that Sally so ultimately, once they start off, when I said Yoshi says Tzvachos doesn't refer to Tzvachos at all, but Tzvachos refers to Klal Yisrael. As evidenced by his possible regulation. And it's more says, name of Yossi. Yossi, Tzvachos is a name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and again, Tzvachos cannot be erased. Interesting. Let's talk about it. Kavat HaKadosh, name of the Father, name of the Abraham, is a new car. That's very interesting. Any prefix or suffix you have, the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, can be erased. Anyway, you might not give examples. For example, the Father Ketzad, La Hashem, La Mincha, Da Hashem, Beis Mincha, Ma Hashem, Ma Mincha, Ne Hashem, Ne Mincha, Sha Hashem, Shem Mincha, Ha Hashem, He Mincha, Kashem, Kaufman, okay, so again, which makes sense because all of these prefixes are not part of the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Therefore, they can be erased. That's the example of on the front of it's one of the songs. So Akas pizza, Elokeinu, Min Dog Mincha. Right? So for example, Elokeinu is a mood. The mood is possessive elegant, they can be erased. Elokehem, Hem Kehem. Right? Their God, the Hemim can be erased. Elokehem, Chachem can be erased. And as you see, Hakim and Hakim is really saying no. The prefix can be erased. However, the suffix cannot. The suffix can never be erased. Why? Why? Because the suffix by the word is the suffix, this end of doing is added before doing Hashem. So from like that, from a new perspective, the prefix doesn't become part of the like the suffix does. See if the suffix is appended already with formal Shem Hashem, therefore it is endowed with tradition. Incredible. But we just Allah HaKadosh. Allah HaKadosh. You are allowed to erase the prefix. You cannot go ahead and erase the suffix. Incredible. It's not like that. Let's see some beautiful words over here. Kol Shemos HaMilim B'Torah B'Avram Kodesh. Chutz Mizeh Shulchan. This is in general, whenever you see the name, for example, or the word Elohim by Adonai, it's always a reference to Hashem. Or for example, Adonai, it's always a reference to Hashem. With one exception. What's the one exception? Shem, right? It was a beautiful word. Shem, right? The one exception, so again, the passage says, Vayomer, now again, the word in the passage is Adon and the Noi. How right in normal classic English, I'm not talking so again, what is this talking about? Beginning of Hajj, both circumstances, not only sitting at the edges of the fence, but the so what's this interesting enough? So again, the Gemara says over here that the Adon Noi is not referring to a person, rather it's referring to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's referring to, I'm sorry, it's the opposite. In general, again, all the names that refer to Hashem except in this one, which is referring to the Malach, right? I'm not even speaking to these guys, and essentially choosing by the guy, and just please don't pass by. Right? So really the way to this house is known by Yoma Adonai, the masters. He's referring to these people, he doesn't know the Malach, he's referring to these people. So I think if Yoma tells them, do not have some account. So the Gemara says, the honor, Karina Ba'aki, the Yeshua of the Lord Nazari, the Shur of Lord Zamodi, our Ab Zekab. No. Even this Adon Noi, ultimately the first slide for this part. So it doesn't refer to any first to God. I get first to God tomorrow as well. I get to be over the Torah versus something, Yosemite, Forest, the elephants, Yosemite, Forest, so what is it? So what's this phrase? So according to yourself, I'm going to tell you outside for just a second. According to this approach, what I mean when he says this concept is he's not talking to what you know. Who is he talking to? He's talking to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So remember, right before the three Malachim show up, who is Adonai talking to? He's talking to the Ribbon Shalom. And what does he say to them? What does he say to them? So as the three men come, he interrupts his conversation with HaKadosh Baruch Hu to go and to attend to these guests. According to this approach, he says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Vayomer Adon Noi, a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. In Yoma Tasifun Deina, if I found favor in your eyes, I'll not have on your Alabecha. Don't go anywhere. Please wait here again while I go and attend to my guests. So the Gemara says, even this Adon Noi is a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What do you see from here? You see from here, the Dola Knesset Arkin, what do you see from here? That hospitality, having guests, is even greater than speaking to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, hosting Hashem. Because I'm not going to interrupt this conversation. Ultimately, you will in order to go ahead and have Knesset Arkin. So the way you see the power of Knesset Arkin, I'm going to direct his dialogue with Hashem in order to go and greet the Lord. I will say, it's not over today, but I just mentioned, what's the shock with that? What is the shock? That Knesset Arkin is even greater than Kabbalah Knesset, So, okay, we'll take it tomorrow. 6:45. We'll pick up this tomorrow. And you're touching by Avnovino. And also got you so about process. All right, good.
What's your favorite thing about her? What's your least favorite thing about her? Jimmy's old school. Jimmy's like a throwback. Jimmy's like a guy on Leno in the late 80s or something like that. Theo Bonds. Yeah, I got down. I knew you were going to say that at some point. It's definitely just because of the haircut he's got on you, Theo. He's like it though. Oh, Theo Bonds. That's a great job. Oh, good job. The greatest of those the grocery store will work from. I know he does jokes that people don't know what it's a specific style that Red Man likes to do. And he goes, I told you, Google it. And, Jimmy, wow. You're just a first glass of water. I mean, you're just one of the most boring people. Normally, I can find something interesting in anybody, but you are like my fucking arch nemesis right now. I just get nothing out of you. Jimmy. Okay. Wow, that was just mean for no reason. What does she sell though? What does she sell for a living? Now you're like me.
All right, can I say good morning? Good morning. Hope everybody had a beautiful uplifting event for the shorts. Caution of the week is, of course, to continue now. A couple of days leading up to Shabbos Kodesh. So we will be able to use the other position. We did by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. So to thank our annual Common sponsor for Option Driver 5785. The person who's brought the right shop to dedicate all the training virtuals to reach you and his host will show for as well. I'm very close to spreading money for Seabank. I'll probably will cover Seabank for his in. Another money of Steve's money dollars to do the royal basket for y'all and the occasion of the website. We have no doubt that I can tell you some of the family first. You gotta keep that in your sister, just has to be working and showing and the home. And I know that I'm going to be successful, but all of them not say it either. What's with that? Let us be doing a lot of detail with great impact ahead of us. And show it. Our God is one better. 34. We're picking up the rest. I'll show you 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. We'll have 14 right down. It's probably the top. Because my son's forgiving without over the 2 days of lunches and actually showing you only what it means to cover a block of in the course of the shoot, and then some of the really was that. But look at back inside today, so we are going to fall behind rapidly. So you have 49 down from the top on Rabbi, the 14 basketball and Rabbi back in the first one. Was any point uncut and coffee this morning. Like a bacteria by alcohol today. But it's really, you said we had a New Year's Day yesterday on half off on the base. Essentially, again, which was a simple pork concept, but from the pork concept. And I believe that 2 other guys were similarly no testimony from me. Right, because we're going to I go over to them, and we're going to have a idea that I could observe them, right? I can go ahead and tell them, you guys know testimony for me, right? We're going to say, you guys really know testimony for me, and I think against you. If they say, no, you don't, I could say, much beyond how many other things. I'm making you swear that you do not know any testimony on my behalf. Okay, I love it is, but if they go ahead and this swear in front of this very closely, there's a lot of ability for that. The conditional on the deal on the day was the same that in order for them to be liability, combined liability, own liability for us, it was the claim that's occurring as being one that is monetary in nature. So for example, if I have some other claim against you, whatever it might be, but it is not a direct monetary claim, ultimately again there's no liability for suicide in this case. So you don't know you are going to hire these 4 different occasions. Rabbi Ever, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Shimon. Not trying to sing the yoga, but again, but we work together, Baruch Hashem, on Shul, on the Gimel, on the days. Ultimately, going ahead and trying to highlight where does this research come from. That's all, right? So that was all of yesterday's now. Now what the Gemara is doing is once again going through those shittas another time and already giving problems that exist with them. So let's keep that. Let's get another idea. Rather than the Gashta. Oh, the weekly Yakia. So you know, so all weekly Yakia. So let's go back and let's do the practice. Remember again, the Raya, the proof that we already have was something we call the oil. If you don't recognize that, that's because I would say the oil. So again, I really other dialects because it's called oil. Right? So again, oil, which other so anyway, so the measures for a good good. One gives you a Shabbat says we are owing from stress recovered. Stress recovered. You must know what's happening. You can learn if you Shabbat to stress into it. But so again, just stress recovered. We haven't really focused on it. That's what the word is correct. We do stress labels, which is an old different others who you feel have testimony that's for you. Stress between, that's what we can do up until this point in time. What we call just a declarative oath. And of course, stress have been covered, which we have not really covered yet in a meaningful way. Is someone else is in possession of my item. If I do my item, we may have a little bit of a dispute about it. After they have it, I can make me think of oath that they don't have to be covered. Okay, so we want to trust the rabbi, we want all between people. Shahid or we use the money to walk. So again, why is it the Jewish people? We don't have the again. We don't have all. We use the money to walk, and we don't have a shua. The only money is not calling about. In Babin Shalom, it's not money. And yet, again, all plans here, but they're going to require money for it, or you can just deeply. Because you have a lot of things after it, if you want to learn the Sabra, you can cover a little bit. It makes more sense to learn what Shlosh HaEdos and Shlosh HaPikadon. Why? So the Gemara says, Shekin Kafka, and Kafka, because ultimately again, first of all, again, don't have the Russian of Kafka, so we have that symmetrical Russian. There's the other one, and then so we do have a little bit. No, I still say this is right. Shekin Kafos, because ultimately, again, both of them can create the line both of the common factors. Rashi points out that we are flashing the last white line on top. Factors with factors, English is deeply the factors. So let's say English is really deeply trying to give you a common factors. About Shmuels have to cover the Asham. But the cover of the Asham, which the Gemara says, Allah is starting with the cover of the related. Rather, the Shmuel says the word of Shmuels and English with Shmuels have to cover. Why? As we're going to see now, because there are more shared similarities between English and the cover than English and BT. What are the shared similarities between English and the cover? Shekin, Kate. So first of all, again, Kate. Rashi says again, 8 means Kafka. So first of all, again, Shmuels and English and Shmuels and the cover have that same exact lusher of Kafka. That's number one. Number two, the amazing top A, the cafe. Furthermore, again, the both values are amazing. It's intentional violation as opposed to what this was between. But remember, they were not values amazing. Next, top A, the cafe. Both have a tria, a three, and a fira, and what is it? Denial. Rashi says they're coming to cafe. Able to become body and begin paying up the tira. So let's say this is what's happening. There's a claim and then there's a temporary denial of that claim. Now, if you was so people deny that, so people ultimately again, it's just a declared law. So the Gemara says, Rashi says, in this because it's there as well as the Sha'abar, or the Sha'abar. So what Sha'abar become as well as this are both retrospective Sha'abar, about beauty, become Habar. But ultimately, Sha'abar beauty, and some people like Sha'abar Stein the Stein ultimately again want Sha'okal, like a Sha'okal, are prospective. Sha'abar. so therefore, what do you see from them? So all the similarities between Shras Ha'ibus and Shras and Picado, therefore it makes more sense to compare those two. What's the comparison about? The comparison is that you tell me that just like Shras Picado requires a monetary claim. A monetary claim, so to Shras Ha'ibus is going to require a monetary claim. But situation is something I'd rather know. There's nothing but comparisons. There can be comparisons between Shras Ha'ibus and Shras B'Tei as well. Again, we do have no idea. Shekaim, Shekaim happens. So first of all, again, both have the same level of fact. And Shiyarda, right? She said over here. Fact of Shiyarda, the public that we actually supposed to honor them. They actually see the Aegis B'Tei. Aegis is the Shras Aegis is Shras B'Tei. Stay in the Chatos. Right, both of them have the potential liability to come Chatos and already already. Not even Chomesh. I don't think we are going to have no Chomesh penalty. But we could Picado, but already in Shras Picado could generate, and you will see all of this. Shiba Asham, with the carbon cover on. Then it could generate Asham. Number two is never sent to a carbon already already. Rather again, it's only obligated in a fixed value carbon. In most a lot Chomesh. And then circumstances we need to be fighting for an additional to see the shield. So Russia, the condition is obviously valid. We'll see. We can also say, what's that? You compare Shras Ha'ibus to Shras B'Tei in many ways as well. So why not make that comparison? How much location, right? What comparisons between Shras Ha'ibus and Shras B'Tei? Then from Shras Ha'ibus to Shras B'Tei. Beautiful. Okay, now let's again. The result of that, what's the result? Remember, all of this was challenging Rabbi Eliezer. He learned how from Shras B'Tei. Let us just simply say, one of from Shras B'Tei, to which the one essentially answers more comparisons between Aegis and Picado than Aegis and B'Tei. What's the result of that for us? Remember, we can figure out of here that Shras Ha'ibus only occurs in a situation where there is a denial of a monetary claim. If the claim in question does not have monetary implications, then there is no liability for Shras Ha'ibus. But so just the maximum claim of execution. Next, when people do this, guys, people know that the people say like this, right? The Bible says that you will be liable for one of these things. Which so what's a neighbor means for one of these things, right? Like there's some of these things that are liable, and then some of these things for which I'm about to help these, right? So how do you distinguish those? I don't know. Which piece is Shras Ha'ibus? What is liability? Which piece is Shras Ha'ibus? What is not liability? The simple case of Tabo Mama Chayiv. However, I have about it. If the clear, the claim is for money, then I'm not going to be liability. But if the claim for money, then I'm part of it. So let's say, so again, I sort of point out what's very good in it. That's why even if you use the train of thought a little bit, or a lot, for the time, again, don't worry, because this is one of these emails where no one is debating the core concept. Like the core concept, right? You just keep this in mind. The core concept is you are only liable for a false Shras Ha'ibus when you swear that you don't have testimony in a case where there's a monetary claim. Right? That's the whole soul over here. There have been today for we machlokas about how I learned that concept. But according to my folks here, everyone's doing the concept just disputing like the building what the source is. So now that the Akiva says the Meila, since we know Meila, they are trying to ultimately end the archive, but we're not trying. How do you distinguish that? Monetary claim, ultimate residence liability. No monetary claim, no liability. I must say, Pakana, I never learned that way. Maybe it's the Sharon, conversing. Rabbi Akiva are only the other local son. Rabbi Akiva really also from Rothschild relies on the OO of Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer, right? You know, so that's the case. So then what we do is we put Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Eliezer, which we must say, Rabbi Eliezer, Mashia Ede Karka. That's actually very interesting. You not may be, so remember again, we know the case Rabbi Akiva for someone that we keep essentially at its core, rely on the O and the Owen of Rabbi Eliezer, then Halakha Rameisa realized things that are regularly people. Specifically, that the people that is going to say that there will be cases where you will not be fired for Shlosh Eidos. What are those cases? One of those cases is where I'll tell you, Ede Karka. Now, what is the case of Ede Karka? Where Rabbi Akiva portray, where Rabbi Yochanan says, Rabbi Akiva will say that you're Potter, and Rabbi Yochanan, the Amar Chassim, must be Ede Karka. Okay, fine, so let's get to this. Look at Rashi, just a moment. Rashi says, Rashi, next Rashi, when Rabbi Eliezer Chayavu, the Gabi Hashavas on Gzela Mashavila Ray, in the frame Hashavas on Gzela Karka, because I like that the real thing is Shvas Apikado, or Shvas Eidos. This is very interesting. What happens if I have a real estate claim against you, right? And I get a shilling and leave you out Eidos to you in that case. And then you go and mix it out that they do not want any Eidos about my real estate claim. Otherwise, is that called Hiras Mother? Is that called a Gishna monetary claim? Or that's a Gishna monetary claim ultimately refers to what? That's the Shaila. So ultimately, again, that's the point of the thing that you keep in Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer Chayav. Rabbi Eliezer Chayav says this in the case of real estate. Rabbi Kiva ultimately again says that you are Potter. Because Rabbi Yochanan Hassam must be a Potter feeling Rabbi Eliezer. Two Haka might be called. But then the Yochanan understands that Rabbi Eliezer keys. But the Karka is subject to Shvas Eidos, and therefore when we're specifically using monetary claim, but ultimately again, it's temporary Eliezer. Two the Haka, which the Kiva says that there are cases when you are Potter. Might be called, what is the point of the Ketch of Rabbi Eliezer Rabbi Akiva? Because they know AJ Knas. Very interesting. What happens again, and also we saw it in the Mishnah, what happens if Halakha Rameisa, again, I say to Shimon, you know testimony about you, you didn't owe me money, but you're going to stand up and it's Knas. It's Knas. And let's say, again, we're going to Shimon, swear it, you told me any testimony, but in fact, you give me your testimony, is that called denial of the monetary claim? That be the context of the question. Beautiful. Okay. Rabbi Yosef Levi. Rabbi Yosef, remember, we're just working our way through all of these sheets. Rabbi Yosef Levi, Omer. But we ate Omer all Oyada. The Eidos Hamis the Iya below Yudiyah. And the Yudiyah below that possible battle. Once it is Levi, this is very interesting. Rabbi Yosef Levi is much more focused on a very different point. And this point was the following. Because it uses the Russian, the you ate, right? Again, it's not a Shvas Eidos. So the people are like going to a Shimon, Kabla, you know, so Shimon Levi. You know testimony from me regarding my claim against you, that the consequence of you ate, you know, like Shimon Levi, testimony, ultimately, again, they saw, or they heard, or they knew. The English means hands, the Yudiyah, below Yudiyah, and the Yudiyah below Yudiyah customer dollar. So it turns out any idea that there are one of two ways that Shimon Levi is more testimony. Even with what we call Yudiyah below Yudiyah, seeing something by observing an event, you know what? You don't actually know the context of that event. I'm witnessing actions occurring, but I know the context of those actions. Or you hear below the ear, or knowing the information, but not having seen the actual transaction. Either one of those scenarios could create liability for Shneas Ha'idus. So you know, it says, let's talk about this. I'm going to talk about it. So let's talk about it. Rabbi Yosef Levi, less than Rabbi. Rabbi Yosef Levi must not hold of Rabbi. Now, what is Rabbi? It's actually beautiful. Actually, very cross. Pretty much very cross. What is Rabbi? So let's say Rabbi. The Goyim will find you to do the Goyim. The Goyim come out of Okadina, or the Messiah glory is with them. So it's something essentially that alcohol that you can create liability. And I guess what we would call today circumstantial evidence. So this is very interesting. The Sunday, alcohol says as follows. Demo listen to this. If you have a camel that is moving, the Oka literally means kicking. Now she says over here, Oka means kicking, but when you lost Rashi, the meaning of Kishabali Zokis Nekiva, B'miuchad u'makeh b'raglav d'manam sheb'sidosa. So apparently, when camels mate, they get a little liberty. Or as a covering, they end up keeping the camels around them. Around them, and it's got, I don't know, whatever the Matthias is over there, that's the Wikipedia, whatever, so therefore they get. So the case of what they do is, so we got a whole cabinet of modern, so you have a camel that's moving, and therefore by definition it's kicking. And then what do you find out? The inside, Gama Khalad Bitsigo. When the camel finishes moving, what do you find? A dead camel next to the moving camel. What's that about? The Atua. Shazal Hagan. Ultimately, again, we know that the mating camels killed this camel. Now, what's really interesting enough? Do we know that the mating camel killed this camel? Do we know? Yes, circumstantially, you can put together a picture, right? Because again, there was a camel that was mating camels take other camels, and then another camel is dead right in the proximity of the mating camel. So we put this in, so this is the position of the Akha. The Akha holds that you could create liability, financial liability based on circumstantial evidence. Which the Gemara says, so yeah, the case of the Akha, is what's different. The Yossi of the Uri hold different of the Akha. Because the Uri says you could create a liability with knowing something even if you didn't see it, or seeing it even if you didn't know it. But according to the Uri, you need constant information one way or the other, either by seeing the event even if you don't know the context, or by knowing context even if you didn't see the event. The circumstantial evidence would never be enough to create liability. And that's why this is very interesting. The Gemara says, the things of the Alpha, giving the first time in the shop, second Shem and Sheva. Because if they're using really hard of the Alpha, they should be treated financial liability based on circumstantial evidence. And in 2 days, you could even potentially create capital liability based on circumstantial evidence. What does this mean? The Gemara says, the son, I'm Shem and Sheva. Shem and Sheva, some problems. This is crazy. I don't think it's coming. I don't think it's coming from practice of Russian of Shuvah. I swear. But I literally means I will not find consolation. I swear. In no Ra'isi Akar Shalas Akar Kareer purpose. This is it. The same thing I said. I want to tell you a piece that happened to me. I once saw a guy. I saw Yogi running after Shimon. And what happened? They ran into a quarter. Like they ran into a ribbon. Which was a wire ribbon. Because family where you don't find other people. So that's the act when Shimon Shachar said. So Shimon Shachar sees this whole thing. He sees women running after Shimon. And then sees obviously something's going on with him, right? So now Shimon Shachar runs after women, he's running after Shimon. So let's see, watch this. So that's the act, right? And my Tzasi signed Biado. Wow. And I come to the program, I come to the room, and I see women holding a sled in his hand. His body happened, and there's blood dripping off the sword. The Halad Mefarko. And Shimon was literally again like rising. He's dying. He's in the throes of death over there. I might do that. But what's the name of this kind of scene? So what does Shimon and Shachar see? What does he see? What does he see? He sees Ruvain with a weapon. It has blood on it. And Shimon down on the ground. What didn't he see? He didn't see Ruvain do anything to Shimon. Yeah, look what Shimon and Shachar says. I might do that. So for Ruvain, rush up. You know what's up. We killed Shimon. Right? You only 1 or 2 possibilities. Oh, I mean? Oh, Ata. Either you did it, or I did it. And I know that I didn't do it. Right? So then Shimon said, that's how we both know that you killed Shimon. I got my ass, huh? Shimon don't come us to be a thing. What did I do? I can't take that punishment from you. Why? So I'm a Torah. I'm Kishnayim Injim and Shosha Injim Yimas Hamis. So this guy says, Shimon said, I said, what can I do? I'm going to that part. They're going to say, what's fascinating about this? Shimon said, the reason I can't hold you to these things is because I'm a single witness. What can you infer from this? There was some of the rich Shimon said, they would have called him liable and based. Now, what's fascinating about this? First side, this is circumstantial evidence. The circumstantial, no one saw the act. No one saw the act. Yet, Shimon ben Shachar says, I believe that if there was someone else with me, this would have been enough to commit a capital crime. What could I do? I I'm not going to be hurrying to start reaching the exact punishment for you. He said, Yozab Yisham, Achenosh, and Nakash in this. Wow. So what happened? They did not leave there before a snake came, hit this guy, and this guy died. This guy died as a result of the snake bite. This is incredible. So again, this is choice of progression over, right? But the Yosef is really saying that I'm not going to myself. It's not saying this freedom. You can have media along the deal, which means you sign a down, even though no contacts, or you have along the deal. You know information even though you do not see the initial event. But you got to have solid and concrete information. You know what I'm saying? So here's that really doesn't want to get up. Because Rabbi said, but I want once again in the case of the mating camel, you can create liability through circumstance evidence. Very likely, actually, but by the way, when you can even have the Shem and Shekha. So the Shem and Shekha say you can even create circumstantial evidence ultimately again. In capital cases, and the only reason why you couldn't convict that guy moving is because Shem and Shekha wasn't a record, which the United States. I didn't get it, it's the Rabbi. Which one you deal with, which got us long. Listen, you can find the case to be deal with, which is listen, remember, you get it on the news. I know facts. I know from the country with which, even though I do not witness the initial event. So you can find the case like that outside of being noticed. You can find the case like that, outside of being noticed. So you know what it says? Hello, and that, for example, a case like that, you know, say that case, hello. You have the one you do making the stop and stuff. At the end of the website, let's say the capital case, how can you ever predict based on the return, for example, let's say, in a capital case, what would be an example ultimately again of the idea below idea? What would be an example of a capital case? The Shem and Shekha case is a perfect example of the idea below idea. I see Ruben walking the soil. It clearly again someone killed Shimon. Leah, I do not believe Leah, I didn't see you do it. But listen to me, trust me, 1 + 1 together. It looks like I got to come to the conclusion that we didn't take you. But also, in the case, how can you look at the capital case of Yudea? I'm sorry, Yudea below Yudea. Guys, how can you ever have that? So you might say, okay, finish that first of all. So that's wrong. You know why Mega is always the heavy hierarchy or the small hierarchy. So remember again, because in the capital case, ultimately again, you have that. If you don't have Yudea, you can't convict, for example, that's where the victim was. Like what's ultimately again, what's in the Jew, what is a non-Jew? In other Trefa Haram, or Shalim Haram. What is the person of Trefa? Like you look at the halacha is that what they're thinking is before Trefa. Like there's somebody who has some type of injury in which they're going to experience death. You know, halacha is not liability for such a person like that. So halacha is you can't have the case in-house Yudea. So standing up is only okay to leave. So what do you see today? You think you come up with a nose in your home, you think you cannot pocket. Then ultimately, again, if you did a wicked knas, also that was amazing. If I go to witnesses and I say to them, have say like the New York testimony, my benefit me, and a knas case against Ruben, but ultimately, again, there's not liability for sure. That's how you get some these are like a fire. So this is the that exposed. You need to do up with already a hospital for now. You can find the case of the deal that you up, but the deal of the idea, by you already. I've made out of this of the idea from Milo by Mega. The piece of class, and also you have to know not who's ball, that's the swell ball, the sewer ball, that's the sewer ball, who's the ball. And then also you can't have the case of the real idea. Because if you don't have the idea, then you don't know whether or not there's actual class liability. So if I let the legacy, let's hold that the case of the class to be perfect from the class evidence. Okay, incredible. I was going to say that. So that's what the thing is, essentially, what just really done is decided Shimon is what's the first primary opinions. Yes, what's the two things here. Let's see if I'm moving in that region. We'll exactly do it tomorrow. So if I'm moving in the front of the region, so let's exactly do it. How many body like and then you got put under the following case. None is super to play flowing with clothes. So yeah, here's the case. So I go ahead and I say to you, right? You know, none of those people really means I counted out the money to you. So what I'm really putting is like this. You know, I make this $1,000. I make $1,000 in contract, shipping and labor. I'm a base. The agent going on sending upwards. They was going to have to see over here, shipping and labor are standing outside. So I say, so this is a great case. I give this really what we would call the right idea. So what happens? Shipping and labor standing outside. So what does shipping and labor see? What are they observing? What are they doing? I am putting $1,000 into you guys' hands. Now, what don't they know? What don't they know? Context. What is this? Right, what is it? You're going low. You're going to give. And I'm repaying something to you. So they see, so what they see is objective fact. I am giving money to you. So the agent knows what you're doing. The agent are outside. Now, that's your back right here below. They can't even get stuff like that. Rashi understands that you may not see the this is what we're discussing this over. Now, Rashi says that, you know, if you upset the Tosis says Rashi has to interpret it the same way. So how you define how you know the how you feel or how well or God. Tosis is saying this is a perfect case where you're outside. If you're inside the God, then it'll be here and you here. It has to be outside because that's the way to set up and then you be. All right, anyway, I'm doing about some kind of $1,000 for you. Witnesses see me doing this, so we must stay ignorant, so that's fine. So what is that? What's in such a situation like this? I'm going to come here. Let's back up. This is what you're saying.
So did I. 16 times in 8 minutes. It's like 30 seconds. Yeah. Do you notice you do that like every day, like when you're like in your job?
Let me do that. Let me do the same over this case. Like I'm sitting there. Right? So the minister said, you got Rabbi, can you tell me like what is the context of this case? Now I know I'm not telling you, but specifically, what is reason clear? Right? So I'm the one who's giving $1,000. What is reason clear? So you guys I'm never how you go on the reason says, what are you talking about? Simple, you never do. $1,000. So they say, well, this new policy is just $35. Because obviously the artists that saw that I gave you $1,000, right? So that can't be the case. Each customer, any shopping, if you shopping, so if I went in here and said, yes, still give you $1,000, you know why? That was my money. That was my money. I wanted to get in, or I deposited it by him, whatever it might be. So yes, I got $1,000, but that was my money. It's the actual in my hobby. And that's in reality what the witnesses do. As I remember, the witnesses can't say yay or nay in that case. Because all the witnesses saw was that I put $1,000 in the things hand. If you said, yes, I received $1,000 from someone, but it was my money, then ultimately you have to believe him. So he says, if you also believe him, my hobby. So ultimately, again, if agents come in that context, so ultimately, again, what good do they see, right? In other words, I'm not for myself. What have they really accomplished? So the man says, oh, he actually is actually quite fascinating. So the man says, I'm sorry. So I'm there's a rule. So the reader says, it is up, as they say. Excellent point. You are a big comment. Come to Yeshiva. Whereas like this says, almost like this is like the fire. And so you read this fire in the Hamila. So you read the left way, you back up Hamila properly, you understand the Sugya, you like to Hamila, all feels the again to come into Yeshiva. That's what you Hamila, all. After writing the place for this Regish, Sha'atanachim as Lad Fight. Which is actually quite beautiful. So, I'm really saying, you come into Yeshiva line, because every Rabbi needs a Talmud like you. What's the job of a Rabbi? To teach and inspire his Talmud. And what's the job of a Talmud? To sharpen his Rabbi. Beautiful. So therefore, you come into Yeshiva. What's the just funny as a sign? as an aside, what these real things like this. This is actually an interesting case. I'm between $1,000 to you, right? $1,000 into his account. Witnesses are standing outside. So they see me giving him $1,000. Obviously, my claim is I lent you $1,000, you didn't earn money. Leaving's claim, and even Cook claim, you didn't know what, you were paying me back. Or it was a gift. Shorty in this case, yes, it's actually interesting. So without even looking at claims in it, right? How much of it says. When even Shemana knows, and I love you not. Exactly like this. So when to see me give it $1,000, we said no idea. So we below the zero. What's happening over here? It's irrelevant, but I'm going to give you all this service. So I say, I like $1,000, give it back to you. But I'm not trying to stop you. But I'm not really playing. No. You were giving me a gift. Or you were paying me back. I raised them. The Mishpach Hesses unit. Listen, we haven't seen this yet. But Hesses, we're going to see essentially he didn't swear, and he keeps the money. That's not like he's giving the money. Now, that I'm not nice. However, I don't know how you define your own life. That if you didn't try, no such thing ever happened, then obviously, again, what's up top life? And let's make it clear. One thing you have, one thing you always have, I did give you $1,000. Can you just me up? Hold on, some of this case. The witnesses cannot prove that this proof you don't say. Therefore, we think it's sure, proving is allowed to go ahead and take money. Also, I didn't put that in very beautiful. That if you think about these two states, it's actually very apropos to find as well. Like this is one of these two categories. There is Yudhya below Yudhya. Right? And Yudhya trying to say Yudhya below Yudhya. So most of life is Yudhya below Yudhya. That's most of life. I see things, and I do not know the backstory to it. And 99% of our interpersonal interactions are Yudhya below Yudhya. I see someone do something and I catch a fuse thing, right? I catch a fuse thing. Is that I think I see how doesn't talk about someone sent me a picture of me as a single species. And I look like I was like, like that. The person, the funny place is that, you should pay better attention to very species. Because of like, who's wrong with this? What's wrong? So, we were speaking on the same people. And speaking again, I actually paid attention. Actually, did. And I say, to tell them what's the lesson. The lesson is you can catch everyone in this frame doing something or looking a certain way. That's just the way that they like catch anyone. So much of life is really like a little idea. I see someone do something, I have no idea about the context. Even sometimes you hear someone say something. And make you feel jolly or excited. You don't know what is happening in that person's life, about what the rest of the context of that is. So much of life is knowing what you saw something, but you have absolutely no idea about the backstory of all of this. On the other hand, there's also the idea below you. There's the below you. That's the below you. Actually, it's the idea below you. But ultimately, I know that there are certain things that are true in this world, even though I have not seen. I believe that I can respond to be about the Torah, even though I do not see them so much as I see them. But these eyes didn't see them, but it's okay. I revealed that to you. I believe that I thought with all of my heart that it's photographs and shapes every single moment of my past, present, and future. Sometimes I'm not able to see it. Just because I can't see it, it doesn't mean I don't know. So I really ultimately am going to believe in Reveal. So when you do a format being out on the Fadelo, and you do the role of the Reveal, ultimately again format being out on the Incredible. That's what I do. Says the Gemara. It's always sluggish. So it must be what's the good piece over here? I need to unlimited copyright. One of the needs to look up inside Hamza. What is it? I go to it. So I lend you $1,000, and by the way, I'm cementing my claim by saying I lent you $1,000, and I will tell you the exact location where the loan took place. I lent it to you by this pillar. Pillar, right? Pillar A. So I'm a late. Well, I've got to inside Hamza. And what happened? And you guys, I was talking about, I never been by that pillar. Never even did that. So he wants to also say Sabi, I see the lady here, she's in my inside, almost that. So witnesses show up, and they say, Rain, we saw you urinating by the pillow, okay, right, but the nice, right, like we saw you there, and now it's like public pressure, right, no one likes that, right, so what happened, we saw you urinate over there, by that pillar. So what's this now? Obviously, what's happening over here is it's proper, right? We didn't say he's going to be by that pillar. Witnesses now placing by that pillar. Placing by that pillar. So what he do? He's always trying to fix the Catholic. So he's like, okay, he's a liar. He's a liar. Obviously, you think he's a liar. Okay, once he's a liar, obviously, again, just to point out, that doesn't automatically mean he's liable $1,000, right? Because remember, again, not like witnesses are saying, we saw you urinating and borrow money from Sydney. That's the same color as eBay times. But then at the same time, there's all what you're doing is they are eroding his credibility, right? Because he's never been by these players. They say, yes, you have. You actually have a very personal connection with this player. Right, so again, so all it is with the copper is established Ruben as a liar. Okay, so Master says, I do not have saw. So nothing says, that is a Persian ruler. No offense, right? That is a Persian ruler. What does it mean a Persian ruler? So that was a disparaging thing. When you did something nonsensical, you did something that didn't make any sense. Such a Persian ruler. Right? So again, there's a reference ultimately to something that makes absolutely no sense. After all, the Gemara says, we tell him that Olam is really actually saying that he was never in his life by that pillar. That's not what it means. It means is the exact pillar. What it means to say is, you're putting me, you lend me money, you lend me $1,000 by this pillar. I was never by this pillar during the stage of action. I don't know, maybe I reached there before, but I've never been there. I've never been there by this circumstance over here. Right? It's been out before. So you might say, people to honor. So they were to give a last question in the whole video. The shortest told that Allah for the nice again, he's a liar. Because his claim actually was, I was never there. But he said, nothing says, that Allah for the nice again, when he's looking this, he was never there for this transaction. But he never say he's never there at all. So you can have all versions of this. Who knows the problem when you start on this down. So same case. I say to you, man, and almost by this pillar. I like to decide almost done it over. What's interesting enough in this case over here. So if you notice in this version a little different. Notice you didn't play. I've never in my life been by this pillar. So not putting aside the issue and the mind inside from there. So witnesses couldn't say, you're going to be urinated by this pillar. So I'm not going to walk the cop. I'm not going to say he's a liar. He's a liar. I'm going to wear it up and loves his not to know. From this I'm yet I'll let you finish. I'll be very glad about that. It's actually a very important trial. We find many different cases in our life. Anything that a person doesn't have to remember, he doesn't remember. Right? I'm going to say that Rabbi anything that I'm not obligated to keep on my mind, I'll be great, often I'll do it, a lot like I did. A lot after that I remember. So what's the second does prefer it. If I don't have to remember it, I don't remember it. So therefore, because a person needs not keep an accounting of all the things he really urinated, right? Therefore, again, Allah for my son, you see a person does not remember that. And therefore, if Allah bless you, a person doesn't remember urinating in a particular place, that is not indicative that you are not telling the truth. Yes, and by the way, the Torah is supposed to hospital this as well, that we remember the things that are important for us to remember. And if we don't remember something, generally, that is indicative that it wasn't important. That's why this is so clear. It happens to be that maybe you missed a birthday, or perhaps an anniversary, or perhaps some other important life cycle visit, or perhaps someone else in your life maybe got very upset. And you're like, for a second, what about the other 364 days a year? But I remember everything. So again, perhaps if you're in a situation, you know that I'm doing something to be hard water. And if there's merit to that, there's merit to to the end, I should say. Because at the end of the day, again, we remember the things that are important for us to remember. And if we don't remember something, that is a good indicator that it does not be very high importance in our lives. Incredible. I was going to stop over here for today. Go on. Right back on track. Right back on track. Yeah.
How do you feel tonight, Michael? You up for it? I got a steady girlfriend, 5 years, 6 years. She got a kid, I got a kid. We got animals. You each have your own separate kids? Yeah. Okay. You have another one on the way? Third trimester? I think it's close as shit. When's the last time you visited a doctor? I have a really fucking awesome scar that looks like the apparition of the Virgin Mary's pussy. Really? Like right here. I can never show it because it's too ugly for Steve. But for here, it might work. You guys want to see this guy's scar or what?
All right, so good morning, let us begin. Open up, get my youngster. This was fun to begin. Another week of Receptus Sugars. We got to begin by thanking all of our sponsors. So thank our annual Comic-Con sponsor for the year, Tuck Shin Headway, the person who's brought out to sell. The dedicated audience to Russell this year, and these of this. For the sales total started on this floor. And the current sponsors for the month of Stephen Avalon with Toga, Stephen Parizin, the dedicated audience to and Joshua. So this month, and on many of his lovely daughters, the team of the Rola, Bass, and the Swell, Yola, is upon the block up. I know that only sponsors for the Ruben Football Fair. Magical on the list of their grandson, both of their children, Nachum and Mela Ruth. The man, the Magical, the read the name, Asher Zelig, the next Hashem. Zach, Dr. Gina, שיש מרכזיסט ומכאלה שכל the למעשים טובים. Magical. But let's say that, so let's begin. There's always we dedicate our learning in the special precious hostages that they taught in America from bringing home the Shalom and the Kala and the specific Holy soldiers may be successful. The Kala and the Savior. There's a lot of people in great to the house today. And we're back to Lamed Aleph. And another lifted back on the top of Lamed Aleph. Once again, making it every single Shabbat. So, all right. Fine, but we're going to pick up the next chapter on Lamed Aleph basis. I want to start to see that. So, just in the computer, picking up 5 hours after the Lamed Karabah. So, you want to say this house. So, Lamed is 30 beats Karabah. Come up on 9 Italian. So, Yasha saying good in Gemara. This is a very profound Gemara. There we go. Look at that sheet. This is Sanigora. Russian Sanigora is a defense. How do you know that a dying should not defend his position? What does that mean? It sounds like a dying should defend his position. So that's what Rabbi says about Ibrahim just on the bottom. In Gan Din, Libo not for. Let's say it's like a beautiful in the case. And his heart is Libo not for really means, but the really his heart is clean. But it means he's feels uncomfortable with his legal decision. When much you thought his heart's clean and you know there's something that's not right about this. He said he tried to justify his position because he is embarrassed, so he can't. Hello, if I'm studying that, so what to do now? What should we do? We should endeavor to try to adjudicate the case correctly. And I said this is a profound demonic because this is not something that judges, not judges alone together, but this is all of us therapists. And we encounter situations like this all the time, where I espouse the position, right? I articulate a particular approach, and I know in my heart that it's really not right. I know it's not right. So if I 9 out of 10 times, what do we do? Like, we double down. I overcompensate to show ultimately again that I'm incorrect. I show that I'm correct. I overcompensate. Instead of having the humility to say, you know what? I was like, the second shot that said, the hardest words for a person to say, hardest words, is I don't know, even harder than I don't know is, I'm wrong. That's right. What's none of the children of the teacher comes to say area that it's hard. So listen, the word says that times in life where although I've taken a position, deep down I know the position is wrong. So how does the Gemara say, how do you know? Find the courage to say you were wrong instead of doubling down and cementing a flawed approach. How do I know? The Gemara says, ultimately, again, distance yourself from the shekel. When you're not a guy, so you should come and burn upon it. How do you know that a guy should not have an unworthy student in front of him? Now, again, I say the idea over here is because even the dining should talk things out with someone. So how do I know if the dining, if the person the dining is talking things out with is not a worthy individual? Once translates corrupt the outcome, Hamroma, Mikra Shaka, distance yourself from Shaka. And let's say, if you notice that you're becoming on your all of these things, these are situations where, again, is it overt Shaka, having an unworthy student in front of you is overt Shaka? No, but it could lead to wrong things. When you're not in the dining, should get a combination Gazlan. So how do you know that if the dining knows that one of the other judges is a Gazlan? If you should get a combination Gazlan, or a witness, no one's going to tell a witness is a Gazlan. You're not sure you started enough. How do you know that you should not combine with their life? You should not sit on the basement with such a person. You should not sit upon the testimonial unit with a person. Hamagoma, look about Shekel Kercha. Ultimately, again, this is something much more complicated here. The difficulty here is that, let's say, if I'm a witness, I know that I'm saying the truth. I know my fellow witness is saying the truth. So over here, there's no Shekel occurring over here. And also, it's quite fascinating because we recognize, how always recognizes the idea that all of us are made up of multiple parts. And some of those parts are good, some of those parts are not good. Right? No one is absolute. But still, when it comes to judgment, I can't participate in the judicial process in the other capacity of the judge or the capacity of the witness if I know that the other people involved are dishonest. Again, it just corrupts the entire thing. Good. And we're not the baby. I'm sorry. We're not a diamond. You're there to do Shimaruma. So let's say, how do I know that if the diamond knows that the legal proceedings are corrupted? Shalom Yomar, Holo Ba'id in the evening, Akakenu V'Yehei Kola Kapavandala, Kola Kapavandala, it's Sabbath evening. So it's this. How do I know that the judge said the shouldn't be the following? The judge knows that the legal proceedings are corrupted. He knows that something is not already right. But essentially, what he says is, not my problem. Not my problem. The judge, like witnesses are giving their testimony, and if there's fallout, because if they're saying it's false, it's on them. How do we know that a judge shouldn't say that? I'm going to make about Shekel Kercha. This case or something to the website. This is so profound because what this case is highlighting over here is the not my problem approach. I'm involved. It's like you're going to feel that Hashem did what and if you see it and you can hear it, it's because the Control wants us to do something like that. So we like to seek the open situations. It's okay. Not a problem. No problem. If it wasn't the problem, you wouldn't see it. If it wasn't the problem, you wouldn't put it. If you're there, if you're present and you're knowledgeable, it's the part to say there is no problem. Try to do something to remedy it. You're ready to come in. Make sure that they're not moving on supposed to be the whole posture. The nice way you stretch. How do you know that if the student is the phone is ready? The student sees some type of source. He sees is a better word. Okay, he sees something that is not the judgment in the direction of the army, and with your face, when you down to the usher, how do you know that the student should not be quiet? So that's what's over here. This is a different kind of case. If this is talking about over here, essentially, a student is always obligated to be deferential to his Rabbi. But again, how do I know that over here, if I'm deferential and I'm silent, that could be ultimately a situation of justice. So I don't know that in that type of situation I shouldn't be silent, and I should speak up Next, United. The most of the family money. Shema, listen to this. I lend my friend $1,000. Shema, you're my pet. I am of the Masai. To be Shio de Mana. To be Kai de Shua. That I'm down there. I love Shua like a Maka. Sing. This is great. Listen to this. I lend you $1,000. $1,000. It's like this. Okay, I know you're going to do that. I know that. But here's the issue. I have another outstanding matter against Ruben, that he denies, and I was never able to oppose the Shua on it. So here's what I'm going to do. Because it's actually a great fact. I'm going to go to base, and I'm going to go to base, and I'm going to say, Ruben, you owe me $2,000. What is Ruben going to say? Is he going to say, I only owe you $1,000? What do you call that? Multiple excess, partial admission. What's the look at partial admission? Shua. They'll say whenever someone is taking a Shua invasion of the concept called Gildi Shua. Gildi Shua says is essentially once you already swearing, we're going to roll in a whole bunch of other stuff that normally would not water its own hole. So this is my fact. I need you to take a Shua about a different scenario. For whatever the reason, couldn't generate its own Shua. So I'm going to come to the reason. We can fortunately say, now that I'm not really trying to collect $2,000. I'm just collecting that $1,000. What I'm trying to do over here is create a scenario of really dealing with the obligated to the Shia. So how do we go again if this is not appropriate? I'm going to go on, use that check out here. You know, no should have come here on Monday. You come on next time, listen to this. I don't know. I want to go to you, look at your business. You're going to make me $1,000. Now, even coming to the claim that he owes me $2,000. Now, except that I owe him $2,000. Now, again, what you think's motivation is this? Let's say you're going to be paying a loan for $2,000. So I say like this. If I admit that I owe him $1,000, then what? I'm going to be tied to Shua. Instead, what am I going to do? This is this. Shalom Yamai. I'm going to be cultural about call. Now, let's not look at your cultural about calls. Let's not look at you totally deny the obligation. Then you're proper. So my fact is, I'm going to totally deny everything. That I owe you nothing. But over a basement, but I'm giving you $1,000 outside of the basement to be sure that higher blood Shua, or when you bow down our Shua Makamaka. So let's say in this case over here, in the previous case, it was the lender playing games. Over here, it's the borrower playing games. Let's say I'm the borrower, I bought $1,000. Even though the agent says that I owe $2,000, my thought was like this, I know that if I admit that I owe $1,000, I'm not doing the trust, then I have to take the Shua. And then you can go over and short from everyone else. I select this, you know what? I'm going to deny the claim. You still deny the claim. Now, again, I'm not trying to not pay back Ruben. I'm going to deny the claim. I'll pay $1,000 outside of Thursday, but I'm not going to go ahead and do anything in Thursday. That way, I avoid the house screw up. So, you know, how do you know you should do this? How do you know? Check that shit out. So listen, we see the common denominator in all of these cases. The new guy said that Fairfax says, don't try to manipulate the system. Even though, again, it looks like in all these cases, a person is using the halakhic system for their own gain, for their own benefit. You know what it says? Don't do that. That's me by Shabbat. Next. You will get yourself up. Now, again, the argument facts, each of these cases are really great cases and a great decision if you look at the good decision. The one is Shosha, Shinoshi Mona de Havera. Listen to this, I didn't know. There are 3 people lent a money to Ruben. Shinoshi Mona outside the Bible is trying to Ruben. Shinoshi Mona, we are working. So let's say again, Ruben and Shinoshi, when we all lent me a money. Now again, the issue of the theory is not one to extract it. So perhaps the easiest thing for them to extract it is for the 3 to become 2 groups. One of them becomes the lender, and the other 2 become witnesses. Now that they don't show up in the agent, one of them is the lender, or they have to use something like that from the black workers. Now, also, now wonder again. The reason why that false? Because again, they're not witnesses. All 3 are lenders. And now what it is, for a lender, any party to it for election cannot be used as punishment. Okay, so you're here, it's easier that one of them is a lender, the other 2 are witnesses, and something like that. How will not use our check at your part? Therefore, the concept says, this takes yourself from false. So we know this transformation. with some burning species. How are you going to keep it from the basement? I've heard love it, my cooking. I've heard love it, it's first Basilema, right? Because you know what? We then actually show up in that region. And what happens? So we then is dressed in rags. She then wearing high fashion. Beautiful clothing. You know, it says, so only know love is the most so, only wish is the most high. You see the shit of the guys, here's your choice. Either dress reading like your dress, or give the proper outfit, or you dress like you. In other words, I love for myself, both litigants have to be dressed in the same way. Now, no matter, move that check at your car. Look at the pasuk says, dismiss yourself from suffering. So what says, if I found like that, what's the soul of this Gemara? They'll say the soul of this Gemara is the absolutely judge a book by its cover. It is so important. You know, we like to say, people like to think that you're not judgmental. It's false. We're all judgmental. We're highly judgmental. Someone walks into my Babylonians, I have them sized up by the way they dress, by the way they present, by the way they talk. And if someone tells you they don't do that, they are lying. They are lying. It is the default, reflexive, judgmental type that each of us possesses. Now, the avoid it then is to kind of unwrap that afterwards, right? Now, after I do that, the goal is, okay, I want to get to know you, I want to get to see you. But it is very important to understand that God is very effective. And what's by the way, it's not a bad thing. Why is it not a bad thing? Why is it not a bad thing? It's part of one of the most important and innate things or drives of the self-regulation, which is self-regulation. Right? I mean, the idea is, because I assess everyone, I'm always on the lookout for things that next to me. That's the part, which is good. I'm always on the look for things that catch up. So therefore, again, by definition, anything that comes into our dialogue, we're always assessing. We're always assessing. That's how we can assess a threat. That's how we can assess friend or foe. So by definition, this is how we see the world, and it's so incredibly important that we are judgmental. Besides people up within the first 30 seconds of speaking to them, how they look, how they dress, how they talk. So therefore the Gemara says, even if Rabbanim do this, so you come into Beis and just know, Beis is going to see two guys. One is well dressed and one is like a shmata. Beis is going to form your perceptions of these people and their face within the first couple of seconds of your presence. Therefore, neither litigant should have an unfair advantage over the other. And therefore, Allah you say to the wealthier of the two, you have the choice, right? Because the poor guy doesn't really have much wardrobe choice. So at the end of the day, your choice is either you go ahead and dress like the pauper, or you pick up a nice outfit. Okay, so you might say, you have an usher to make it up. Shruti is Mekaifu, the close to Medina. You tell them, take off your shoes, and then come to this. I guess the kind of thing to put in with different types of footwear. Right? So the men said, in order that no one should look more special than the other, people would take off their footwear, and then they would come into it. Incredible. And now he's saying, so you should know that they bow to cover, but they should have bowed to cover everything. So you say, bow to cover. This is how you know that Allah again. What about power increase? So we didn't should have confrontation. So that's what we didn't get to know you. How do you know that the body should not listen to you, right? They should not engage in any type of conversation about the Din Torah before Shimon gets there. I would want to move about Shepherd Shefa. It doesn't make sense. So again, if you notice this move about Shepherd Shefa has a very wide application. Right? So again, you see it being applied in multiple ways. So you see this what's move about Shepherd Shefa means don't manipulate the system, which was a lot of the cases we saw before, right? I should say, it's starting out this way, you might check that care means if you know something to be untrue, no matter how much time you have invested in that shika, in that particular position, be courageous enough to go ahead and walk away from something, even though you know that, even though you've been back for a lot of time and building it up, but if you know that it's untrue, find the courage to walk away from it and find the courage to gravitate towards truth. Then we got into a whole bunch of cases of manipulating the system in order to go ahead and create the reality that you want. Even though, again, the manipulation itself is not really true. Now, in these last cases, it's about giving an unfair advantage to one of the litigants, right? If we're dressed differently, different footwear, speaking to one of the litigants before the other. That's also something about Shepherd Kefa. So, it says, the Kahana must, I'm sorry, don't let me let you get it. None about it. So, Yakin Dvara, the Dayan Kodesh, Yahweh Bagin Kadera, was very interesting. So, in the previous case, talking to the bank. So, judge, do not listen to one of the parties before the other party gets there with that secretary. Now the Gemara says, talking to the litigants, how do you know that halacha l'maisa, if the other party is not there, you should not start talking to the judge about your case? So the Gemara says, "Minayin lefarkin, shelo yakin v'ad v'dayin kodim sheva b'adin kaver." So litigant, how do you know that you should not begin to put forward the case before the judge before the other litigant gets there? That's kind of nasty. That's kind of different. So he said, seesaw, no saucy. So remember again, the pasuk is seesaw should not shout. Right? So maybe again, do not go ahead and take that shit very big. Pasha slap should not show your food from us. So kind of that meaning of no sassy. The sassy means do not place. This is the prohibition of religions not to corrupt the judicial process. In other words, there's two different prohibitions of it. A diary is not allowed to hear one litigant before the other, and the litigants are not permitted to start to recover their case until they are both assembled for the adjudication of the case. We talk about Ba'asher Lo told us of the Sohamot. So that's actually a pretty incredible demand as well. So now we're going to the concept from the Pesach. Ba'asher Lo told us of the Sohamot. So first thing, do not do good in the nation. Really tough. So what's this? The word mentioning this. To me, inappropriate practices. So there is someone who's not engaged in good behavior. Rav Amar Zehava B'Hashal. So he's actually very interesting. Look at Rashi says over here. Rashi is very close to the closest to Rabbi. Very Rabbi. Very close to Rashi. Zehava B'Hashal. Mis'aba Amir Lo. Shana Rishon Lo. The Rashi is very interesting. Okay, so apologies in advance for the language. So listen to this. So we must have died from someone who lawyers up. Someone else select, someone who comes and they have a lawyer representing the image being told them. What's so bad about a lawyer? So what is this interesting is that you can understand that when people who are engaging with people come to Bezdin, people are often more interested in finding resolution than lawyers. Right? In other words, a lawyer is a third party being drafted. And why was the lawyer brought in? Why was he brought in? Why? To win. So because he's brought in to win, therefore, a lawyer often has a very little reason to settle. As opposed to litigants, because there was also the process that there's a judgment between two people. Also, it's up to me, those people have a relationship with each other. So because there's a pre-existing relationship, they may be more predisposed to ultimately settle. So, but again, including bringing in a lawyer, the lawyer, again, may be coming to play a part, the lawyer, right, may be coming to win, and he doesn't have a pre-existing relationship with the other litigant. So therefore, the Gemara just says, it's interesting, that the Gemara shows that he has that Shalom calls outside the Sohamar, only the person didn't do good in his nation. This is something he brings in a lawyer. Brings in a lawyer because now what you've done is you've pretty much negated any possibility of compromise, and instead of creating that attention in more litigious situation, I say obviously misunderstood. The amount of questions is that the person needs that verification. The person needs someone else to help guide them in the pursuit. You know what we're talking about over here? In real situation where, it says nice and for long, where people make complicated situations more complicated. Like at the end of it, there's a way to resolve disputes, and there's a way to navigate this, and there's a way to walk the collaboration with another team, and to go and set up things in the sense of the actuals. So if you complicate it in a more situation, that's not good. Obviously, there are situations where it's too complicated. I can't navigate it on my own. Okay, so Chazal and I'm faulting someone for bringing in an expert to help you navigate it. But the most important is to take in a complicated situation and making it more complicated. That sometimes is an expert in better things. Which one of the Shmuel says, Zaharak Sada, Yish Allah Sikh is interesting. So Shmuel says, what does it mean? What does it mean by Shabbat, Tov, Ashtam, Sacham? What does it mean giving to good? Is someone who buys a field whose ownership is contested. Don't buy contested property. Don't buy contested property. Right? Because if you do so, ultimately, again, you're just looking for trouble. It's not about argument that these circles are in the ground separate to a Sugya, and the detail next. Anyway, I guess I don't really know how to say again. The topic of our parak so far is Shmuel Sages, right? We're talking about Shmuel testimony, which is an oath about testimony. We're going to see after the next Mishnah how this oath is actually administered. So once again, let's say any applies to Shmuel Sages, only applies to people who can give testimony. Not putting on, what is this going to exclude? I'm not talking about not putting on, like it comes to exclude him. The rest is actually very interesting. That Allah myself, that a king is not permitted to testify, and not permitted, ultimately, he's not permitted to testify, and no one is permitted to testify about him. The Rachamalach about it, not putting the second to Korea. That is exclude the gambler. Remember, the second to Korea, ultimately, and Rothschild, we saw this in the second Sanhedrin. It's excluded ultimately again from testimony. He's also a Aegis. He was a non-dom in the second to Korea, so when it says that the gambler is excluded, certainly a king is excluded. But why is that? So again, back to point out over here, why is the gambler, why is he excluded from Aegis? So when you might say that his Ela also to Yeshiva Shalom. He does nothing beneficial for humanity. You have to point out over here. This is not the guy who goes on a brotherhood trip to a Gothic city. I didn't say it together. Then it goes there, right? And it's just like someone else said, this is talking about the career gambler. Like, this is a guy who his parnasa, ultimately again, is gambling. So because I felt about such an individual like this, She'ina also to Yeshiva Shalom. He contributes nothing positively to the world. So such a person like that, has zero authority. He's a credibility in the eyes of Halacha. So understand, that soul is a drabala. The soul of a melech, right, that a king can't go ahead and give testimony or be testified about. That ultimately, again, is a dalaisa. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, Kosher melech. When you dalaisa melech, a king is disqualified from everything to do with testimony with dalaisa. Why? The king is so touching alecha melech. The Prophet says, place upon yourself a king, shekenei a masa alecha. His fear has to be upon you. So everybody listen to this. Therefore, because the fear of the king has to be upon you, therefore what? No one is giving testimony against the king. Right now, if you can't be testified against, it also means that what? You also can't testify. In other words, those are part of the statute. Those are part of the concept. If someone can't give testimony against you, then you have no ability to give testimony for or against anyone else. So therefore, if you don't just say the Messiah is the cookie of the gambler, can't give trust and it's a can't be trust anyone, that's not something that I want. So that's true, and someone like that who is your eyes. The man of another, ultimately again, the one who disqualifies the king from Shlosh Eidos, and on the second, the cookie of the eyes of Shlosh, but I want to the constitution. So that's again something that could be going to start on the Rabbi. So ultimately, again, the eyes is totally kosher, and information we would took ultimately again for Shlosh Eidos. So also, how to keep a halakha l'maisa, we pass the approach of people to the course of constitution. I thought that the king is precluding you to allow sex. So that some person of Rachamalach placed the king upon you, the reverence and fear of the king has to be upon you. Has to be upon you. As a result, the king can't testify, and the king can't be testified against. It's complete, like almost like judicial now again, it does not mean that the king is above the law. Right? There is a request that the same culture has against the king, but just stop a person to give agents against the king, the king to give agents against the person, ultimately does not affect. But the second to give is not adopted, is also forgiven in Torah Shabbos, because he is spirit of agents. That's why the king is not the king. So the Lord says, remember again, if you have machlokas in Mishnah, you can be there and the Chachamim. And the whole this Mishnah is only the following is really about the following case. But we may hold that whether or not you're taking the Shras HaIdus like yourself, or ultimately again, you are being rejected if someone else is enjoying you. But the Mayor says it has to be done before Bezdin. Right before Bezdin. But Chachamim said it's only if you're taking the Shua through someone else that it has to be engaged. Otherwise, if it's on your own volition, you can be engaged with yourself. You realize that what the fuck are we arguing about? So let's not take that. We're not connected. What are we arguing about? So like, if you know that one is very bad, but don't you know, it's only you know what to the asphalt. Okay, so let's talk this out for just a second. We're going to see that Shura Sa'idos is actually named after Shura Sabikada. Now, we have not learned about Shura Sabikada just yet. But it says the Shura Sabikada is like this. I entrust something with Ruben. I give Ruben a Pikada. Pikada means an object I'm giving Ruben for safekeeping. Ruben claims something happened to the Pikada on the left, Pikada was stolen. There's something called the Shura Sabikada where I could make Ruben swear about the Pikada. Okay, like I said, everybody else going to see it. We're going to see now that Shura Sabikada is sort of like the lie for Shura Sabikada. Now, whenever you learn something out from someone else, right? So such as I'm deriving you from A. That's it, you're zero Shabbat. So now there is a fundamental exegetical mathematics. What's the exegetical focus? When you learn out B from A, so how does that mean? This means what's called Yon Uminah, which means learn out B from A, and therefore B will take on all of the qualities of A. Or there's Yon Uminah for Okibasra, which means learn out B from A, but after you learn out the original halacha of B from A, then all the other qualities should be derived from B. Okay, that's the mathematics. So you'll see that inside. Here we go. So Amir holds, don't you not, so Amir holds, learn out, essentially Shura Sa'idos, from Pikadon, and learn out all of the elements of Shura Sa'idos from Pikadon. So he's going to not and not. Here we go. So the Gemara says, Mi Pikadon, not Pikadon, because we have no fire. So let's say, ultimately, again, just inside Pikadon. If a person thinks the Shura Sabikada of their own volition, ultimately again, the Shura works. But Idus, Mushma with the Atzma Chai, something of Shura Sa'idos. If a person thinks their own Shura Sa'idos, not in the presence of Beit, it works. The Gemara says, not putting on the Nafah Pikadon, not because of the Beit and Beit Shalom Beit, Idus, Beit Shalom Beit. Just like a Shura Sabikada can be taken inside the Beit and outside of the Beit, so the Shura Sa'idos ultimately again can be in Beit or out of Beit. Beautiful. So look, that's Rabbi there. That's right there. Rabbi say, don't be not the Okibasra. Right, which again, really laying out Shura Sabikada, Shura Sa'idos, from Pikada. But then again, going up the rest of the halachas in Shura Sa'idos. Also, not Pikada, which probably the Atzma Chayil, just like Pikada, ultimately again, if the Shomer takes the Shvua on his own, like on his own, is Chayil. Eidos, which probably the Atzma Chayil. So the Shura Sa'idos, if you take the Shvua on your own, you will be Chayil. But if you Basra, we can establish the halacha again. By Shura Sa'idos, my Mushma would be agreeing in the Bezdin, just like a Shura Sa'idos, right? If you take the Shura with the agreeing, you have to be in Bezdin, and in Shaloba Bezdin lo, Mushma would be Atzma, the Bezdin in Shaloba Bezdin lo. So to the Bezdin, just like a Shura Sa'idos, if it is adjourned by others, the Shura must be in Bezdin. If it's outside of Bezdin, it won't work. So too, if you're taking a Shvua on your own, the Shvua only works if you're taking it ultimately again in Bezdin, outside of Bezdin, it won't work. That's the position ultimately again of the Rabbanon. So everything's going well. Good. So on the days, how many that Papa? Someone says 1 second. Even if you plug in the new one, so Papa says, I'm not sure that that's correct. If you don't always have to go, right? So you must have to go, Papa, even together, right? Everyone agrees that if you learn that Shwasa is just front cover, that the way to learn that out is learn out all of the elements of Shwasa is just front cover. Hello? Can you tell me the other one? What's the last one? What's the minute again? What is the point of contention over here? The point of contention over here is in the following case, according to the mayor, right? The Rabbi, any chayav actually feel the point of contention over here is when you are literally if someone else is enjoying you to take the shua sa'idus, does shua have to happen in days or not? The Rabbanan say, again, if you're taking the shua on your own, even outside of Beis Din is fine. If you're taking a shua observed by others, only in Beis Din, not out of Beis Din. But more on the other hand, no matter how you're taking your shua sa'idus, it's got to be in Beis Din. That's not focus. So the answer is house. The Papa says, if we're not at the Kekon, and everyone agrees, don't we know. So what's the last one to that one? So we're trying to figure out, why is it, again, we're making this distinction between taking the shua sa'idus on your own, you can even do it outside of Beis Din. But if you're being observed by others, it's got to be done in Beis Din. And the only time the other one, the nice sirah b'kavachomer. It's not about what's kavachomer. And one of you, if you answer the first thing, if you go to the bar and you try to shua sa'idus, there's certainly, again, you're going to be trying to answer. Will be the light sirah b'kavachomer, and since you're going to be kavachomer, so remember again, so the halakha is there's a sense of dial. Dial means that ultimately again the power could become no more common than the common itself. Now, which one is the appearance of Beis Din? Yes, but which of the appearance is going to be Beis Din? The Beis Din is Shemada Beis Din law. At which point, if you are small, the Beis Din is Shemada Beis Din law. Therefore, what the difference of the Shemada is. Therefore, we which way the appearance is being observed by others. So that only works inside of Beis Din, outside of Beis Din, it doesn't work. So to again, which of the actual will only be again in Beis Din and not outside of Beis Din. I'm going to Papa. The one says, Papa, 1 second. We not just honest, but not the don't we know who we love to be. That also says, they're not arguing, don't we know we right? But no, we don't. But no, back if you come on. Schwarza, because what's the back if you come on? Schwarza, because of the idea by notion or the notion, when the clothing or the clothing, it's sheer suit. What's the meaning of Schwarza, because of? And then when we get to this in just a couple of days, Schwarza, because of applies to men and women, relatives and non-relatives, sharing and seeing. If neighbors do, it's not the Beis Din. In front of Beis Din, not in front of Beis Din. If you are smart and if you are here, ultimately, again, whether you're swearing yourself being observed by others, anyone find it actually needs to call both the Beis Din to their man. By man, I want you only try to trust that because in front of Beis Din. But I'm saying, if you are scared, if you are smart, then if you are here, Kevin should help us the problem saying whether you scare yourself or are killed by others, ultimately again, if you sweat first, then you are fired. Which will be a failure if you hug out, you know you are on the fire. So again, where do we ever see the case of being a jerk to others and trust the other? Where is the first step on the fire? Last, the time you rub it in this, it must be the way out trust at the cover of face trust out of this. Which none know, which don't know any make therefore again, they must be arguing about the extent of exertion. In other words, don't not in the air or don't not go to the asra is a fundamental focus about how to actually exert a shaba. So let's not be arguing about which the might is you like, yeah, how is the might is yeah, the heart not going to the must is you like. That is what the argument about. Here's the difference. You could see that from the mission of Shua Sabbath, but you would not see that ultimately again by the mission over here of Shua Sabbath. So from Shua Sabbath, from that mission, so within just a couple of days, it becomes clear that that is in fact the root of Rema progress. But ultimately, again, from our Mishnah, you might not necessarily see that. Okay, so we'll say, so many things in that. So first of all, We think there is a very important principle in the reality of the zero shava. Like, what is the zero shava? The zero shava is you find commonality between two scenarios. That commonality could be a word, it could be a phrase, it could be a concept. And what does that do? It allows you to go ahead and create a halakhic proof between A and B, and then talk in different concepts one to the other. So you start it in general, when you realize zero shava, how does that work? Let's say, for example, I'm extrapolating on zero shava to A and B. So I'm going to learn evidence about B from A. So the question is, how does that process work? There are two different mechanisms. There's what's called J-Nah or Nah, which means learn out B from A, and essentially all the elements of B will resemble A. Or don't not really last from you. No, we're not the initial concept of B from A, but then look at the elements of B and establish those as the new reality. And again, that's the focus. And again, it's in the focus. And the focus is one of these things that you see throughout Shas about how to actually ultimately again in zero shava. What about fear? What about Allah Ta'ala again in this situation? About Shas how do we trust in running a store? So it's one of the focus right now in the Hakama. So the man holds that in general, the man holds that Allah for myself, sports happiness only takes place in Beijing itself. If I understand that Allah for myself, that if you are being observed through others, it's only in Beijing. But ultimately, again, the outside, ultimately, again, even outside of it, I mean, constant, I'm not constantly constant. And therefore, when I look at myself, if you're being observed by others, that this must take place in itself. If, however, you are swelling of your own volition, that stroke can even take place outside of those things. That's how I say, first one is like this. The message is follows. That's on the side. Look, how you have it as it goes to you. So again, if you intentionally, right? So it sounds like if you intentionally violate Schwartz Avis Yachai, what does this mean? So if you don't Shirigasa is very Avis. We should look at a case of literally again, Shirigasa, with Shogig, with Sidon Havis. What does that mean? Alright, you done? Did I skip? Sorry. The phenomenon of Schwartz, sorry. And you apply your intentional violation of this law. So that's when you have to be right back. The general, and that's what I really think in general, we saw before, and if there are types of shifts, but if I intentionally violate, there's no fear. Yet there are shifts that it's interestingly enough, if I intentionally swear falsely, but I don't just I am telling. So it's more angry. We call up on to put them about the banana. All the other cases, it says banana. But the sure is hidden from you, because your banana, here it doesn't say banana. The high value to show, she's with that what? I am liable ultimately again to amazing that children. So whether it says again, whether I intentionally take a false Schwartz, I know that I know testimony, but I purposely swear that I don't know testimony, or I forgot that I need testimony and I swore to that fact, either way I am liable for the false steal. She does certain zigara, it is for the again, also liable for shogig. It is very high risk. I was saying, what does that mean? So if you can shoot your blessings there, it was only the lab, it's this. The whole life, you're there on your Shashua Jasila. I know that the Shua can be a Jasila. So what it means, I know that I know testimony for you. And I know that I'm swearing falsely that I don't know testimony for you. And I know the Shua is also. About any of there, in Chayafin Allah, Hardware India. What don't I know? I don't know about liability. So I know what I'm doing is wrong, but ultimately I don't know about liability. That's called Zidon Shua. That's called Shididasa and Zidon Ha'ivis. So I'm showing what sense. I don't know what my liability is, but ultimately, again, I know that what I'm doing is incorrect. So let's say there's liability for that case as well. But you're not tied to this plain show. You're not tied to the left hand. Now let's say, what this means is, let's say, right, even says, Silver, you know testimony from me. And I say, you do it, I don't. And it turns out that I really was sure that I really thought that I did not know testimony. I forgot about this case. And then it turns out that I really did know testimony. In that case, the Mishnah is like, and if I swear, I have to be sure, I swear I don't know any testimony. And then later on it becomes clear to me that I really do know testimony. So I swore incorrectly, but it was a total shogeg. There's no liability for that. So they know, kind of Rabbi. What did you say? So should this not go ahead and answer that question? And also if they actually, they're not doing that Paravasi, so it's like the sovereign Shabbat the MS in the Torah. My stop it to you, this is your problem, name out, you finance. So this is actually a question of Paravasi, what I prefer, which is if someone really thought that they were swearing correctly, but they really swore falsely, what is the liability in this case? Now, here's the thing about that Paravasi brought this up as a question. This is the difference on this show that sounds clear that there is not liability. But in this case that we are, I'm swearing Ruben, I don't know any testimony from you. And I believe that I'm swearing correctly. It turns out that I'm swearing falsely, albeit accidentally, and everything is to say, there's no liability in that case. The Paravasi asked this kasha. You might have left it as a kasha. You might essentially say, why do you kasha? And why do you get up on a Mishnah? It was limited in the Paravasi. You know, I forgot to snap this thing. You know, even though I missed the subject, you know, that's what the process was. It was how that when you're happy, you like to see the nail on, you know, straight into the limited. I'm going to put a new thing that's for us. Even that's for us. If I end up swearing falsely, they're not intentional, but because I really thought I didn't know any of this. That's the reason there's no liability. About also the Nana, but I said that's for us deeply. Where it says Nana, I think this is that's the point to me. So listen, maybe that's for us deeply. Maybe that's for us deeply. Even when I swear, I didn't swear correctly. Maybe it turns out that I swear falsely. Maybe there is even liability in that piece. So much more than there's not liability in that piece. So let's say, bottom line, and that's very important. I want to myself, any case when you swear falsely, and you are absolutely convinced that you are swearing correctly, there is no liability in that case. Very, very important. Sure, so even say for example, right? If I swear, I swear I ate the loaf of bread today. And it turns out that what? That I didn't. But I was so sure that I did. I'm not going to mention there's no liability. Same thing, right? You can say, see the name, just for me, I swear that I don't know what you're talking about. And again, when I swear I'm 100% convinced that I don't know what I'm talking about, if I don't want to mention again is what, there's no liability. So what you're saying, anybody swear falsely, but at the time you're swearing, you think you're swearing correctly, there's not going to be liability like this. So it's trust me, this, okay, what's it up? By the way, the book ends up for example, quite fascinating. How do you start today? You started out today with the diamond, with no couple particular legal concept, but at one point he was the legal plus correct, but then he became what? I know that's what? It's not correct. It's not correct. And the Gemara says, have the courage to admit what you are wrong. Have the courage to go and deconstruct that which you constructed. Right? Have the courage to go and walk back that thing, even though again, you break up this whole because but you're not taking care of it. If you know that you're wrong, don't double down. Don't double down. Walk it back. Because again, you know, also acknowledge that there are other times in life where what? Where you're really convinced that you're correct, but it turns out that we're false. But that we're wrong. And that happens. That happens. What do you say? If you know you're wrong, don't double down. Find the courage to walk it back. But as a child, fully recognize that there are times that you're convinced that you're correct, but it turns out that we're fundamentally wrong. So it's interesting enough, if you know you're wrong, but double down and refuse to walk it back, there's liability for that. If you think you're right, but it turns out that you're unequivocally wrong, now what it says is that there's no liability. Why? People make mistakes. If you make a mistake, you really didn't know. I think it's also says, it looks like, well, okay, there's not liability. But if you make mistakes and you know you're absolutely wrong, but you doubled down and you didn't walk it back, with that, you're absolutely right. Everyone says, just stop over today, pick up with the Mishnah tomorrow, but start for the news, start for the get younger.
U.S. licensed home care professionals will work with you to find the best treatment. If medication is appropriate, it ships to you free 2-day shipping. The whole process is straightforward, convenient, and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to GetRoman.com/Tony and complete an online visit. Take care of your ED without leaving your home. Complete an online visit today to connect with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional and take care of you.
Good morning.
If you're having trouble with your belly,
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today. Our annual commentary party, the first week of our license of the dedicated over the shoe
make sure you're ready to have
this year,
confidence and control
and
this
assist for the sales talents for all of Israel. Our commentary sponsor, the work of Sivan, Habari, Rotova, Stephen Parizin, loving memory of Steve Murray, Jonas, Stephen, Devoya, Bash, for the Soy Yours, the Pony Rapa, and the King of a Fit, York, that the only sponsors for today, Hines and the Holiday School, in memory of Scarlett and Tony, then our Papa Emotions, the Pony Rapa, and a late breaking Bakioni's partnership with a draw, Shema for a draw, Captain Farmer. Supposed to announce the birth of baby girl Snitcher just a few hours ago. The dedication is by her big sister Aliza Hana and her hubby and Saba Libers. Mazda Libers Mustafa and the beautiful Silva on the same day Mazda clearly the football player Mustafa on the occasion of his bliss of his grandson today. That's all, now the Silva, and back to the Silva for the girl. Let's lock this down. Lock this down. I show you the son of Stavros, the secret for all of the problems. To get a bit of course is always our limit. The next is special about conscious hostage. The front of the from being upon the shaman and the color, and the special of the soldier will be successful. The call and I say you did. Thank you for giving it a cheer yesterday. So it's a really incredible doc ahead of us today. Today's doc is podcast. We are going to pick up at the Mishnah on podcast on Bible and World Session. Our goal is to close out the week and to close out the Torah. That is the World Session. We stated that roll up. And the World Session will be there to accomplish this very task. Mishnah. This is a really big block ahead of us today. One of the great things about today's doc is the World Session. You will see a lot of information that you go to see in different studios. And really, it's nice putting everything together. Segregation. Asian Trust Shop. What is the Trust Shop? What is a Trust Shop? Says the Gemara. This Trust Shop is saying to us is a Shua where a person attempts to go ahead and change an already known and incontrovertible fact. For example, Amar Atzimah says, no Adam, says Ezra. The Shah says you're Adam. The person tries to swear to go and change a known and incontrovertible fact. For example, Allah shall Adam, Shuhi shall Sal. For instance, he's a pillar, right? He's a pillar of stone. The person swears, I swear that the pillar of stone is gold. Ba'ala'ish, Shuhi he swears about a man, that she's a woman. Ba'ala'isha, Shuhish, he swears about a woman, and he's a man. So again, now we're going to see different categories of this. But first, I do a Mishpah Shah to say, there is something of incontrovertible truth that is known to people, and I swear to the contrary of that truth. That is the Shiras Shah. Mishpah al-Davar Shu'i Afshala. Now, this is the second example of a Shiras Shah. Swear about something that is possible. For example, I swear that I saw a flying camel. So first category, I swear to change something that is a known incontrovertible truth. Number two category, I swear that I saw a flying camel. You know that you should not have to tell things about. Or I swear that I saw a snake as big as the board of the hourglass. So that would be legal things. And let our local race, if a person swears to this effect, then our local race is going to be shot. Next, I'm a lady, boy. Really store someone that it does like. I'll go to the I call the kids, I say, come to these and testify on my behalf. What does this say? Shua, Shalom Na'idaka. We swear that we are not going to go ahead and testify on your behalf. Now let's know what is this. The this is first Rashi in Mishnah, second of the short line. Shmuel Shemona Idecha, Bittul Mitzvah Hu Hayu Gamashi Afshat. So listen, this is an example. This is an example of another Shmuel's shot. So again, it's not the Mishnah shot. It's like the Mishnah Shmuel is always saying it's impossible. Now, again, it's possibility to go ahead and manifest itself in a couple of different ways. So possibility one, or that manifestation one, which I swear, in the country of an in-country vertical possibility to the shore shot, impossible shore. Number two is that I love what I say again. I swear, regarding something that is simply natural, clearly impossible. Fine time, switch the size of the beam of the other best. And possibility number two, the Mishnah says, is you swear to a Jew and mitzvah. You swear to a Jew and mitzvah, by definition, is gates on mitzvah. So again, for the Jews, that is considered to be something impossible. To be mavakel, they say you can't be mavakel. So therefore, again, this piece over here, tell witnesses coming to testimony, they swear that they will not testify to it. So again, I try to be clear exactly what it is. This is different than a case where they swear that they don't make testimony. That's a short sa'id, this is not. In this case, what are they swearing? We're swearing we're not going to testify on your behalf. So again, there's a list of real testimony on that on someone's behalf. There's a list of give that testimony. Swearing not to give that testimony is effectively negating a mitzvah. So it's over here, we've seen already a number of different ways that you can't swear to uproot a mitzvah. Now again, such a shua is not covers it up. Now again, we've understood what's the logic of that. The logic of that always leads back to that shot. Always leads back to that shot. That's because shua is on the doctor. So I can't swear not to go ahead and perform mitzvah because I have a pre-existing duty, pre-existing obligation to perform the mitzvah. So obviously that is not going to work. So again, we're not interested enough that the mitzvah is highlighting these. We don't have to take a shua not to perform a mitzvah. That is effectively a shua's shot. It's a shua's shot. That's so again. Up until now, I know already that it doesn't work. Now you're going to tell me why it doesn't work. Because that is called the shua's shot. Incredible. Next, use for the rock on this. So for example, to continue on the same word, I swear to go ahead and use the rock on it. So for example, I swear I'm not going to make a sickle. You should know you told me that. I swear I'm not going to do the rest of it. You sure that I'm going to do it. I swear I'm not going to do it. Zomki shua's shot. So again, now it's all kind of dropping into place. I know this whole time that I can't take this shua through being a mitzvah. You never even thought about what category of shua is that. You say that tells me that's called shua's shot. Shua's shot is any mitzvah that is impossible to fulfill. Even impossible because just factually it's fundamentally incorrect. Impossible because what I'm describing is not possible. Impossible because I'm only under pre-existing obligation to perform that which I'm trying to undermine. What's the level of shua's shot? So the Lord says, if I never have the not go stop, she is not so possible. What's the name of the Lord said this explicitly in the Mishnah as well. Up until now, we really just had to focus on shua's victory. Right? So shua's victory, we know that if you violate the reason, you try to block this. If you violate the survey, you try to cover all of the notice. What happens with the shua's shot? So again, if you don't know this, once again, if you intentionally make a shua's shot, you will get notice. Now, she does set out there. But you accidentally shua's shot, ultimately, no liability. No liability. Shua's shot, because this wasn't so good. That's step one. So therefore, so first one is the one is the Mishnah all about shua's shot. Shua's shot, Shua's shot, that's a very interesting place. Now over here, I swear I'm going to eat this loaf. And then I take a loaf, and I'm not going to eat it. So in this case, it's interesting enough. It is back to you. If both of these shuas have been made independently, this will be two shuas equals. Right? Two shuas like equals. Because remember, shuas equals, which is again a shua, a definitive shua. I swear I'm going to eat the loaf. I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf. That's shuas equals. In this case, interestingly enough, what happened over here? I'm making sure some succession. The swear number one is I swear I'm going to eat a loaf of bread. And swear number two is I swear I'm not going to eat a loaf of bread. So what you do in this case is fascinating. I will show you Shmuas Bitur. So the first Shmua ultimately is a Shmuas Bitur. That Shmuas Shav. The second Shmua is not Shmuas Shav. Listen, why is it a Shmuas Shav? Why? Because once I go ahead and I take the first Shmua to go ahead and eat the loaf, then what? It is a mitzvah to fulfill your Shmua. When I then go, therefore it becomes a mitzvah to eat the loaf. When I then make the second Shmua not to eat the loaf, that is effectively a Shmua to undermine the performance of the mitzvah, which is one of the categories of Shmuas Shav. Actually, for example, here that Shmuas Shav, Shahay Mitzvah Lebata As, again, what they're fascinating. Which is good to see over here, there's also a little bit of an expanded definition. What does it mean? That Mishpah Lebata As Mitzvah, Mitzvah, person is going to have to be what we call, one of the explicit 600 mitzvahs, like, I'm still not going to apply to it, I'm still not going to, sit in a sukkah. So, for example, if I take a shua to do something, then it becomes a mitzvah now, we should come to do that thing. Swearing not to do that very thing I am adjured to do is also swearing to undermine a mitzvah. So therefore, again, I swear to eat the loaf, shua speaker, I have a mitzvah to the I swear to eat the loaf. I will take another shua, I swear not to eat the loaf. That second shua is a shua shav. Shua shav. You gotta go. That you live in this guy's on. Actually, I have to eat the loaf. So that you can I end up eating it in this case. So then again, shua one, I swear I'm going to eat it. Shua two, I swear I'm not going to eat it. Now I end up eating it. Also, shua shav. So if I go ahead and I eat the loaf, what's the problem? I'm in violation of the shua shav. Because I swear not to eat the loaf. Therefore, if I don't eat it, then other Shmuas Bitur. So ultimately, again, I'm in violation of my first Shmuas. Let's say if you're thinking about the Shmuas, it seems like no matter what you do, you're going to incur liabilities. You might get touched in this case a little bit more, but that's the concept. Let's say it looks like Sefar Motzava, for myself, what we established over here is Shmuas Shav. Intentional violation of Shmuas Shav is Malchus, unintentional violation of Shmuas Shav. Sorry, unintentional violation of Shmuas Shav is Pater. Three categories of Shmuas Shav also highlight the idea that once you swear to do something, by definition, is a mitzvah. It's incumbent on you to go out and do that very thing. Incredible. Okay, let's say, now the Gemara. There we go. I'm going to go. So this is now easy to speak because it's now we can count our collective knowledge about this. So Eva says, the Jewish Shamika and the Gemara from the Apple. So let's say, remember, Shmuas Shav is not simply swearing to undermine something from the last. So one of the definitions of Shmuas Shav is swearing to undermine a widely held truth, a known truth. So Eva says, what is the definition of a known truth? Something that is known to at least 3 people. Okay, therefore my definition here is to swear about something that you know, like the concept that you know to be true, but that's not the people you don't know about it, it's not you don't know about it, which will not go ahead and conform to the criteria of Shmuas Shav. Okay, incredible. Mitzvah Avdalashi Ashalom. And now, Mitzvah Avdalashi. This is where I get to now. I'm just going to say, what's the example of swearing that phone is impossible? No, it's in category 2. Category 1 is I swear to the contrary, to the contrary of the incontrovertible known piece of information. I swear about a man that he's a woman, about a woman that he's a man, about a pillar of stone that is gold. Category 2, I swear about something that I could not have seen. I swear I saw a flying camel. So the Gemara says, sure, sure, you see what I'm like. Now you know what you see. Now, the Mishnah is asking a syntax question here. If you look at the Lashon of the Mishnah, the Lashon of the Mishnah was, I swear, and lo ra'isi kama shakarafagir. I did not see the flying camel. Why are you phrasing it like that? You might say, listen to this. The Gemara says, sure, you see what I'm like. Now you know what you see. Now again, doesn't it make more sense to say, I swear I saw the flying camel? So what's the Gemara says, sure, you said, it doesn't say, I swear I saw a flying camel. Might be no ra'isi. What does that mean? I did not see. I swear, I swear, I did not see a flying camera. Celebrate with that love. If I did not see, there should be something else to our faith. If I did not see, then what? Listen to this. Rabbi says, no, how much more shall you see? Rabbi says, change the word of the Mishkan. The Mishkan should say, you see, I swear I saw a flying camera. Rabbi says, no, he's not right, he's not the phrase. But all right, you ask for it, שבעולם עליי ומאיסי גם על פרעך. The Rabbi says, in fact, there is more to the statement. What's the statement? The statement is, all of the words should be answered to me if I did not see a flying camera. Okay, fine. Well, so I'm going to do Rashi. Unless I just want to point out, my purpose is this doesn't say the truth. It's not really about another. It's just how to read the Mishnah. But again, factually, the details remain the same, which is the second category of trust shot, is you swear about something that is impossible. There's no flying cameras. So the Gemara says, I'm going to ignore it. I'll see you know, this sparks is fascinating subject. The interest of actually the Gemara, maybe he means something different when he says, I saw a flying camera. The Gemara, I got that. Sequoia, maybe you have no idea what this is. Everyone says, smell, chef, flying camera. Maybe what you really call it about it. It's not very large, but we have to go like this. Go like this. Basically, smell, magna. And just called it a camera. Like others, we saw right like this. And the bird looked like the color. Obviously, everyone knows there are no flying cameras. But maybe he just saw very large. But he was calling it a flying camera. So he comes step up. And when he's taking the shua, he's understanding the shua through the lens of his personal relationship with the Master. In other words, I'm not lying. I'm not making stuff up. I'm describing my experience. I swear I saw a flying camel. You know what? A very large bird that looks like a camel. So the Gemara says, okay, on the west side, this opens up something like this one, which is, there's a little bit shvuas. How do you define a person's shvuah? Do you define the shvuah based on your personal intent? Or do you define the shvuah by some type of objective dimension? So interestingly enough, the Ikuma, Basar Kumira, the law is in Basar Dente. Now, based on the Mishnah, it seems to be that you define your shvuah based on an objective standard, not based on what you may have made. Because otherwise, if you want me, when I swear I saw a flying camera, that's what you mean by that. That's what you mean by that. You mean by that, you get it to be bird. If you know this together, you don't ask that. You don't ask that. So the Gemara says, if he came up, then you can't just say, Basar Kumiyadino. I would say Basar Kumiyadino means we don't affirm to the straight object, the partial understanding of your laws are that's and you not ultimately again go based on what you need to do. You go based on what you said and not based on what you did. Therefore, again, this time is documented that. So therefore, in the case, I swear I saw a flying cover. We don't start to try to understand what the community means, but that again, based on what you said. That's just the reason I just playing something interesting. All right, let this one check. You know, the hard time, right? So we'll come back to that phrase. So you know, let's do the following idea. So now we're going to challenge this concept over here. So you know, the hard time, right? Show us being ourselves. Show us being ourselves when we observe someone. Now, let's say so again. This is talking about shua that is given by the international. Rashi says that we Krishna Shua that is shua Chagayonim, only on a shua and a full shua basis. So this is when I say again, who they use that base. And basically is imposing the shua upon one of the religious source. The simple case of it, right? So far, that's simple. Krishna Shua myself, and basically observes someone, only know how to do that. Shalom al-Nas or unlike us. You see it, right? You don't have to definition of revenge, just understand when you take a shua, the shua is not defined by your intentions. You set the intention. You set the definition of the shua. How do you get shua? By how much do you also, you're not taking a shua based on your understanding. Allah al-Dahino bi-Abbas but rather when you're taking a shua based on our das and on the das of Beis Din. My time, what's the reason for that? Rabbi is showing that anyone Dilma is Hindari Yahweh, Ma'asikul Zuzi. Maybe we're afraid that maybe it wasn't much as well. Let's take a case over here is where we're going right to the population come to Beis Din. Shimon like Shimon like $1,000 and Shimon's claiming that he did not pay him back. Reuben is claiming I gave him back. So we're concerned over here. So maybe Reuben said I gave Shimon the coins. The concern that is Reuben gave Shimon some wood chips. It's not the figure that Reuben called wood chips coins. So when Reuben says I swear that I gave the Shimon the coins, technically speaking, according to his understanding, Allah Ta'ala says, give him back the coins, give him back the right, give back the coins. So in order to avoid that, you tell me, no. When you swear based on our understanding, not based on yours. If you come with Shabbat, that would be Shabbat. Because again, we're concerned that when everything goes ahead and swears, he's swearing based on his own understanding. Basically, as a no, Hassan Mishum Kandi Rabbi. No, actually, interestingly enough, the reason we do that is because of the case of the staff of Rabbi. It was what was the staff of Rabbi? She said, well, you know, when Bashar did no idea. But really, the rest in general, when it comes to shuas, we go based on what people say and not based on any other significant possible understanding of the shua without any interpretation of subjective intentions. So why do you have to make this statement over here when basing it on the shua? The rest of this investigation, I'm just mentioning this outside, don't get inside. There was this case that currently based in Israel, which is actually a fascinating case. Simply, Shimon had a dispute, right? Shimon went to him $1,000. Shimon said, "We didn't do that." Shimon said, "I paid you back." They come to David. In David, David says, "You swear that you paid back Shimon." So he said, "No problem. He says to Shimon, "Shimon, give me a favor. Can you just hold my cane while I take this swear?" So that happens. So Shimon says, "Sure, I'm going to start holding the cane. You're going to swear I gave Shimon back the money." Shimon became so incensed that what did he do? He broke the cane. When he broke the cane, it came out that the cane was hollow and there was money inside. Reuben had a great time. You got to give Reuben a lot of credit for ingenuity. That guy was good customer. Listen to this. He said he swore truthfully that at the time that he swore, Shimon was holding the money. So did Reuben give Shimon the money? He did. So it's interesting enough, that's really not a crazy case, because in that case, even according to the Rothschild understanding of the oath, Reuben did what he swore he did. He swore he gave Shimon the money. He did, in fact, Shimon the money. So therefore, again, even though normally when you take a shua is interpreted according to the basic objective understanding of your words, not based on your intentions, but still, when basing goes ahead and observes someone, they have to make the statement that understand you're taking a shua based on our understanding and not based on yours, because again, there is still a way to explain the law, even when you go according to the basic understanding of words. In other words, like, in general, again, if people want to cheat, they can find a way to cheat. So basically, it has to make a model where there's absolutely no level of subjectivity when it comes to your shua. Your shua is interpreted again based on your words, in the case of the shua, based on how Beis Din defines the shua. Incredible. Rashi says over here, I won't just do this thing. She might say as follows. How's it sound like? Touch mark. We've not seen it, so that's a really beautiful Gemara. Rashi says, therefore again, based on what the Gemara's understanding over here, is that when we go ahead, so these two pieces of information that come out. So number one, when a person takes the shua, the way we interpret the shua is based on the basic understanding of the words that are what we call basar kumeh, which means the simple understanding of your words adds face value. In addition to that, when the Torah is being administered in Beis Din goes out of its way to say, by the way, the interpretation of Yeshua is how we, Beis Din, interpret it, not how you interpret it. So I just mentioned that there's a tremendous misunderstanding in this. Right? When it comes to Yeshua, you take the words of Yeshua at their face value. Now, listen, this is sometimes one of the most important episodes in interpersonal relationship. Very often, interpersonal discord is created because people read into what other people say. So I say this, what did you mean by that? What do you know? On the 10 times, what do I mean by that? What's the answer? What's the answer? Nothing. You didn't mean anything about it. I just said something, and actually what I said is what I meant. Now, while it sounds people mean deeper things than what they say, tell me about the context of knowledge, the context of friendship, the context of interactions. Or you need to do just because people have their way, but then just try to include deeper meanings of context and understanding, because all that does is often create biological confusion and ambiguity, which often just leads to negative feelings and stress. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just take people at their stated ability and don't read anything more than good. Again, so let's go back to it. So let's assume you do because you know sometimes not. So look at that. כשהשביע משה אס ישראל, ומשה רבינו agreed from Israel. The book says, this is the first glance, one might have thought that this is talking about Matan Torah. It's not Matan Torah. It's not Matan Torah, but it's a little bit of the second Matan Torah, because when we address essentially, there were really two Matan Torahs. Right? There was Matan Torah at Hasinai, which is interesting. Again, we live. The shop telling us that definition is coming somewhere, right? But again, remember, Moshe Rabbeinu subjects Torah to another Shua by Arvos Law, like in the Transjordanian area, like regular regeneration, those kinds of structures is not getting it. Remember, again, there's a review of everything that happened over the last 40 years, and then there's another code that Moshe Rabbeinu ensures Israel to re-accept Torah. So to assume it's a second Sinaitic revelation, it's not that Sinai. Like the Hamashiach by Adam's thought. So that's what he's talking about. When Moshe Rabbeinu addressed Klal Yisrael, I'm going to have this so beautiful. I'm going to say to them, Shelo Abbas Mashbiya Esther. So he said, no, that I am not enjoying you based on looking at Yeshua. Yeshua not going to change your understanding. Mashbiya Esther Abbas Hamakom Yadati. Right? So let's say no. So see, might not be a reference to Yeshua, but you can feel again, you can feel others coming. So again, you feel like so many things in there. So making it says, I'm going ahead and adjourning you based on the dance of our Kodesh Baruch Hu Ba'al and based on my best reference. It's kind of a my best or the best. So it's Vanai, Leilanihi, Kayu, Mata Amr Elokah. So again, why so complicated? Like most of them, why don't you just go ahead and say this? Instead, you are obligated to uphold everything that I'm saying. That's it. That's a simple. Lamishim the nice at that time. It's the nice guy that I have. So it says is enough because they're afraid. So when tongues all said that they give themselves to God, maybe God means what? Maybe God means what? I've already said it. Otherwise, maybe most of them is scared that they can picture what faith on their subjective understanding. So what's the better? It's such a crazy having that. But it's such a crazy having that God saw after everything they saw, after granted a lot of these generations didn't see the throne, but they saw the desert. They saw the desert. And when I say that it's not only that maybe they're talking about it, it's all Lamishim, the next guy that I have about this, לא משום דעבודות לא בבן ימי כפי אלוהה. לא, וזה לא כפי because עבודות also called אלוהה. פשוט אלוהי כסף, אלוהי זהב. So again, that wouldn't be based on subjectivity, that would also be based on a certain amount of objectivity, because again, عبودات also called in God, tiny Torah. So why does Moshe say, Klal Yisrael, uphold the Torah? Shua, that's all uphold the Torah. What's the Bible say? Have the Torah. Because here's the problem. The problem is that two Torahs. So he just said, go ahead and uphold the Torah. I don't know, maybe that just means one, not the vote. I always kind of shit. So that's first one, right? Right? Because it's just trying to figure out how much you to simplify the shua. So why not just say Rabbi Israel? Uphold the two Torahs. I know what that means. Torah's pathos, the Torah's hasham. And then also, we're just looking for a hasham way for Moshe to phrase the shua. Right? Instead of saying, Shelo Adas Gamanish Bias, and Adas Hamakol, so I would say, Shal Yisrael, Rabbi Yisrael, both Torahs. Because maybe both Torahs means Torah Hados, and Torah Hasham. Because you must say, interestingly enough, the way that the Torah refers to Torahs, is as the Torah's Torah. So maybe two Torahs mean the Torah of the Hados, Torah of Hasham. So why not say, Kainu Torah Kula? Or should I just say, I made you swear to hold the entire Torah? The Gemara says, I know this Kochanim, so says, I know this Kochanim. Maybe that just refers to Adamus. Maybe a notion when he says, swear to hold the entire Torah, that means you swear not to worship idolatry. The other mind is not very good. Chamura Avodas Kochanim, she called a contract box to make the Torah Kula. Avodas Kochanim, Avodas are so severe, because you also the good news is, anyone who goes ahead and rallies against Kochanim, if you're going against Avodas Kochanim, it's as if you admit to the entire Torah. So maybe I'm not going to nice again to read that said keep the entire Torah, but I expect to be interpreted as keep the publishing against Avodas Zarah. But let me know kind of mitzvah. So that is what I say, God himself in the kind of mitzvah. How the mitzvah? Because mitzvah just means one mitzvah. Maybe you just enjoy and keep a mitzvah. Fine. Kind of mitzvahs. Keep the mitzvahs. Or what does mitzvahs mean? Maybe just means two mitzvahs. Call on mitzvah kula. So keep all the mitzvahs. No, you say, yeah, nothing. Just keep all the mitzvahs. I mean that refers to mitzvahs. Citrus. Ooh. They have this mitzvah citrus. Which is also what the other now. Kula mitzvahs citrus. To make it color and citrus. Because it was a mitzvah of citrus, citrus corresponds to all of the mitzvahs in the Torah. So that's why why is that very beautiful way to get that. Shkula mitzvahs, citrus, the Torah mitzvahs, it said, the Spartan is called mitzvah Hashem, the Maxi of Shalom, Shittias. So when I was like, the Maxi of the word citrus, side view, dot, is 600. That's 600. Plus, Shmona Chukim is 8 strings, 8 strings on each of the panels. The Hamisha Chal are 5 knots. Sum total, total 630. So it's about just for the sign, the power of the mitzvah of citrus. Now, it's fascinating to see that if you think about it, the mitzvah of citrus corresponds to all 613 mitzvahs. What's fascinating about mitzvah? What's fascinating about citrus? What's fascinating about it? Totally passive. Totally passive. Like putting on in the morning, and pretty much